The SEL's had 4 seasons and it's finally come to an end. And today we'll find out who takes the lead in SEL's 4th season finisher, as UTK really think it's them, they're waving in the background. And we'll see who took it in spring and fall. And we're super excited to get that one out. But before we start, the fall side, who got 3rd, 2nd, and 1st, let's give a big shout out to the players themselves and as well to the sponsors here at the venue in the back. Shout out to Smart Place Huntsville. They have a booth in the back. If you're moving to Huntsville and you're looking to get a job, go ahead and step back there. There'll be a great help. I know there's a lot of college kids here. Jobs aren't as easy as they used to be, and you get some great assists for it. And then right next to it, MSI surprise giving us a bunch of goodies for prizes. And then followed up, we have Red Bull for drinks and Rally Cry. Sign a QR code back there and get an input to win. I don't know what it is. It's probably pretty cool. I need to go back there myself and sign up for a QR code. But with that out of the way, and Red Bull drinks in the center, and hopefully pretty crisp for this, if I can get it to go. Is that crisp enough? All right, we'll get it in for that one. Let's get the teams going on into this one. Rocket League Fall, 3rd place, UTK stepping in. Round of applause for UTK. Well-deserved 3rd place.
Are you taking a picture?
Get a picture for them. Thank you very much. Big round of applause again for UTK. Following up is Kings, stepping up. Big 2nd place dub in fall for Rocket League. And we're no longer in Season 3, Season 2 of Rocket League for the SEL, where it was pretty lopsided for the biggest competitors. Everyone put on a great show and put on a great year. And FSU, the 1st place team for fall, can step on up. Big round of applause. Well deserved. Blake's in the background, getting the loudest out of all of them, honestly. MSI goodies and a trophy to go with it. And that is your Season 4 Fall Rocket League winners, runner-ups, and 2nd losers in all terms for it. But with that being said, let's jump over to spring, which we've just finished and has led us into this LAN. 3rd place is FAU. And unfortunately, I don't think they're here. So, Joe Bro will probably step up or something. Somebody can walk up and pretend. I don't care. 2nd place is Cumberland, who I also don't believe is here. Very unfortunate as may be. 1st place, though, it's a familiar face. It's UTK back up again. Get them another picture as well. They've got more goodies, more merch in their hands. Show off everything you can. And with that, in the start of Season 4's LAN finale, Rocket League's about to get underway with TJ and Blake, DJ, TJ, and Bepic in the booth. Let's get the players on stage and let's introduce the top 2 talent. Thank you very much.
Okay, we are here, we are live, we are all physically in the same space for the conclusion of the Season 4 SEL Rocket League season. I'm Bepic, this is TJ. My man, how you doing?
Oh, I'm doing good. We're actually together.
Yep.
It's been a long spring split, a lot of virtual broadcasts, even a solo broadcast that I had to do, so it's nice to have a friendly face here live in Huntsville, and it was a rough way to even get this whole LAN set up, but we're here regardless.
Yep. We made it. Like, we have sorted through the tech issues already. Hopefully we've gotten them out of the way initially. Shout out to everyone that got us going, everyone that helped out. Thank you so much for just getting us live. But our first series, let's just talk about the bracket. We have a bracket screen to throw up there. We can talk about the entire bracket that we'll be watching today. Majority of these matches are going to be streamed, but TJ, we're starting with UTK and UGA and Kentucky and Buds as our first 2 series. Kentucky and Buds on stream, Tennessee and Georgia off stream. What are you thinking?
Yeah, well, we talked a little bit about this last night. For those of you who came to support the live State of the SEL on Bepic Stream, thank you. That was a blast, by the way. We'll talk about that in a little bit, I'm sure. But back to the bracket, UTK, UGA, 1 seed, 8 seed. Look, no caster bias. There's not a big G on my chest here. But regardless, it's 3-0 UTK. I'm sorry. Somebody has to say it. It's got to be spoken. It's 3-0 UTK.
I mean, Joe Bro went up and accepted 2 awards for UTK, so you know they're a really good team. And UGA was a last second fill-in. So I mean, shout out to the boys for coming here. And in the interview that I did with them, and then when we talked to them last night on the State of the SEL, they were in high spirits. They no illusions about the fact that they are absolutely underdogs here, but they were still in high spirits.
Yeah, I mean, they're here to have fun. I mean, that's what we've gone through a lot this year. This will be UGA's 11th roster in the 2023-2024 school year, and also the first roster without me playing. So I think the boys got it. It's a new team, a new strategy, and I think, honestly, there's a world where they're going to take UTK off guard in a game or two. In my notes, I have written purple rank, which for those of you who are familiar with Rocket League, that is champion, which everybody here at this LAN is above champion. Yeah. So I unironically think that a few whiffs here and there might throw UTK off balance a little bit, and we might see UGA pick up some goals that you wouldn't see go in probably any other series here.
Well, that series will be happening off stream, but on stream, we have the reigning LAN champions, the Kentucky Wildcats, taking on Buds, and I think we've actually got a clip queued from my interview with Kentucky. If we could play that real fast while everyone is getting set up. Hopefully production is prepared for that. We're going to see if they end up playing it. But production, roll that clip.
I feel like it's about like how NRG technically went into the next Worlds as the reigning champions, but it was like a really long time ago, you know? Like I almost feel like it doesn't really matter, and I'm not really that's not on my mind so much going into this event. I'm just kind of hard focused on playing this one. I don't really, and that was like forever ago in Rocket League years, you know. So that's how I'm feeling.
It feels like a while ago. More than a year. That was 13 months.
So what they were talking about right there is the fact that Kentucky is the reigning LAN champions. And Apple's like, that was so long ago, it doesn't even feel like we're the LAN champions anymore. It's like when NRG won the world championship, and then all those years later went back to contend and defend it. So not on their mind, but they are the reigning LAN champs.
Yeah, no, I mean, they got to carry that title with pride. And one thing that's also worth noting is that in that interview, it's Chipmunk in the spot of Ty. Ty is playing at this event. And Ty, if you're ranking players, he is easily in your top 3, top 5, wherever you want to put him, he's up there. And he is going to be one of the biggest game changers at this event. And I'm excited to see how his addition to the roster kind of gives him some new life.
Yeah, his eligibility came from playing in the fall split. When Kentucky actually had a worse showing in the fall than they did in the spring. They went out 9th through 12th in the fall, and then they bring in Chip, and he does what it takes to get the Wildcats to LAN, where Ty is now eligible to play again. So we're excited to see Ty back on the stage. Coach Chip is going to be standing behind them all of today. But then on the opposite side of the stage from them, we've got Buds at GSU, and these guys just reek confidence, TJ. I know you're friends with them, and so what you're about to talk about them at length, I know, but I want to play the Buds clip real fast to see their thoughts going into LAN.
If anybody knows us, anybody knows that we're kind of a dark horse roster. We're either going to be on in the day and we can beat anybody, or we're not going to be and we're just going to lose. And I'd like to think that there's no team there that we couldn't beat as long as we play our game.
God, Dylan has spoken so well, and he has been a key addition to this Buzz at GSU roster. He comes in the spring, and mentally they are a completely different group of 3. And that's why when you look at them on stage, he is sitting at the helm, he is talking the most, and on the pitch, he might lead the way.
It's not often you see a player go from being a substitute to the captain. I mean, we've actually had that kind of twice with Big Wade kind of being the captain of the King roster and then Dylan being the captain of the Buds roster. It's really awesome to see that growth and the depth of the programs we've got competing today. But Buds, I really think, are kind of a dark horse. In my personal power rankings, they're on the bottom half, but man, 2 through 6, I really think, like 2 through 7 really are so close in skill level. We could see tons of upsets today. We could see no upsets today. I honestly don't know.
Yeah, I have them making top 4. I think Buds at GSU, when they are playing consistent, when they are at their peak, I think that they can go and play a team like FSU, play a team like UTK, and take some games off or push it to a 6 or 7 game series. They are one of the, I think they have one of the highest ceilings easily out of probably all the teams here, I would say. I think it's them, UTK, FSU, and I'll throw Kentucky in there as well, even though we haven't seen them in a little bit. But when they're on, they are on. And in my players to watch, I started off by writing down Monk, but then I wrote down Dylan, and then I wrote down Buddy. So they're all game changers. They can all kind of move the needle as we used all last night on the State of the SCL, and I'm excited to see what happens.
So while we are getting set up, while we're getting everybody in the lobby for this first series, I believe we have a bit of a longer clip to play from the State of the SCL show last night. So we're going to go ahead and roll that. Whatever it is about to come up on your screen. I promise you it's entertaining because it is the SCL. So go ahead and play that clip, guys.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SCL.
Welcome back to the Southeastern Esports League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SCL. We're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SCL. Welcome back to the SCL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SCL.
Welcome to another week of the Southeastern Esports League.
My name's Infernos, just joined here by my good friend, Mick.
I am your lovely host, DJ TJ, and with me is the even more lovely Foof. I am your lovely host, DJ TJ.
My name's Infernos, just joined here by my good friend, Mick.
I am your host, DJ TJ, and with me is the lovely Foof.
Get the advantage in the series and let themselves at game point. Tryson seizes the moment and takes the goal. Bama, 2 in a row.
I'm standing up out of my
chair.
What?
Confirmed.
Wait, I didn't even see that. He got bumped into that.
Yes.
Are you for real?
Yes. Yes.
They now have another opportunity here. Kuno all by themselves, not gonna give it the chance as Butters is there to at least touch it away. The beautiful tap by Kuno.
Tries it though, trying to find the room in between, but Chan gonna try and use what little boost he has. Actually, he's gonna leave it for Gray, who's got a double touch, who finds Tryson, who misses. Shan gets blocked as well. UNCC still alive, but here comes Gray.
Nope.
No, Shan. Yes! Bottom left! Well, NK2 boosts over balls there and also gets bumped on his way back. So just overall a rough string of events, but he might change that. Double touch off the backboard.
Out making sure Shaka knows he's got to get some points on the board in the final 100 seconds.
Absolutely. Shaka will pick up a goal here.
Hit by Luigi at the last moment. Again, Skyline soft touch. Magic still at the edge. He's gonna try and find it off the backboard again. Smurf waiting, won't even that touch, and now he has to run home. He's the last man back, but they can't get it past him.
Just when you thought Cumberland was practicing the dark arts, and maybe they use the curse of their advantage, Trix says, check me out, top left Seminole.
Now the ball still resting on this Wildcat side. Magic shooting. It's gonna find its way. No!
Woo!
It stays out!
Woo!
Apples has the save, and we stay at a 2-1 game.
Kentucky, where did that come from? 1 minute left, down 1 goal, and you find that save? And maybe they find this attack too? Huds might go for this. Yes, he will! It's in the net!
You want to look at HUDs, but I really want to see what Chipmunk can do. Is I don't believe my eyes. Super Smurf made the ball intangible, beat all 3.
It's in the name. That's not Super Smurf. That's Superman.
Gap necessary to put another one forward, as you are 1 away from 10, from double digits on the stat line. And you gotta see it happen, right? This is SCL, this is Rocket League. We have to see the 10th one come forward, UAB. I know you don't want to see it, but this is it! Finally, there it is! Lego drives it!
Off the clear, no redirect. Both defenders for Tennessee were flat-footed on that play. That could have been the equalizer, but not able to find the touch to make it happen. Chris Dunk is good.
Pick gets the opportunity to do something special, and he might still get to do it going top side, but B-More saves it. Ball bounces middle, though. That's 3 UAH players in the same area. Now B-More pass 1, finding Kozen. Top corner! UAH moves on to the top 16. NKU, pack your bag.
As FSU looking to be down in the series and make it 2-1. King University score 1 on the road. And they say, yes, Babbitt, we'll give you another goal, but it's going to the team in yellow. Side's got a good tank of boost to play with, looking for Buddy, and that one's stuck on his nose. That's a bump on the back end, but because there's discombobulation. A little bit of touch, Luigi, same. tries now, collects, puts it up and over, controlling it here, wanting Mitra to commit early. He caught low stand, and so that's another goal going for FSU.
Not able to really keep up with that change in pace. Cayenne air dribble finds a tempo and a backflip on the goal line, Florida. Extending into the corner again, you can see this offense already trying to build a lot of pressure, going one after the other. Kentucky will be able to free themselves. Shot on from Huds. Cayenne tried to keep it out, couldn't get enough, and Kentucky take the lead.
If that doesn't get you excited for this SEL LAN, I don't know what will. Big shout out to our video editor, Eli. He puts together such good content. So he's not at the LAN, but Eli, if you're watching, kudos to you, my man. I love your reels. But TJ, we are getting set. We are almost ready for Kentucky versus Buds. I can see they're in the lobby because they're right across the room from us. How are we feeling?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I think of all the series we could have possibly gotten to show the world what the SEL is all about, this right here is it. And we talked about this last night. There is a world where if Kentucky wins this, Buds has to make a crazy run to even have a chance of survival, or if GSU wins, then UKY is just going to be screwed in losers. I mean, this is a top 8 LAN. There's only 8 teams, but that losers bracket, it is still absolute. I don't even have words for it. It's just an absolute mess, and it is insanely hard to fight through it.
This is the most stacked that an SEL event has ever been, and that's been the case for Season 4 all season long. It's been so competitive from top to bottom, and I see we're getting the players on the field. So, without further ado, let's get this LAN started. Kentucky versus Buds, 4 seed, 5 seed. Here we go.
Kentucky, of course, in that classic blue. Buds in the alternate red. I'm loving what I'm seeing, and I'm loving what Kentucky's cooking. Ty looking left corner and almost kicking this stream off with a fiery shot bottom left, but GSU's going to try and get the counterattack moving.
Oh, Apples is downfield, but Ty's already up, going off the back wall. Doesn't find the second touch, so I can see Ty is awake early on, looking for opportunities here as Kentucky has had Buds backed up solid 30 seconds now, but Buds not conceding just yet.
Ty looking flip reset off the backboard already is nuts to see. And Dylan off the back wall getting over Ty as well. So GSU mechanically, they're right here. Dylan, though, not going to find this one. Now you give Ty 100 boost and a free open field. But here comes Monk trying to read it. The newly engaged Monk, I must add. Big congrats to him and his fiance. As now we'll see Buddy try and get this one out. Over 2. And now Huds. Kentucky playing very aggressive here so far.
So far, and Huds running ahead. It's something he's very, very good at. Those goal line sweeps that'll frustrate teams and break down their goal line defense. That's a double commit. Oh my word. That's our first goal of the LAN on Primal Apples. I think forcing an own goal.
Yeah, unfortunately, it was Buddy RV with 100 boost and Monk just jumping, trying to get in front of the net there. But unfortunately, we'll bump Buddy RV out of the way. So GSU getting those LAN nerves out here in the first minute.
I think that's absolutely a factor. Those double commits we're going to see, I feel like a lot in this first round of play. When the pressure's high, like we've been sitting here getting the players antsy for a while now, who sorted out tech difficulties. And that is another opening for Kentucky. Ty scoring the second goal in his return to LAN.
I'd love to see Ty back. I mean, he's always just such a dependable player. I mean, it's just like Crisp that we got to see all year. Having him on the field is such a game changer. And so far, it's been him and Apples together, 100% on goal participation.
Yeah, that makes sense. That is a dynamic duo that has been rocking the SEL for a while now. As we mentioned, Kentucky, they are the reigning champs. Apples and Ty won Season 3 on LAN last season with Festive Invader as that third player in the starting lineup. And so far, playing with Huds here, it's been very good for Kentucky, but Bud's looking to break out here, denied again, and Hud's an opportunity versus Buddy RV. It's a slow roller, but whatever works.
I mean, hey, a goal's a goal on LAN, right? I mean, Ty goes flying off, and I think Buddy might have relaxed a little too hard here because Hud's, he still has a lot to prove coming into this LAN. And hey, it might not be the prettiest shot, but it'll go in regardless.
I mean, Buddy, he didn't have any boost, was going for the in and out save. That's just a difficult position to be in regardless of what Huds has in his tank or in the back pocket. Either way, Buds, a little sloppy to start out with, but There's 3 minutes left. I mean, they've been slowly generating more offensive opportunities. That's another one. Doesn't quite pan out, but they're establishing presence in the offensive zone.
Yeah, and I think it starts with that guy who just went for a bump. That's Monk. I mean, he's been on my stream thousands of times at this rate, and he has been the biggest factor for GSU offense. Now, defensively, GSU can normally withstand this pressure. Now, granted, the own goals don't help, and Ty with a free backboard doesn't help either, but what a save for Dylan.
Yeah, Dylan coming up clutch right there defensively, and now Monk against Huds. Huds going crossbar to Buddy, swooping into the last second to help his teammate out. Still, though, Buds can't buy a clear. Again, they're stuck in their defensive zone, and they just got to find ways out right now.
Well, Monk finally does exactly what I was hoping he would do, is to breathe and take a 50, take a possession. Dylan off the ceiling trying to get it right back to him, and now you'll see Monk do it again. Take possession off the wall. We've seen him at LAN off the wall. The Volan specifically, a very recent event that Monk hit some crazy mechanical shot, and it's going to take something like that to beat a team. And speaking of mechanics, here comes Ty down the track. This ball will stay in the middle. Here comes Huds. It's awkward. 2 players jump, 2 miss, and now Dylan on the counter. Apple's already up. Monk has to watch out for Ty, who fakes it, and Monk with no boost just has to try and get this out. He's got a shot if he wants it, but Huds will get the touch corner.
A little awkward from Huds right there, but Buds don't do much with the possession as Apples ends it through the corner, finds Ty mid, back to Apples. He lays it center, but Buds somehow prepared for that last touch on the ball. They get back in time to withstand conceding.
And GSU, they get possession, but they give it away, and now it's going to counter. Ty and Apples both trying to flick this one in, but it's such a slow shot. But Dylan's awkward off the post, and it's 4-0 Kentucky.
Ty's got 5 shots, 2 goals. He's shooting 40% in his return to LAN, finishing that ball off. It just sat on the Buds goal line right now. I mean, at the moment, it's all Kentucky in game 1. We thought this series was going to be really close, but so far out of the gate, Kentucky just looks the more comfortable of the 2 teams.
Well, I will say I'm not surprised in that at all, as that's a very close shave for Buddy RV there. Now we'll see him try and get out, but he's already beat by Ty, who's off the ceiling, trying to find more. I can't even get a thought out, but GSU, they've started slow at every tournament that they've been to this year. And speaking of starting slow, Dylan's going to throw Monk out the play here, and he'll take it himself. He'll do it all the way if he wants to. He's trying to get over Ty here. He will, actually, but Huds with no boost has time. But wait a minute. Not the clear he was looking for. It's going to give Monk time to work his way over here. And with a minute left, you just got to find something.
Just no boost in hand there for Monk. It's a good 50-50 to now set up Buddy. And Dylan allowed a free center ball. He tries to fake the Kentucky defense right there, and it pans out and gets the ball to the back wall of the Wildcats. Dylan looking for a finisher, setting up Monk for a 50-50 on the Kentucky goal line. But Wildcats again avoiding conceding, and Ty shutting down that opportunity.
And now Apples, he'll fake one, he'll force Dylan off, and now Huds with every little bit of boost he has, he'll find Ty, who finds a slammer and the hat trick. 5-0.
Oh man, Ty with a hattie in game 1. 5-0. I mean, it's a rough look for Buds right now. Kentucky obviously the more comfortable of the 2 squads, but you know, best of 5, they got time to settle in, but you got to do it somewhat quick.
Yeah, now with 30 seconds left, GSU probably just going to try some things here. That's a great fake, and that's almost past 1. I'm liking what GSU is finally starting to do. They finally seem to settle down, and they're taking dribbles, they're faking, they're hopefully beating Ty here if you're Monk, and he will. And now, Buddy, wait a minute, is that a wide open net? He'll just roll it in, and hey, you get 1.
That's got to be a great feeling. I mean, I can see them right now. They're talking to each other. They're using this goal replay to talk through some things, make sure they're settled in, I'm sure. But hey, it's just got to feel good to see that 0 change to a 1 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, and again, they're trying some new things here. They're finally settling in. They're going to try and start taking possession more, because that's, and I'm going to talk about this probably for the whole after game 1 here, but that's been the big difference that I've noticed, is that GSU, they're giving away a lot of possession, a lot of pinches, a lot of touches that simply when you look at Ty, he'll keep it that close, and it takes a guy like Monk to pinch it to the opposite side here. Now, Buddy, it's just like that. That ball goes away, forces Dylan to go, and just kind of has to jump there. But Ty, the MVP in game 1, and who better?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. He is the Kentucky MVP, I feel like, coming into this so far. Just like being able to return for LAN and elevate them. I mean, they have been commanding a lot of respect from a lot of the teams that we've talked to so far. It's not unanimous, but I feel like right now, to the majority, they are the number 2 team in this LAN.
Yeah, and Buds at GSU, obviously, they have had good results in the spring, and in the fall it was a little rough, so Kentucky been a little more consistent, and you can see how the team vibes are. Both teams, not a lot of smiles here, which I'm very surprised to see. Bud's normally a team that is a lot more relaxed, and maybe that's kind of hurting them a little bit, but Apples, he's locked.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the now graduated senior on the Kentucky side, right there in the middle, commanding his troops, Coach Chip behind him, keeping them in order. I love to see that, moving from substitute to coach up on the LAN stage. It's good to see all 4 of them up there. And then Bud's locked in with the cool shirts. I love, honestly, that Bud's logo.
It is a great logo. Shout out to Skulls, by the way. That's a big Georgia fan club there of ours. As there's also 3 Georgia teams here, but hopefully GSU is going to be one of the more successful ones, as that right there is a very close start for him.
Yeah, now Dylan finds a way out with no boost. A good 50-50. We'll see what Buddy can do here. He goes flying past Apples, who took it slow. He's headed to the ground. Dylan taking that ball off the back wall, tie off the ceiling. Huds inbound for the first goal of game 2.
And this right here is the difference between the teams. Kentucky, that's a great shot opportunity for Huds, but why do that when you can go off the ceiling, or sorry, tie off the ceiling, and Huds just bottom right, because why not make it 1-0?
They got that cohesion. I mean, the only time I have seen this iteration of Kentucky play in since the fall split, if I even saw this roster playing together then. But they played a show match against this Bruton Parker roster that we're going to be seeing later today. It was a 4-0, but a close series. Bruton Parker kept it close, but Kentucky looked very good as they continue to do here.
How about Huds? 1v3, it does not matter how many people are in front of the net. He'll work his way over them all, and who better than Apples to be ready for that? With all that experience, of course he's reading it.
I mean, Kentucky continuing a run. It's 7-1 aggregate now through about 6 minutes of gameplay. They are looking good. Ty's trying to make it one more. Monk, a very awkward touch off his own goal line. But hey, he put the ball in an awkward spot, but he got himself out of it.
See Dylan, now he's over one. He's got an open net to shoot at. Is there anybody there? No! And Buds, very quick counterattack, and that is what it's going to take to get back in this game.
Such speed right there. Ty alone. Apples even jumped for that as well, knowing Dylan was right there in the area. But Dylan, the speedster in the midfield, besting the Kentucky defense. And hopefully that settles Buds down, because now this game is so much more manageable after giving up 2 early on.
And Apples getting bumped there. It's going to give Buddy a good 50. But wait a minute. Apples is going to take, I believe that's Dylan off the pitch. So now here comes a shot middle, but it's weak. And Buddy's got plenty of time, but now Huds trying to stall, find a double. It's actually going to be a pass. Accidentally, Dylan going middle. Monk getting bumped off, I think. And now Brian, Buddy RV, I mean, just trying to take possession here. He'll try and go middle. Ty above 1. Does he have a little more in the tank? Monk, nothing either, but he'll get that save regardless. Now, Buddy trying to get another counterattack moving, but Ty off the ceiling. Not going to find it. Neither will Apples. Not a lot of communication there for Kentucky, and we are somehow not 3-1.
You can see Ty commanding respect right there. Dylan was trying to play the shot as well as the pass and went between both. And that allows now Kentucky to keep their offensive pressure going and eventually lead to a 3rd goal, and that 2-goal lead reinstated.
Oh man, Ty, double flip reset. He doesn't even have to score. That's how dangerous Kentucky is. And that's almost a perfect shot. I'll say it. It is a perfect shot from Unfriable Apples. And it's going to be 3-1.
I mean, not even Huds was expecting all of that from Ty. Like, you could see he jumped for that play too early. So I don't know how the defense is supposed to read it as well, but Apples knew where Ty was going with it, though. Another opportunity in transition for Buds, how a lot of their chances are coming right now. Hopefully they can build something off it here.
And 3rd man from UK ready for it. Huds on the quick rotation, and that ball is going to stay in the GSU half. But wait a minute, there's only 1 man back, and 2 from GSU will go. Dylan has to make a quick turn on this, and he will stall Huds for the time being. He'll try and do a little more over there. Not much that he's able to do, and unfortunately this ball will sit in the corner a little more on the GSU half.
And we're getting word that Tennessee and Georgia have wrapped up their series already. It was a quick one, a 3-0 in favor of Tennessee, which I think we were all expecting. Goal aggregate was 10-1, so your boys did avoid getting perfect swept.
I will say that Cody said it was going to be 70-0, so at least it wasn't that bad. Also, I'm just going to throw this out there. Game 2 was 2-1, and 2-1! Ooh. I was going to make some joke there, but that ball won't find the net. Neither will that one as well. And now GSU's got a golden chance here, but you give it straight to Ty. But wait a minute. Ty's going to give it right back. Monk going to try and be generous with it as Ty was to him, but can't find anything there.
Buddy, an opportunity, takes a shot that actually got through 3 Kentucky defenders. And Bud's really building good pressure right now. A goal here would do them wonders. They find it. It's Dylan again, his second of the game.
We're starting to see the Ty and Monk difference. Monk doesn't have to shoot either. He's just got to open space. And GSU, they'll take that shot, and it's a 1-goal game once again.
Oh, absolutely, and finding more and more and more chances. You can see them getting comfortable on the LAN stage in real time. It's absolutely an adjustment, but Buds are making it well, and now off kickoff, given a chance to maybe level this game.
Well, here comes Dylan and Monk, an unfortunate double commit there, and we'll see what they're able to do as now we see Dylan and Buddy on the same ball once again, but this ball's gonna be a lot more awkward. Ty getting bumped, it's an open net. Apples, though, he's there. Dylan wasn't ready for it. Now Monk, he wasn't ready for Buddy to lead that ball, so now this ball's going to Dylan. It's almost going to be pre-jump there in the middle, but GSU, they're clicking.
They are clicking-ish, because on that demo play, Dylan wasn't quite sure his teammate was going to find it, and right there, the pass wasn't perfectly on Dylan's front bumper for a shot on target, but they are clicking more and more. You're right, they are building. They look like a completely different team right now, forcing misses out of the Wildcats defense, but Apples out of the back line, put a shot on. It's saved by Buddy.
Flip reset on net, and now there goes Ty, so now it's just Huds. Buddy who wins the 50. It's a net that only has Apples. It's an open net. Dylan trying to shoot, but it's going to have to be shot by Monk instead, because here comes Huds, and no boost, but just enough to try and play a 50. Ty in the wings waiting. Monk will get over 2 here. He's trying to get over Apples here, but that's a very awkward spot. The corner, his ball goes middle, but once again, GSU not ready. But Buddy quickly on, wide open net, but Apples out of nowhere comes back for this one. Monk down to Dylan, off the corner. Buddy, is he in sight? Is he in the area? I don't think so. Wait a minute, 50 back middle. Hudge trying to force this one out, and now Kentucky feeling the pressure with 30 seconds left.
Absolutely, that is a much needed clear found by Huds, and Monk's trying to get possession back, but Ty with full boost, and that off the sidewall for Apples, and that might put the game on ice. Ty and Apples again.
Who better of a combo to hit it when it's the brightest lights possible, and GSU 2 players in that back right corner. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, but unfortunately a blunder that if you give Apples and Ty even that sliver of space, they will find it, they will shoot it, and you will go down.
Gotta see some real clutch now from Buds, down by 2, 15 seconds left, but kickoff does not go in their favor, so they have to work possession out of the hands of Kentucky, who are not relinquishing yet. This should be game 2 for the Wildcats as they take a 2-0 series lead.
It is just incredible play from Kentucky. They are just simply the more controlled, simply the more mechanical, simply the more poised
17
roster.
shots.
Yeah, 17-4, might I add to that. And also 4 goals, 4 assists as well. So Kentucky is really starting to gel as a unit, and that is what GSU is missing, is those small moments where you're over-committed to a ball or you're under-committed to a ball. We saw Dylan in the midfield for demos twice, and he couldn't find it. So it's those small moments at a LAN like this, at an event like this, where the skill level is this close. You got to find just those small margins.
All right, I want to see how much you've been paying attention, TJ. Do you know how many shots Kentucky's registered just about?
24?
30. 31.
Okay.
31. They
All
got
right.
14 in game 1, 17 in game 2. How about Buds? You know how many Buds that has?
Oh, man. Give me 9?
It's a fifth of what Kentucky's put out so far. They got 6 so far. Buds are shooting 50%, so that's a good thing considering how close game 2 was. They're being efficient. They're creating quality opportunities to score on, and they're executing on it. But they're giving up 30 shots across 2 games, and that you really can't do that with Kentucky.
Well, not with Ty, Apples, and Huds playing the way they are. I mean, a lot of teams, when they talk about Kentucky, you talk about Apples, you talk about Ty, but I am very happy with how Huds is doing right now, and this is a team that could go all the way. But they've got to wrap this one up first. Let's hop right into game 3.
All right, here we go, Buds. You got to show us some resistance in game 3. They started to show it in game 2 for the most part, putting up some good offensive numbers, but here they have to do it with their backs against the wall in the winner's bracket. A reminder, this is an 18 double elimination bracket, so every team you're going to see on stream for the first 2 series is going to have that extra life in the lower bracket, but Bud's in danger of losing that extra life.
and I'm going to throw this on the opposite side here. Kentucky obviously looking to close this out, but for this tournament, I think it's more about how you close it out, and you got to look a little more consistent, but that's a great shot from Buddy RV.
That was Bud's beating Kentucky on their own side. Buddy placed that perfectly just over the head of Apples, and Bud's starting their reverse sweep campaign.
That would be quite the sight to see. And this is already looking like game 1 and game 2. A lot of early scoring, a lot of early moments for both teams. And so far, Buds and GSU will be on the receiving end. But now Apples just trying to get something going. But this is a play style change from GSU. They are playing a lot quicker. Dylan looking for a pass middle, and he will find it, but no second man in sight. Now you give Ty some room and some space to work. He will try and get it middle. That's a great demo from Dylan. And now Monk trying to beat Apples here. It's 2 players on the same side of things. 2 players will go once again. Buddy's going to try and take his time. And that right there is what I love to see from GSU. Not trying to force a shot when it's not needed.
They're taking their time. The demos are really working well right now. I can't remember many demos in the first 2 games out of Buds, but this game and the previous, this game and the previous, they have shown that to be in their arsenal. So well done, Buds, creating openings on the Kentucky end. But they still only have that 1 goal in hand right now, and Kentucky's still fighting for that equalizer.
Yeah, and look at the demos. And wait a minute, Dylan might find a double here, and it is chaos on both sides of the nets right now for both teams. As that's a moment right there. And Dylan with no boost, he'll just kind of backflip on this one. But Buddy RV, he had the boost to take it, but it's an awkward touch, and we leave it to Monk, who will get beat, but it's a close read. And now Ty looking middle, Dylan forcing it out. Huds will try and find a double. He will. He's over 1. He's over 2. Apples is waiting in the wing to find a double touch. Flip reset will not land, and now the pressure will stay on. Apples, he'll get 1 over Monk, but Monk will take a demo. And now finally GSU gets to breathe, but Huds, a pinch. Ty's already up. Here comes Ty, straight down, but Apples isn't there. He has to play back, and now it's a 2v1 if Monk can try and win this challenge here, but Apples, he's got time and space.
I feel like if this was game 1, Buds concede right there. But they stood together, even with the bumps, even with the quick speed of the Kentucky offense. Buds found a way to stop it. Kentucky finding their offense a little bit slowed down at the moment. Buds, anything but. That pass center actually is a little bit slow, and so it doesn't end up connecting before the defense got there in time. Kentucky breaks away down the sideline. It looks like Buds stomached the pressure.
And look at Dylan doing it all himself here. I mean, he 50s 2 players and also gets a massive demo that, in my opinion, probably just saved Kentucky's first goal of this game here. But now GSU, they have the possession. Can they mech their way through to another goal, which would be massive with 2 minutes left to play? Or will it be Ty faking for Apples, who's looking backboard? But what a great read from Monk to give GSU some room. And that ball is sent flying to the other end. Is Ty there? Just barely. Yes, he is. He's got plenty of boost to work with. He fakes 1. He's going to try and get over Monk. Monk off the ceiling. Ty pinching over 1. Buddy RV, not the gear he exactly wanted, but it will find Dylan. Now Dylan trying to fake 1. He can't do what Ty was just able to do there. Now, wait a minute. Is that just in the net? What a save from Apples. And okay, Kentucky really starting to feel it now.
2 big saves from Apples this game, 2 from Huds as well. And Ty's been clutch in defense as well. But man, Buds, they are putting up a defensive stand of their own on the other side of the pitch. Just 1 goal. It was found early on, though this could be another. Apples setting up Ty for the slots, and we're tied up.
And that is the duality of Kentucky. All eyes are on on Apples there, but Ty, you cannot forget about him.
Yep, 1-1, Ty coming up big again. He has absolutely been the X factor in this series so far. And that's a big goal for Kentucky. Puts a lot of pressure now on Buds, who held a lead for so long. Now they have to find it again. GSU has to be careful with their challenges here, and they might just find a double, but Dylan won't find that in the back of the net. So now Monk trying to work his way, ceiling, Ty, gonna get a double touch. It's gonna leave Dylan in an awkward spot, and it's gonna leave Hudson Ty fending off of this one. Ty's got a chance to make this a 2-1 game. Apples will bump him out, and Kentucky gains all the momentum and the lead. Oh, they storm from behind here. Rest of the series in front for most of the games, but here, down a goal early on, and they find 2 big ones in the final 2 minutes.
GSU has found the challenges all game, and right there you miss 2, and you're in a 2v1. But wait a minute, that net dangerously left with 1 man back. But of course you have Ty, and wait a minute, Monk might dunk a player here, but Apples clutch. 40 seconds left. Kentucky has to play reserve. They have to play confident in the defensive end. Monk, he's confident. He'll go backboard off that dunk there, but now Ty has room to try and stall. Buddy's getting bumped out as well, so Ty with a free side of net to work with, but Buddy just with barely any boost. He's actually over one here, but here comes Huds trying to stall. 20 seconds left. The player's dead, but Dylan wasn't ready, and now it leaves Buddy. Very awkward spot. He'll miss that one. Dylan will be dunked as well, and now Monk trying to work his way into a GSU possession, but Huds patient and middle as well. Ty, flip reset. Now it's now or never for GSU, and Monk has nothing, so it has to come down to Dylan. But wait, he doesn't go, and he pre-jumps, and that is going to most likely wrap this up for GSU. And I don't know if you can hear Apples, but he's hot.
Yeah, he is. He just called Buds overrated, man. I mean, Buds have played Kentucky fairly close, but it's looking like a 3-0 sweep in round number 1 in favor of Kentucky. Right there, just a slight miscommunication on the Buds defensive end. That Kentucky is all over. 3-1 the final in game 3, 3-0 the final in series number 1. Kentucky starting off their defense of the title on LAN here on the right foot.
Yeah, and we get double sweeps here in the first 2 games. UTK takes care of business against UGA. Kentucky takes care of business against GSU. Both Georgia teams will head to losers. And there is one more on the other side of the bracket, but my Lord, what a performance from Kentucky.
Yeah, and talking about Kentucky, kind of, Buds should not feel sad about this, because if you'll think back to Season 3, on LAN, Kentucky loses the first streamed match of the LAN 3-0 to Florida, and then we all know who won that LAN going all the way through lowers. So Buds is not in a bad spot. These guys can regain on the lower side of the bracket. It looked like LAN nerves affected them in Game 1, and Kentucky just came out comfortable.
Yeah, one thing that I've seen this GSU roster do is that when they are the loudest and they have any momentum, even a sliver, that's when they're at their best. So they had a little bit there, but they're trying to play a more reserved game, which for some teams, it'll work. And for them, there's a way it can work. But GSU has been that louder team, that more annoying team to play on a LAN. And I feel like they kind of have to return to that in some way here and play off the hype. But you got a long losers bracket run to try and figure that out.
We saw it a little bit at the end of that series, but it wasn't enough to get through Kentucky. They will play Georgia in the lower bracket next, and Kentucky moves on to play Tennessee, a rematch of the Season 3 LAN Grand Finals. I'm very happy about that. But we do have to go to a break before our next series is up. King versus UAH on the docket on stream. Can't wait to see them take the main stage. But for now, a short break. Welcome back to the SEL Season 4 Rocket League LAN. A little bit of a short break to enjoy that nice soft music, the stage scenery, King and UAH getting warmed up on the main stage, TJ. It's who we got next.
Yeah, and it's a beautiful setup for what I hope will be a beautiful series. We have yet to see Game 4. We had 2 sweeps. I hope this one goes to 5.
I mean, right now, Bruton Parker and FSU doing battle in the PC pit. I know it's tied 1-1. The last time I checked it, Bruton Parker going with Florida State at the moment. But we're getting set up on the main stage, and something I love about this matchup, TJ, is UAH's coach isn't behind them, but across the stage from them. Big Wid has been coaching them all season, and now he's their first-round matchup on LAN.
Yeah, and he's not giving them a single tip at all. King is absolutely locked. I have yet to see King this locked in. I mean, probably since the fall when they made their losers bracket run. So I'm very excited to see what a dead serious King roster can do. But you cannot sleep on the hometown team.
No, absolutely not. UAH in the past, they've been LAN teams. Like, these guys know how to show up on LAN, and I don't know how much they've been grinding. I mean, I know they're all computer science, engineering majors. I was just talking with UAH people about UAH's rigorous programs. And so being seniors, like B-More is, it's tough to grind the game. So I'm wondering how they look coming into this. But King, I know, have been grinding. I think of all the teams coming into this LAN, they have the biggest chip on their shoulders. They want this LAN today.
Yeah, and they had a show match on your stream against GSU, and that was kind of a grudge match that I think they needed going into this weekend. There's some tensions boiling, but hopefully all for the fun of car soccer. And I mean, I'm very excited to see Turbo play. He is
birthday boy.
Yeah, birthday boy. RLCS quals have gone really well for him. He's I think they went 2-0 through uppers.
They did.
So now they're gonna play today. I think at like 5 p.m. day 2. And so he's just an extremely impressive player. I think he's easily top 3 at this LAN. And in terms of an impactful player to their roster, I think if Turbo is on, King is on, and if he's off, I worry about it.
Yeah, we got to see how Turbo looks. But him playing the RLCS call, I heard they were replay reviewing last night. I mean, right now, it feels good for King. So I'm very excited to see what happens when they take the pitch against UAH, which I never know how UAH is going to look. When they're playing on LAN, they could be popping off 1 second and then whiff another second, and that just amalgamation of chaotic Rocket League has always been why I love watching UAH. And they're blowing kisses at us right now, so they're watching us as well.
They're having fun, and that's what I love to see, and that's what B-More talked about in his interviews. Was that they're just here to have fun. B-More's happy they even made it. They had to go through a last chance qualifier and went to Game 5 against Bruton Parker to make it here and to earn that last spot. And they were going to be the 8th seed before, obviously, all the cancellations and all that absolute mess. And so they end up the 6th seed, and they're having fun doing it. And I'm very excited to see how that works out for them.
All right. Well, I think we're about to get set for this match. I was looking at the numbers before this thing, and right now, all-time series win percentage, UAH. 6 seasons, 6 semesters in the league. UAH blue at 9th all-time right now. Kentucky and Buds right around that area as well. King's actually 2nd place all-time. They've only got 2 semesters under their belt, but they've been dominant semesters despite the 4 roster iterations that they have had to go through. Big Wade has been a consistent piece of those rosters, and I know he is locked in today. Man, I can't wait to see them take the pitch. I think we got to get this thing started. Can we just yell at the admins? I know the admins are listening.
Yeah.
Benefits of being on LAN. Let's just get them.
Well, it looks like King might actually have some slight PC issues. It looks like they're currently configuring. So while they're doing that, let's talk a little more about this game.
Sure.
Obviously, UAH, a storied program, plenty of history, the hometown team for this tournament. Josh had a 20-minute drive to get here versus where King had to caravan their way a few hours down the road. So, I mean, in terms of who's most comfortable, I mean, B-More's got his hands behind his head. He's sleeping right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is their place. This is a place they are familiar with. Although I know B-More did have to drive down from home, I believe from Cincinnati.
Yep.
So he had to make a trek as well. But Josh and Cozen here, the 3 hometown guys, I'm sure they've got the support of the crowd. So we'll see, but they got sniped in the selection show for the playoffs. Bruton Parker had the #1 overall choice when we were deciding our round 1 matchups in the spring split playoffs, and they chose UAH to beat them and send them to lowers because that was a team they would have to beat and leapfrog in points to get here, and it ended up like getting close to being in their favor. We had the whole tiebreaker, but Bruton Parker still actually came here. So, you know, that's a story. UAH is definitely a threat.
Yeah, and they had to fight demons in that loser's bracket. And they have to fight a demon in their own coach. I think we're finally ready to hop straight into the second stream match of the day. It's going to be a long one, and I think this one goes the distance, but only time will tell as the clock hits 0, and stream will hopefully get in the game as well. But regardless, I'm going to watch from Josh's monitor, and I can see so far so good. Ball going middle here. We'll see if UAH can try and tap one in, but King's going to get some possession out of their own half here. See if anything can happen. It looks like that's going to be Kozin going midfield air dribble, but nothing yet. King already putting on a lot of pressure, but UAH still a calm and composed coming out of their half.
Absolutely, and I'm wondering how much LAN nerves are going to affect these guys. I mean, both teams are LAN veterans, and there we go. The actual rosters on the field, not just stats from Game 3 of the Buds Wildcats series, but was 0-0, you didn't miss much, despite the first 40 seconds already being gone. UAH and King TJ, let's actually get this thing started.
Yeah, here we go, and good for Stream. They didn't miss anything. Now, pressure has kind of been shifting. King's been winning it a little more here, but again, UAH, they've had the download on this roster, but also if anybody has the download on any roster here, it should be Wade with this UAH squad, and so I wonder what the strat is for King here, and Echo almost doubling. Turbo open net, bottom right, 1-0 King.
The strategy is just beat the entire UAH defense in the air. Echo outpaces UAH off the backboard. B-More and Josh both jump for a turbo shot. No one gets a touch. Easy offense from King to start things off, just straight up using their speed.
If I had to draw a comparison for Stream, it would be looking at Apples and Kai. I mean, that duo leads the way offensively for Kentucky, and I think that looking at Echo and Turbo, they can easily make some opportunities happen. And also, you can't sleep on Wade either. But regardless, UAH, all three players fairly balanced. Kozin, the more mechanical one, and I don't think he's the one you have to see perform for this series to be won, but it'd be nice.
I mean, you need consistency from I think B-More especially. Kozin is absolutely that mechanical guy. But talking about King's composition, which, hold on a second, UAH is a good opportunity. I'll talk about King more in a second, as that's good pressure, but shut down by the tornado. Josh right back to the back wall. It's awkward for Turbo. He lets the ball fall and actually waits for it on the bounce. Good patience. It's showing comfort right now in this LAN setting from a King roster that really, I don't even know if it is like a Turbo Carrier, the Turbo Echo combination. Like, that's just a team that has to be in sync as a unit to make a run here today.
Yeah, and they play with great patience, but also something worth noting is that UAH not putting a lot of pressure on. They're letting King come to them, and they're confident in their defensive style, and that's how they've upset so many high-level squads, because they are a great defensive team, and you give them a little bit of room, and they might just get to work. Josh looking middle, he'll beat Wade, but Echo waiting in the wings. He's going to send it to Kozin off the ceiling. Josh maybe back to somebody. It'll be B-More with an open opportunity here. One player gets bumped. He's got to fake out one. Wade is pre-jumped, and him and Turbo will combine for the save.
Good patience again from King. Good goal line read. UAH an opportunity. That is the only opportunity they get for now. They have to retreat for a moment, but a demo opens up the King net, and Josh is going to be scoring first for UAH.
All right, well, how about that clear from Kozin? Third man's dead, nobody's left, and King getting aggressive for the first time in this entire game so far, and unfortunately, it's the one time they'll be punished.
Oh, well-timed demo from UAH. I mean, it's again, simple offense. It's what you need on LAN. You can't always rely on heavy mechanics to get goals in the LAN setting. You've got to be comfortable, perfectly comfortable for that. But right now, it's just smart Rocket League from both teams at the moment. Duking it out. 2 minutes left in game one. Good save by Big Wade. Back in time. Kozin's demoing on the King goal line, but no one fielded the ball.
Echo will, and he'll go off the corner here, and if he lands, it would have been dangerous, but he'll still get possession. Sent back to Turbo. He'll bump a player as well, and you get Turbo some room and a flip and a backboard, but he won't find that. But Kozin, a massive demo, and now it's Echo in a 2v1, a 3v1 if they can get this going here. But this ball's going to sit off the corner. Kozin will bump one. This ball will go slammed off of corner. Is anybody backboard?
Whoa.
Wade misses. Echo misses. Here comes Josh. 2-1.
All right, and just as we were talking about King's composure, it kind of goes out the window. B-More looked like forcing misses right there. I don't know if that was just misses or thinking B-More was getting an extra touch, but that was awkward defense regardless.
I mean, you want to talk about the duality of Rocket League. King has been the perfect example in the SEL. They play second in the fall. They go out 16th in the spring. Now, granted, there's a lot of context to that. A lot of context to that. But regardless, one player has been through it all, and it is Turbo. And I hope that there's no past demons coming back off of those misses, but something tells me they're going to be just fine.
Well, looking good at the moment. They actually had time to play with this roster. I mean, Echo had to sub in last second in that first round exit for King. So, like, that's the context you're talking about. They had to change rosters kind of on the fly. And it didn't work out. They weren't prepared, but Turbo, Echo, and Wade have been grinding for this LAN. And looking good so far, but UAH looking better, forcing mistakes, holding a lead now in the final minute, and applying pressure in that King end.
Kozen trying to find a teammate middle, but it's going to give Wade a chance to find a double. The ball's going to just go a little too far, though, so it'll be Turbo up next. Trying to load something up here, the EXE in his name, but he can't get that one started. Kozen not able to get this next one either, so this is going to be a very awkward touch middle, but Turbo, not a lot of boost. He does get the UAH corner, though, so he's got time. He's got a flip. He's over one. He might have one more here. He might go middle! Turbo! Are you serious? It's a tie game!
All right, I was saying you might not see heavy mechanics like that, but Turbo is obviously not phased by the LAN stage. What a play! Out of the corner, used every single drop-up boost in his tank to get that ball center for his teammate. My word, that's a way to tie things up with less than 30 seconds left.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. This is going to be a kickoff goal. It's close, and Echo, he's got time to clear this one out. He'll get a 50 as well. Is there another player to follow? It'll be Wade, but no boost, so now you give it to B-More, who's over two. It's just Turbo. He's going to be faked out here. B-More has a 2-on-1. Is Wade going to be demoed? Here comes Josh. He'll bump one, but Echo coming in to save the day, and now it's another 2v1. It's Echo and Turbo. Turbo in the air, not going to beat Kozen. It's an open net, but Kozen and B-More, are they aware of that? We'll see. Josh, not a lot of boost. He'll fake it double. B-More shot. 0 seconds. Won't go in. We're going to OT.
So close right there on 0 seconds, but King stops UAH at the doorstep. And off kickoff, Big Wade puts that into the Chargers end. Turbo sets it up off the back wall, but UAH Blue holding off King for now. It's just a pot shot there from Echo, and that'll change possession.
See B-More slam it right back downfield. Both teams playing very conservative, and Kozen has to be careful. That's a great touch from Josh, though. But now Echo trying to find Turbo downfield, but it's a double whiff. Echo shot on Wade to win game one and send away. This is a counterattack if somebody wants it, but all three members of UAH have no boost. Josh has to commit for this one. Double commit. Josh needs to find more, and he will, but UAH, they're feeling it. But wait a minute. Kozen almost beats Turbo, but B-More will get time. But it's a bad touch off the wall. Here comes Echo. Here comes Turbo! Who better? Bang!
3-2 the final. It took overtime to separate King and UAH after game one. But Turbo, I mean, that bang is right. That was perfectly slotted there to take it. Good start for both teams, honestly. There were some mistakes here and there, but overall, mechanically a sound game outside of the few whiffs that we saw. I'd say a pretty sound game overall.
This is what we expected. This is a very even series, and what makes the difference for me there is King's mentality. You go down 2-1. 23 seconds on the clock, and Turbo will go back-to-back on your forehead. If King can keep this mental grind going, they might be able to take this all the way to a grand final or a winner's final, but regardless, I'm getting ahead of myself. That's just game one.
I mean, I know we haven't talked predictions much. We haven't gotten the chance to, like, personal predictions this weekend. I've got this one going to 5.
Me too.
And I've got actually King winning. I think we're separate.
That's the one series we're split on, I believe.
Yeah, because this is – I thought Buds in Kentucky was going to be the other series that was extremely close in round one. We were wrong about that. It was a 3-0 for Kentucky. So I'm relying on this to be the one series that goes the distance, although I still see Bruton Parker and Florida State play, and I know they started a lot of time before us, so I'm wondering how that one's going.
Yeah, I would love a score update on that BPC FSU series. It looks like it is probably going to 4 or 5. But who knows? I heard BPC yelling, and I think that game might have just ended. So it might have been a Game 3 or Game 4 win for Bruton Parker. I'm not sure. I'm just going off of what I can see out the corner of my eye. But regardless, you see the stage. You know what's set, and it's time to hop into Game 2.
All right, King hot off of a Game 1 victory, trying to start off early on, but it's Josh looking for B-More. down the pitch off kickoff. Big Wade intervenes, though, sets up Turbo for a challenge, and it's a little awkward right now, so Big Wade elects for the retreat.
See this ball just hover awkwardly in front of the King net, but again, mentally, this is a sound King roster. They're not scared there, and UAH, they'll keep the pressure going, but you're not going to get through King that easily. Here comes Turbo, wall dashing his way. That's a very awkward touch from Josh. Big Wade shot, it's awkward, looks for the bump instead, and he almost finds it, but now Josh, counterattack. He'll try and play this 50. Kozin trying to play it slow. UAH playing all the possession. I love to see this out of Kozin. He's going to work his way past 2. Does he have a little more? Wade will try and bump him. Turbo's awkward. This ball is going to sit.
What?
Players are being bumped. All 3s, all 6. Who's going to go for it? Who's going to hit it? It's a 1v1. Echo will stop find a teammate, but what is happening here, Bepic?
I don't know. That was just a lot of chaos out in front of the King net, but no one concedes, no one scores. We'll stay tied 0-0 despite whatever that was on the King side. Fun to watch, but nothing heads through the goal line plane. King, though, still playing defense. Echo going to collect, take this up the side wall, and beat Josh there at the midfield line.
Turbo might be one player here, and now Kozin really awkward. B-More has to make a save, but look at the face. Even Wade faking is challenging here. All 3 players are in sync with their play styles as they'll find a pass in the midfield as well. Turbo, he'll beat the next guy, and he's looking for one more, but not a lot of boost. So Josh, he'll get one. B-More, he'll follow up for the next. Echo over B-More, but it's not enough. Kozin ready. But Echo has plenty of boost. Wade's going to come in and slam that one corner, and it is just midfield touch after midfield touch. Possession being exchanged, but UAH finally starting to find some room in that King half, but here comes Turbo.
That was a good couple of physical plays out of Echo. The demo, the bump, and it sets up Turbo down the sideline, opening things up again for King.
I know it's car soccer and not car basketball, but if you reach on Turbo, that man will teach, and he'll go top left on your head to take the lead.
Beautiful play again. That birthday buff is in full effect right now, but it's that tandem play from King. Echo giving him that possession, and now Wade setting it up center. No one going immediately off kickoff, and so UAH looking to tie things up again.
UAH, they have so many possessions, but it's an awkward, wow, massive bump from Kozin. But wait a minute, this ball might just roll in front of the net. We'll see him try and 50 Turbo, but Turbo will find Echo, who's going to try and go under 2. Here comes Wade. It's a close shot, but a better save from Kozin. Now Kozin looking for something, but with no boost, only so much he can do, and he's going to try and flick it. He will get past Wade, but he won't bump Turbo. So now Turbo, even 50, but the net might just be open here, but Echo, soft touch, try and take possession. He'll work his way through Josh. He'll stay on this ball through all of that, and he'll try and get a 50. He will. Ball goes middle. Shot won't come out. Kozin and Josh bump each other. This is a messy game.
Yeah, messy is absolutely right. A lot of slow plays in defense, some team bumps, just awkward balls in general. King in the corner, trying to force that same thing on the UAH goal line, but B-More, great corner defense. No Turbo taking out the next man up, tried to poke it around Kozin, but the ball not listening. Kozin gets a touch on it, and that allows UAH a half clear. They get it as far as Echo at the midfield line, who set up Turbo for another shot on target, but UAH again stopping it out.
UAH might be one of the only teams who's willing to stare down the barrel of a Turbo, Echo, or Wade shot and just let it happen. I mean, that confidence is crazy, and Josh's confidence there, commendable as well. But Turbo looking for more. He'll delay his flip reset. Won't exactly get it there, so B-More. He'll be over 1, but he's looking for a little more. He's over 2. He's got to beat another. This ball will sit middle. Is Josh in the area? No, it's awkward. Kozin does beat 1. Turbo's off the ceiling, and this is a wide open net. Double is there. Wade needs to put it middle. He will try and find Echo, but Echo must wait, and Josh will be demoed. A great King defensive stand, but wait a minute. We're not done just yet. Turbo, though, will finally try and make it that way.
Echo, good touch there at the midfield line. Just under 70 seconds left here in game 2. King narrowly holding on to a 1-goal lead as B-More looks to set up offense again, but he can't get through Turbo. Just collects and clears once more for the Tornado. Josh trying to do something similar, and he forces a bad touch there at a Turbo. Kozin given space. That's a dangerous prospect. Flip reset denied by Echo.
Who better would you love to see on that ball? But wait a minute, B-More side flip. Echo's going to try and keep this pressure on. It's an open net if somebody wants it, but Big Wade, he's nowhere in sight until it's too late. So Kozin, 100 boost and trying to find a counter. He's going to try and stay on this ball, but he gets a little far off, and now Echo with time and space. He's past one, looking for a middle touch. He'll fake it for Turbo. He'll fake another one. Turbo off the backboard, but with 20 seconds left, he's just trying to stall time. But UAH gets another chance here if B-More can find a chance, but Echo is going to have to try and go middle here. Not a lot of boost to work with, and this ball will be slammed away.
I would not want to be in this lobby right now. So many fakes, so many jukes, so many deeks. It's so hard to read right now, but that's an easy one. Turbo goes back wall. He can't double. He had an opening there. And now again, an opening through the corner on 0 seconds. Turbo with full boost. Gets past. One is there. Teammate center. Echo was there. He'll keep the ball up, actually. Now Kozin clears the zone. Big Wade has a lot of work to do on that ball. He just missed, allowing a shot from B-More. Saved by Turbo. The ball hangs in front of the King net. But King hold on. Up 2-0 now in this one.
B-More back-to-back staring at the net, almost finds another late goal. And again, that is what this series has become. You can see it in the stats here. Minimal shots from both teams. UAH has 2 shots, and that's all they needed. And they almost, I think they might have found both of them at the end there, or maybe one of them at the end there, but they're not worried. They're not concerned. They're used to playing from this angle, but it's hard to do against a team as offensive as King.
I mean, credit to UAH for holding King to just 6 shots, 1 goal, but they couldn't do any scoring on the other side of the ball. The strategy is not quite working out, as both games so far have been 1-goal affairs, but King winning in overtime, winning in regulation there. UAH has to reverse sweep.
Yeah, and I mean, hey, crazier things have happened. UAH has pulled off crazier upsets, so who's to say that they can't get this game 3 and then let the Rocket League gods have their way with the series? But regardless, it's a long road, but it's a doable road. They're all 1-goal games. It's all coming down to what feels like, and maybe I'm crazy, but it feels like that every major moment, every major goal has been a Turbo beat off of defense or off of offense. So it's about how do you want to play around him, but you got to watch out for Echo and Wade too, who are starting to heat up.
I mean, Turbo's got to be close to 100% goal participation for King. I mean, only 4 goals, and I'm pretty sure he's either been on the passing end or the shooting end of most of the King's scores. So we'll see if he keeps that going. Looking good for King right now, but kickoff shenanigans from UAH, setting up an opening shot, maybe a cleanup ball from B-More. They'll just take it into the corner. Echo keeping it close, setting Turbo up. Ball back to Echo, and that is a nice transition by King.
You can already see the demos start to come out from all these rosters, and I think that it's the same thing that GSU and Kentucky realized in their Game 3, is that they simply will play good defense no matter who you're talking to, no matter who you're putting on the pitch, and you have to get some demos. Josh, flip reset, B-More shot on the net. Turbo, awkward touch, but can he stay on? We'll see if he can. He'll go sidewall here. Kozin with time. Is he going to go for bump? No, he goes middle. He will dunk Echo, but Echo doing a good job of staying on. But wait a minute, Josh bumps one. It's one guy in net. Wade misses. It's 1-0 UAH.
Oh, that bump just put Wade in the worst possible spot. He tried to get out of it, but man, what a snipe from Josh. And that sets up B-More for one of the easier goals you will see all day. That's what you got to see out of the Chargers. An early lead in a must-win game.
1-0. King trying to defend this, trying to keep their chances alive. 3 seed with a lot of potential to make a far run in this bracket. And I mean, there's still so much going on. I would love to hear how that FSU series has gone, but I don't know if we know yet. But regardless, we got to focus on this one at hand.
Okay, well, no, we're not. I actually just got word as to who won the BPC FSU series. Bruden Parker winning in Game 5, our first major upset of the day. Look at that from the Barons, DJ.
I mean, I'm from Georgia, so I'm happy, but the 7 seed upsetting the 2? Hey, welcome to the SEL.
Welcome to the SEL. Welcome to game number 3. UAH still protecting their 1-goal lead, trying to add on to it. Center ball for Josh, a pop far side that Echo makes a good read on. And that to the other end of the King defensive half, but Josh right back to it. Center ball, Echo once more right there in defense.
B-More was going to turn on this, but he gives it to Kozin instead. A smart play that I think any player at this LAN would do here. As now we'll see B-More try and find a touch over Turbo. He will. He's got to stay on this. All 3 players are awkward here. Turbo has to play this 50. There's only so much he can do there. Now it's up to Wade to carry this one out. He'll actually find Turbo off the wall. He's going to try and double this back to Echo.
Wow.
Look at the possession from King.
They're linking up nicely, and it affords them some time in the offensive end, but Josh trying to make that minimal. The big Wade protecting the midfield line. B-More backed up into his own corner. He misses And that's, I mean, those misses we were talking about, how it just makes the other team awkward. It almost turned possession the other way in favor of UAH, but King still gets to operate their offense.
Yeah, coming from B-More, I'm going to call that one an old man fake because you just don't expect it. But regardless, Turbo, I mean, you saw how heavy he was reading it. He was jumped probably 3 car lengths on the other side of B-More trying to read his touch. So there's a lot of respect being exchanged between these two rosters. And now right here, you're going to see UAH get a chance, top left, and B-More his second goal.
Another well-placed ball from UAH. That one set up by a light touch out of Koz. They just kind of froze the King defense right there. I mean, B-More put that shot exactly where it had to go, even with 3 defenders in the King box. UAH storming back here.
UAH with 3 defenders in net. That is something that's worth mentioning a second time over because that was not an easy shot to find. You got Turbo and Echo staring at you in the face, and Wade's touch wasn't a bad one either. He pushed it away, but it was a sliver of room, and now it's an open net if Josh can shoot it, and why not put it left side and sneak it in there to make it a 3-goal lead?
What a response out of UAH. I mean, they shot just 2 times in Game 2, and already with 2 minutes still left to play in Game 3, they have put up 12 shots, plus 10 from the previous 5-minute span. So, I mean, UAH, I don't know. Well, I can't say I don't know what their coaches said because their coach was playing against them, but I don't know what they said to each other. They're popping off right now.
Kozin almost finally starting to heat up. He's gotten to play a lot of third man and kind of control the midfield here, and I would love to see him on the offensive side of the ball. And right there, that was his best chance so far. But how about this one? Kozin's going to go right back up.
Man.
He's going top right if Josh can get there, but Echo, awkward touch. B-More has a chance to shoot. He's under 2. The hat trick with 1:30 left.
The senior notching himself a hattie here in Game 3, and the response continues from UAH. Turbo and Echo both jumped for that. And man, as good as King has been on the back line this series, they are really getting exposed here in Game 3.
Well, this could be the switch of pace that UAH needs, even without their coach. And Wade is going to open up the net here for UAH. We'll see Kozin try and get over one. He will. Top left! Kozin, my lord!
You can see in the top right, a turtle goal credited by the Rocket League client. He just kind of fell back, air rolling into the shot, and it was still perfectly placed. Echo was getting back there. Top left was pretty much the only place Kozin could have put that.
1:30 left and a long road to go. What? Double fake because why not? Yep. Something tells me that Wade might coach these guys. Maybe they know each other too well as Kozin. He knows that top left side too well as he almost finds it for a third, I'll say and a half time. As now, wait a minute, we might see King get a goal here. Wade will get one.
All right, Wade scoring his first of Game 3, King's first of Game 3. Great response. Echo was the initial passing option, but the speed of that musty flick out of Turbo invited Wade as the third man into that play, as UAH wasn't prepared for it. So King gonna get one back here. We'll see what they're able to do in the final 75-ish seconds of Game 3 here, but they have a ways to go.
It's not over just yet, though. That was extremely close. Echo, though, could find the power or the angle on that shot. Now Turbo trying to play possession, but Kozin taking it right to him. Wade, he's got plenty of boost, though. Turbo's pre-jumped. Wade, flip reset. I don't think he saw Turbo, and I just believe that's the case. We'll see B-More take some time. He musties into the corner. I'm not sure what the geriatric's trying to do there, but we'll see Turbo possibly find a way out of that absolute mess. Okay, we're going to move past that as Kozin goes midfield here.
Oh, no, you get called out for calling B-More old. He calls you out from the stage.
Mid-game.
You just want to move past that?
Yeah, we'll come back to it after the game here because UAH has to wrap this one up and get this comeback started here. As wait a minute, King gets an opportunity, but unfortunately a few more shots go by and the time will tick off as well.
All right, 20 seconds left, and I think UAH has staked their claim to Game 3 here. Great response, their offense, and putting up numbers. 2 goals in the first 2 games, 5 in Game 3. That's a way to keep going, but you want to see the momentum keep going as King's getting a little bit more on their side as they've notched 2 straight.
I might as well get one for the road here. It's a great 50 from Wade, and Echo just simply got the mid boost turned and just puts it perfectly off the post there. So King, they get a little bit of momentum heading into Game 4.
5-2. We'll see that's the final in Game 3. But Game 4, I mean, is this something UAH can sustain? I know they've gone for less demos in this game, TJ. Kozin was running ahead a lot, trying to grab those explosions on the King side in the first 2 games, and it seemed like they've transitioned a bit away from that in Game 3, and I mean,
Oh my
5-2 looks
God.
good.
16-6. UAH decides, hey, how about we stop playing in our half? Let's just simply give it to them in all capacities there. I mean, 16-6 is the shot differential.
That's another thing they've done differently. You called out a lot. They were sitting back and letting King come to them initially in this series, and now very much on the front foot. Possession slightly in their favor. I remember Game 2 was about 70-30 in favor of King. It's flipped now, about 55-45 for UAH. So very different type of game in Game 3.
And very different sides of the pitch, too. King absolutely locked with their coach right now, talking tactics. And then, of course, you look at UAH. They're smiling. They're talking. They're having fun. Yes, I did call B more geriatric. Sue me. But regardless, they're having a good time, and they're here to win.
Oh, Kozin giving you the heart. He likes that.
Hey, I'll take it.
So he won't be suing you anytime soon. But, all right. I mean, right now, I feel like this is such a massive series for both these teams because Bruton Parker awaiting the winner in the next round. And if they're beating FSU in Game 5, I mean, I don't know what that means in terms of this Bruton Parker roster. Only time I've gotten to watch this variation is against Kentucky. They got swept in a best-of-7.
Yep.
Looked fairly good, but still got swept. So, I don't know. I mean, I feel like they would rather be playing Bruton Parker in round 2 than FSU, but we'll see what happens. Who gets out of this best-of-5?
Yeah, and I won't jump ahead. I won't say the magic words, but I will say that Kozin did just flash me a Uno reverse card before they loaded in.
An
Sorry,
actual
Josh.
one?
Josh flashed a picture of a green Uno reverse card at me before they hopped into this game. So I'm not going to say the words. I'm not going to say the other half of that, but it's looking good for UAH.
Oh, my word. I love these guys. I love LAN. The fact that we're getting this on stage right now, like, be more yelling at you for calling him old. The reverse card, getting to see King's coach just, like, really hammer it in there, getting his boys ready. And I was talking to him at the beginning of the series. He said he was a former wrestler, and so he was trying to get a little bit of that hype, I feel like, in the King boys. So, I don't know. I love LAN. I love LAN, TJ.
I love the SCL, man. I just love being here. And so far, the action has lived up to it. I'm hoping that this will be our first Game 5. We get our first Game 4 here. And wait a minute, it's a 2v1 for UAH, but it's an awkward touch, and that demo didn't come through either. So King, not too threatened, but wait a minute, here comes Josh looking for the top side of that net, but that ball will just have to fall to the other side. Now Echo, not a lot of boost, but enough to slam it away. B-more, though, great possession. He works his way past 2, and now it comes down to Wade. Has to avoid the pre-jump from Josh, and he will. But with no boost, only so much he can do. But Turbo, we know what he can do. He will go top right just like that. 1-0 King.
Turbo just has so much control in those tight windows just like that. Has was that Josh and Kozin in his face in the corner there and still pokes it off the back wall, takes advantage of the space, and slots that shot. That is beautiful.
A minute 30 in, and King starts to regain the momentum. I think that towards the end of that last game, they finally start to lock back in and say, hey, things happen. It's Rocket League, it's SCL, it's LAN. We'll move on, and we'll just take this game as Echo might find the second King goal. 2 players from UAH go for this one. That ball will be just barely touched under 2. Disgusting from Turbo.
He knew what he had to do. 2 players jumped for that ball right there. B-more and Kozin both up. And Turbo, with them recovering, knows just to put it to the opposite side. They'll both be jumping. There's panic in the water. And man, that's a perfectly placed ball. King, that's now 4 straight goals for them.
And right now, the momentum is right back to where it was in games 1 and 2. Turbo trying to continue that, but UAH finally gets a chance. Now it's just Wade back who forces it to ceiling, and Josh can try and find a teammate here. Kozin will go. He'll fake it, though, so Echo will give this to B-more. B-more has plenty of time, plenty of wall, but it's an awkward touch, and maybe a teammate's ready for it. We'll see him flip reset. And 2 players will go. I think Turbo quickly got back down, but so far the pressure for UAH is there, but that side flip from Kozin won't help.
Now, bat off the wall, and so that concedes possession. Concedes an opportunity. The King right there. Turbo and Wade trying to link up through the corner, find a third. Instead, it's UAH getting a clear. But Turbo in the way of that passing play. Echo down the field, forcing an awkward save out of B-more. Actually, it was Turbo's shot. Echo didn't get a touch on it. Either way, B-more found the save.
We're halfway through the game, and now you've
Oh,
seen
wow.
UAH get one good offensive opportunity, but they will find a great defensive counter here, as that shot could have been on net, but it's a little off. But the bumps are coming through for UAH, so the pressure is starting to build once again. But Kozin has to go all the way to the opposite corner for boost, and nobody can follow that one just yet. He didn't even get it. You're right. Vmore, he will have boost here, but with 2 players on, you've got to do more than just get 1 on. Wade will put 1 top right, and 2 players from UAH will commit once again.
It's a good beat by Kozin, but didn't have the boost to get through Echo, who was sitting back. Pass down, Turbo finding Echo all the way from ceiling to ground. Doesn't turn into a shot, but again, it's good-looking opportunities for King.
Plan B?
That's Plan B, and nothing comes of it.
Yeah, it was
cool.
It was a good try, and it's got a cool name too, but unfortunately nothing could come out of it. So we'll see UAH reset once again, and it's been a minute since the last opportunity that they got, and now it might just be over as Wade will slot that one bottom right.
That one is tough. Going down 3 now. Echo, a demo, and a 50-50 in the corner. Confusing the UAH defense, and Wade using his speed in the infield, slotting that shot. 3-0 King, and man, what a run from them now.
Wait a minute though, UAH starting to find some room to pass, and now Josh will fake B-more. It was a good idea, but Wade reads it well, and now you leave Echo up there to find a pass to Wade. It'll actually be faked now. Is Echo there to shoot? All 3 members of King are in the half of UAH, but you'll see Echo slowly retreat. A minute left. They're going to play this one safe.
That's a good interception. Turbo reading that play. Josh doesn't have boost to follow this ball. So Echo allowed in. Big Wade trying to intercept. It's a good 50-50 out to the side, but Lemore can't field it. And so UAH can't find any offense. They need to be starting their 3-goal comeback lest they fall to the lower bracket and have to play FSU in losers round 1. We got to see something special from them soon.
Yeah, with all due respect, having to play FSU in losers round 1 is diabolical. Is Beemore cooking up something crazy there, but no shot will come in, and now 40 seconds left. Time slowly starting to tick for the UAH boys. Kozin trying to get something going here. Turbo will play it slow, and now Beemore has a shot on net, but it's not high enough, not powerful enough. As now, wait a minute, another chance.
Opening.
Player dead, behind 1. UAH isn't done just yet.
Perfect placement of shots has been the story of this game for Kozin. Put that perfectly to the right side with Turbo using his speed to cover the far side, not the near side. 3-1. UAH a little bit of life here.
I mean, hey, kickoff goals, it's doable. Is there a strat that gets pulled out here? It's a KC kickoff, but it's done incorrectly, and it's just an easy clear for Echo. As now, wait a minute, Turbo, he'll be beat here, and Wade has to watch out for Kozin, who's going to use the wall and might find a pass middle here, using his flip, using his double. Wade is awkward, and it's a touch over. It's an open net under, but Echo, what a save. And now Kozin trying to find a pass, but he'll whiff, and now Wade has to get over Josh. He will. Turbo has a double to send this one home. The nail in the coffin won't land. Echo won't get it either, but unfortunately, it won't matter. It won't change the result. King will move on to winners round 2.
Wow, what a statement series from King. And I know that the story out of that is really going to be Turbo's offense is electric, but Echo's defense, that whole series, he was having to make difficult touch after difficult touch on his goal line, and he kept doing it with consistency. And that's a big reason why UAH's offense, which is normally very, very good, was held in check across 4 games right there. All right, GG's.
Yeah, I mean, just GG's. It's that easy, and King, they needed that. I think they would have liked the 3-0, but hey, you get those jitters out of the way, you just kind of have an upset win in that game 3. It was weird, but King, mentally they looked great, and they absolutely must do that to make a long run here today.
All right. Well, TJ, I want you to also talk about real quick. I got to leave the caster booth for something you'll all see in a second. But, TJ, I mean, looking at their results, close-ish games except for the UAH 5-1 win. That was a tight series like we expected. Another tight series on the same side of the bracket, BPC and 5 over FSU. That's absurd.
Yeah, and people did expect that. It's a little crazy as Bepic will go set up for a little treat that we'll have cooking up on stream in a little bit here. But it's a close series, and it was exactly what we kind of expected there. And so UAH, of all the teams and losers, now it's them and FSU who have to play each other, which seeding-wise is a nuts losers matchup here, as Bruton Parker will move on. Crazy upset, Game 5 win. Massive for that program. But this series was kind of the way a lot of people expected. I mean, we talked with the teams yesterday. We have all sorts of brackets from the teams that we'll probably talk about later today. And almost everybody was on Team B-more. But King, they have been grinding. They've simply wanted it more, and they simply deserved it. So we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. But regardless, Bepic's still setting up some things with the roaming camera, as hopefully stream audio is good, or we're going to wait to see if they're ready to go. But regardless, stream, I hope everybody's having a great time. It's been a great day here in Huntsville. And now I think finally we're ready for your little surprise. Let's send it over to Bepic, but not on the caster's desk.
All right, new segment that we kind of piloted in the last LAN that Gaming Oasis ran. We got the caster on the go out here. I'm in the middle of the LAN room. Hopefully the speakers don't get picked up by the mic, but you can see the LAN stage right there, the crowd right there. We're getting everyone out of the way. Sorry guys, sorry UAH, but moving through our PC pits where we got the off-stream matches happening. Hello Shaka. Over there, FSU right here, UTK right here, Red Bull right here. I've already had my first of the day, and I swear it's going to get me through this very long LAN. So we'll see how many I end up downing by the end of the day. But we are moving for an interview with a Smart Place Huntsville. Hello.
Hello.
I'm Blake.
Hey Blake, I'm Annie.
Nice to meet you, Annie.
Nice to meet you too.
Got to ask you a couple of questions.
Yeah.
So first of all, just so everyone knows, what is a Smart Place Huntsville?
Yes, great question. So a Smart Place Huntsville is essentially our recruiting initiative for the Huntsville, Madison County metro of this area. We are here to tell people what it's like to live, work, and kind of play in the Huntsville area.
So is that why you're here at an esports event? What are you looking for being at the SEL LAN?
Yeah, absolutely. So we are here because there are a lot of bright young minds in this room from around the Southeast, and it's a great opportunity for us to tell them what it's like to explore opportunities for careers in this area, what it might be like for them to live here after college.
So who do you kind of represent? Is a Smart Place kind of a collection of companies trying to recruit to bolster the workforce?
Great question. A Smart Place is housed within the Huntsville-Madison County Chamber of Commerce. So we are just one initiative that's within the chamber, and we have economic development and workforce initiatives, all that sit within a Smart Place.
Okay, so you're part of the Huntsville government.
Chamber of Commerce.
Chamber of Commerce.
Not technically government, but we do sit at the center of the city's workforce and economic development.
And Huntsville is still growing. It's becoming larger and larger, like day by day. I mean, how much have you seen Huntsville grow in the last couple of years?
Yeah, tremendously. We're at a very steady growth rate right now. It's kind of steadied a lot more than I think people realize it has, but I read something the other day. I think we're adding close to 10 people a day in this area. So we are now officially the largest city in the state of Alabama and have one of the largest metro areas. So it's a great place. Still kind of has a little bit of a small town feel to it, surprisingly, but there's just so many opportunities here for people to explore.
That's the beauty of Alabama.
Yes,
Big city, but still small town feel.
Yes.
So I appreciate it. Do you have any direction for people interested in investigating more about a Smart Place to go do?
Yeah, definitely check out asmartplace.com. That's our website. And just honestly, get out in Huntsville. Check out the downtown area. It's very walkable, lots to do. We've got other sporting events, live ones too, not just the esports. Yep. So much to do. Definitely Space and Rocket Center if people have never been. A lot of good outdoor recreation, good places to eat. It's just a great community, very diverse, a lot going on. So I just encourage people to get here, check it out, and see what we love about it.
Absolutely. Well, Annie, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Blake. I appreciate it.
Of course. All right. A Smart Place Huntsville. Go check it out. If you're looking for opportunities, the booth is right there. If you're in the LAN venue watching on stream for some reason, of course, go check it out. Rockets lining the table. But we're going to move back over. We got to show the stage again as we're getting set up for our next series. We're moving to the lower bracket. Next up, we got to get UAH and FSU playing next up. One of those teams has to go home after just one round of play. It'd be sad to sign off on one of those teams' seasons, but we're going to have to do it next. We're going to go to a break now as we do get that set up. So please stay tuned for more SEL Rocket League coming up in a bit.
My skill is at an all-time low. But we're going to see what we can do. And we're going to go see if we can surprise some people.
I mean, it just feels like a finally moment. to be honest, after the last like 3 seasons being so close, and then it just feels like we choke every time. So finally winning, it felt really good. I can't lie.
Honestly, pretty good, Bepic. We're playing this LAN. You know, we're bringing back Ty, and you know, we hadn't played that roster for like a few months, so didn't really know how we were gonna fall back into things. But like the scrims that we've been playing felt like really good, honestly.
But we're gonna see what we can do. And we're gonna go see if we can surprise some people.
I love it. The rest of you guys feeling the same way?
Yeah, I mean, we'll try to clam up. We'll try to be a little bit of a seafood linguine team. The boys know what that is. We treat the ball like our pearl, and we are the clams. So that's how we play. So
That's brilliant.
We're feeling good. There's a lot of things that I feel like we have to prove, not only to the other teams that are there, but also to ourselves. On paper, we're one of the weakest rosters that are going to be at the LAN, but I think we have the most potential out of any team that's there. So I think we can surprise a lot of people.
Well, we've played a lot recently. As in, we've played 2 games in like the past 3 weeks. So, we're doing good. Hopefully, we'll get some games in before the LAN.
I think we're feeling good. You know, this last week or two, you know, since we've returned from VOLAN, we haven't been at our best performance, but I kind of feel that we've reached the top. We're starting to get to the top of that roller coaster. We're going to start speeding up. We're going to kick things up. We've been playing a bit better recently, practicing more. I think we're going to be feeling good going into the LAN. We're definitely starting to leave our drought.
Heck yeah. Buddy, Monk, would you guys like to chip in on that one?
We got special plays. We got special plays incoming.
Only special plays or special players?
We'll have to see and watch and see, brother.
Ryan, you want to chip in on that?
I mean, he said it himself. Special plays, they incoming. Watch out.
And what does that mean to you going into this SEL LAN? I mean, is this the last event for you guys to play together?
Yeah, I think it is.
It definitely could be.
Is.
We're gonna play in the summer as much as we can, I'm pretty sure. But this is probably our last LAN together, so definitely want to make it a good one.
Yeah, really just excited more than anything, but just trying to have fun, honestly, mostly. Yeah. Just
take
like
it all in.
Enjoy the last like moments.
Take it as like a victory lap for like all we've been through together.
Well, I'm feeling great. Finals are over. Just got back from vacation, so the next week or so will just be grinding, having fun. Happy to not have to travel. I think having homeland or home turf buff will be good, so I'm ready.
I mean, surely Florida State. I don't think there's really any other option here.
Yeah. Trix, you agree?
I do.
Luigi?
Yeah, we're winning this.
I mean, Avalanche, you got confidence in your boys?
If Florida State doesn't win it, I'm moving to Gainesville, and that's not a joke.
No. Oh man.
University of Kentucky.
Yeah, University of Kentucky.
University of Kentucky.
All right, Coach Chip.
University of
We are 100%.
Yeah, I don't know any other teams, so I don't really care about any other teams. So yeah, it's gonna be us.
How about you, Turbo?
Who else but Turbo, Wade, and Echo, bro? Who else?
Bro, UAH, baby, let's go. We have to believe in ourselves, so that's where I'm at.
Florida State, we're going all the way, baby. Not even dropping a game.
If anybody knows us, anybody knows that we're kind of a dark horse roster. We're either going to be on in the day and we can beat anybody, or we're not going to be and we're just going to lose. And I'd like to think that there's no team there that we couldn't beat as long as we play our game.
Either us or UTK. Whoever comes out on top in that matchup is winning the whole thing.
So round 1 matchup is going to be who wins the LAN.
I believe that's going to be how it is. It might even be a rematch in the grand finals. We'll see.
And like we've said before, I would love to say that I think we're going to win. But knowing all of these teams, I honestly think, and this might be a hot take, I got FSU winning.
I think UTK will take it. I like all those guys too. They're really good. I think they'll be able to take it.
But we said we think we're better than every team except for you.
I feel like a lot of the teams don't actually think we're that good.
Yeah.
That's good. We'll,
Yeah.
we'll,
I'm
we'll,
fine with that.
we'll have to remind them.
Yeah, I'm gonna say UTK wins the whole thing, but I will say if we meet up with GSU and lowers, we're winning that. So.
I know if I ask you who's going to win the LAN, you guys are going to say yourselves. So I want to know who's going to play you guys in the grand finals. And I'm going to go individually here. Joe, who's going to be your competition in the grand finals this time around?
I think the lower finals is going to be a tight match between Florida State and Kentucky. I think Kentucky's going to win in 5, and then we're going to play Kentucky in the finals.
I'd probably say the same. I would expect Kentucky to meet us in the grand finals again, but I do think that that finals on the lower side with FSU and Kentucky can really go either way. Just depends on how each team is playing on the day. I feel like Kentucky is really good, and their floor is very high. But I feel like FSU, if they're peaking, then they're extremely difficult to beat.
Chris, are you gonna go 3 for 3 on the prediction?
I am not gonna go 3 for 3 on this. I actually am gonna go with shock upset and say it's I don't even know if this would be possible, to be honest, because I don't know if this would be loser bracket final or what, but I would pick UAH to be in the bracket, lower bracket.
Ooh.
I have a lot of faith in UAH.
Wow.
I know I know it's a shock pick, but we played them at QCC to scrim to warm up one day, and it was actually a hard scrim. I legitimately one of the harder scrims we've ever done. So I'm gonna pick them. I don't know who they'd end up playing. I don't know if they'd end up having to play like FSU or Kentucky, but I'm gonna pick them.
4 Rocket League LAN. We are now moving down to the lower bracket. We have to send home one of Florida State or the hometown heroes, UAH Blue. This one's going to actually hurt.
Yeah, this one sucks. Like,
Yeah.
let's just be honest. This one is probably our least favorite matchup that we could have possibly gotten here in this first round, only because that we have so many lovely seniors. Obviously, on the UAH side, you're looking at B-More and Josh, and on Florida State, it is all 3 players, and that's a tenured roster who has had, I think, almost all 4 years together, maybe 3. But regardless, it sucks to send them home, but somebody must go on, and I don't know who I have here.
It's a toss-up, honestly. I really think it is a toss-up. Florida State's a team of full seniors with 2 of them graduating, one not sure if he's going to play again. So more than likely, this is the last time, actually guaranteed this is the last time we will see this Florida State roster playing together. The same one that made a Cinderella run in the Season 2 playoffs, the same one that won the fall split this season against UAH. and B-More, the captain that's been here since Season 1 as well. We got some old men on the pitch, and we gotta say goodbye to some of them. But first, we gotta play the series out. Best of 5 between the Seminoles and the Chargers. Here we go.
FSU starting off hot here. Wide open net. The demo frees it up, and it only takes 10 seconds.
Wow, yeah, that was fast. A simple demo in the corner, a beat at the midfield line, and that net was as open as it could be. 11 seconds in, and FSU already starting the regain after their Game 5 loss to Bruton Parker.
Call me crazy, but 10 seconds in, I'm starting to get a feeling that FSU might return to their form here, especially back in the fall. But wait a minute! UAH might just climb up to it and tie the game up.
Hey, if FSU's at top form, UAH certainly going to be at top form as well. Got to go toe-to-toe with them, and just like that, we are equalized.
Wow, this is... I can't even believe we have this as a losers round 1 match, regardless of how this has started so far. But, I mean, a little bit of context. Wait a minute, B-More, bottom right! What is happening here?
No context, just B-More. Kickoff goal for UAH. What a win by Josh. And he goes for the bump as well. Doesn't even need to get it, because B-More put that perfectly. Like, that's probably a save if Fries doesn't have the ball roll up the bottom of the net on him.
Certified B-More goal, and he'll take it there. But wait a minute, fake kickoff. UAH starting to pull some tactics out, but Josh wasn't exactly ready for that pass. So B-More will stay on. Not a lot of boost, but enough to get past 2. Wait a minute, open bottom corner, but Josh can't get it. Now we'll see Luigi try and give FSU some life here, but Kozin, a great read. B-More very quickly on. UAH picking up the pace. Oh, open net too.
Wow.
Fries is bumped on his head. 3-1.
Well, we saw a fast start out of Florida State, and I was thinking, okay, maybe they come out the stronger of the two teams, but what a response by UAH. 3 now, unanswered in the span of 30 seconds.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, we're going to try and continue on here, as this has been just a mess of a first minute, and we're not even through. We might get another goal here. FSU might just find another one for fun. Backboard, Kozin awkward. I might have just called it. Oh no, Luigi misses on what I thought was an open net, but now Fries will try to keep this in the half. And we'll try and keep this ball middle here. Tricks going off backboard. Player dies. It's going to be just one man left. It's Kozin who misses, but this won't be punished, Tricks. We won't find the side of the net, and how is that not in the net?
I don't know, but Florida State's still cooking here. Fries off the ceiling, taking a challenge with Josh there. Goes off the side wall, allows a shot for Luigi. B-More there off the crossbar to find a clear setup. Closing for more through the corner. He beat Fries, not quite. And FSU, good stop there in defense.
We'll see UAH get some possession here. B-More just trying to do what he can here as Luigi. It takes time here, and that's patience that we haven't seen. I mean, we didn't get to watch that Bruton Parker series, but I can only imagine that if you went to a 5 with a team as gritty and grindy as Bruton Parker, I'm sure that this is quite the change of pace.
Absolutely. But I do want to talk about something, kind of a special case for this LAN. It's never just the teams get here normally. Luigi actually had something he had to stay in Florida for last night, so he woke up at 3 a.m. this morning to catch a flight to get here. There's a reason why Jaden from UTK White accepted their trophy, because they were picking up Luigi from the airport. He got in as the stream was live, so I'm wondering if that first series was them getting adjusted. Luigi absolutely getting adjusted, just being on the ground, not flying here, and now they're really obviously going to have to bring their A game.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Bepic. That was obviously Jaden from FSU. Super sub Jaden, who's definitely not on the UTK roster. But regardless, having fun here, and I'm surprised that Luigi was able to make it here. I mean, my guess is that he probably didn't get any sleep. I mean, we're in gamer hours here, and I can only imagine what the 3 a.m. would do to me. So regardless, he's here to play, and FSU backs against the wall here as this net is going to be open for a little bit. All 3 members of FSU have to go for this one, and this ball will slowly roll back to the UAH half.
Tough to control for Josh, though. Then also Fries pass center, and that leads to Luigi scoring the second goal for FSU this game. There we go. The Seminoles offense is back.
Fries a great pass middle, but it came off of a UAH whiff before. I think Josh had a chance to cut that off, but he just couldn't get there, and it's a 1-goal game just like that.
Quick response from Florida State, and actually it's not quick at all. It took about 2 minutes for them to respond, but a much-needed response. And with 2 minutes left, cutting the lead down to 1. They're looking for more. Fries controlling here, but forced into a tough 50-50 with Kozin setting up Josh to fake it. Kozin taking a shot, but Fries had it read the whole time.
Beemore trying to take his time here, play his 50, very similar to what Fries and Luigi were able to do for their goal, but Fries taking his time, playing a 50 again, and now both teams are finally starting to settle in, but that is a dangerous play from Kozin. But Beemore does get the boost and does get possession, but that 50 isn't one, so here comes Trix. But this time the pass out is Red, and Fries keeping possession, going corner, it's an open net, top left to tie the game!
And Trix is on the board in this series. Florida State back in game 1. It could have easily been lost after UAH put up 3 unanswered goals, but Florida State found that answer and more. 90 seconds left here, and it's anyone's game.
So now you have gone through the ringer of Rocket League. You've had 6 interesting goals to say the least, and now with a minute 30, both teams are finally starting to settle in to their full natural pace, and this game becomes that much more important.
Kozin off the side wall. Fries doesn't have a whole lot of boost, so he commits to flipping back into his corner. Kozin with space, quickly closed down upon by Fries. That allows Josh to quick hit to the Florida State backboard. Nothing really progressing towards the net at the moment. Just a 50-50 game possession.
And Trix with no boost. That's a massive pinch off the corner. Wait a minute, Josh has a shot on net here, but Fries, he'll push it out for now. Kozin, though, will play the 50, but it's a little too conservative. Beemore in an awkward spot here, pinches it out.
Kozin going underneath Trix here, taking the ground, popping over Luigi, who had the play Red. Nicely done, but still, UAH cooking here in offense. They showed a lot of late game presence in their series against King. It never ended up turning into a 0-second goal, but 2 of those 3 games, they were really close to finding a late equalizer or a late go-ahead goal. And with 20 seconds left, Florida State playing offense right now, but UAH is up in the field.
It's starting to feel like deja vu for both these rosters. Late game, late seconds, only a few chances here to really distinguish yourself and get this early losers bracket lead, but both teams weren't able to do it in winners. Can they do it here in losers? This ball might just sit middle. Fries, Trix bump each other. All 3 members of FSU go. Josh, is he gonna play this? He'll stall it out. This ball might go to Kozin. He has to beat Luigi. Here comes Josh, no boost, and it's a great 50. We're going to OT.
UAH are just 0-second demons, apparently, when it comes to creating opportunities. They haven't gotten it into their opponent's net just yet on 0 seconds, but another scary chance for them. Maybe win a game late into overtime. First opportunity going UAH's way, but Josh couldn't commit on that as Florida State was at home in defense, but Kozin's got space. Doesn't exactly control that ball perfectly there off the side wall.
Josh getting beat by Luigi here. Here comes the FSU offense, a dangerous team when they get the ball, but that's a great touch from Josh to stall them out. Trix getting dunked as well. Is there another player in sight? It will be an FSU Seminole. Fries looking for Luigi. Luigi fakes for Fries. This ball is dangerously over to Beemore, who backflips, and Josh is there to pick up. He'll get Trix as well. He'll get Luigi as well. Beemore, it's a rush shot. Actually, it was Kozin, I believe. Sorry. And it's just a rush shot that won't find the back of the net just yet.
Started salivating once he saw the awkward defense, I'm sure. I just didn't put the best shot on it. Think about where Trix was going. Who finds a clear out? It's the ball in Fries' hands, who is taken down in the infield. Back pass from Josh right there. Had TJ worried, but UAH going to find the ball to the midfield. Josh now, that should have you worried. He's awkward as the ball careens off the back wall and into Fries' outstretched arms.
I was hoping it wasn't going to end like this, but it's a great touch from Trix. It forces Josh in an awkward position, and that sometimes is all that it takes. And so UAH having a lot of the pressure early on, but FSU returning to form when the lights were the brightest.
Took a minute of overtime, but Florida State is back. Taking game 1, it's a good start of the series. Look at that, 14 shots to 6. Florida State putting up numbers.
I will say, though, for a UAH series, I don't think that's anything to be concerned about. Shooting 50%, they don't like a lot of shots. They don't need a lot of shots, and they've showed it to everybody there. And FSU, they're able to pepper on shots and slowly break down this UAH defense, which not many other teams at this event can do. And so it's a clash of play styles here. It solely will come down to UAH either shooting better, I would guess, would have to happen, or FSU putting more shots on. So we'll see those stats probably skew throughout this series, but regardless, FSU gets off to the hot start.
I mean, UAH, they shot 50% right there, and it still wasn't enough to get through FSU, whose offense came out swinging. And I've got a cool little stats fact for you. Of teams that have played more than one semester in the SEL all time, Florida State actually has the best bracket record, or at least they did coming into today's LAN, but I told you at breakfast at the hotel this morning, TJ, with their loss to Bruton Parker, they dropped below FAU, but if they beat UAH here, they take first place back. So I know no one actually cares about stat facts like that except for me, but that's also on the line here for Florida State.
You know, Bepic's our favorite nerd, chat. He's our favorite one here in the SEL. But what's more likable is Rocket League, and let's hop right into game 2.
Ooh, moving to Forbidden Temple now. 5 minutes on the clock, as all Rocket League games tend to start with. Florida State giving up early pressure, but with a nice challenge taken by Luigi. Gets through everybody on the UAH end, but Kozin rushes back and slows the ball down a little bit.
Luigi gonna take his time getting up to this one. Won't find a shot just yet. Kozin, that's an awkward play, but it might just be a pass to Josh. Banger left side! It'll go off a player, but it'll still find the back of the net.
Nicely executed transition. B-more to Kozin. Kozin to Josh. Josh to the back of the FSU net.
It's a great play. UAH, when they start playing disconnected, it's why they don't need that many shots. They don't need to force it. They will use 3 passes, 4 passes, 5 passes. I've seen this roster do crazy things, including a fake kickoff, but Trix reads it exceptionally well, steals the mid boost, has a flip reset, and will pass it off to Luigi.
Ooh, nice pass. Got through Kozin as well. Ooh. Luigi, a pinch off the ceiling. Man, Florida State trying to throw everything at UAH right now, but these long clears are really stopping good-looking counterattacks well. As Florida State has to do the same thing. That ball went straight to Kozin. That would be a jump scare right there. Turn the other way.
Okay.
What a counter by Luigi.
I thought he put it a little high there. I got a little worried off the redirect, but what a touch from Luigi. It was in regardless, but why not?
Oh, man, imagine if he goes for that redirect and ends up missing what would have been an absolute goal. But, hey, it goes in. And I saw smiles on the stage there for a second, but immediately getting locked in are both sides now tied up 1 apiece. They could not be any closer, I feel like, in this series.
FSU, they're having a good time, too. I mean,
yeah.
I think it was Trix who's on that far side who just looked at me and went, bang. They love to quote that line, and they might just earn one this series. As Trix, he might just find this off the backboard, doubling, faking, fries, left side. I thought I was going to have the bang call ready, but not yet.
I know it's in there. You gotta let it loose for FSU. The first thing they said to me when I asked about team vibes, they were like, well, we like to say bang a lot. And that was their interesting fact that they gave me in that segment. So they've had plenty of opportunities in this series so far. 5 goals across a game and a half, just about, nearly a 6th right there if someone commits on Kozin, playing a little bit awkward out in front of his net, but UAH's defense, don't concede, no harm done.
FSU, though, they're keeping a lot of pressure on, but this is exactly where UAH wants this team. They want to play the controlled game out of their half, and at this point, it comes down to finding that one beat, that one pass. Here comes the beat. Is there a pass? Josh down to B-more, and he will try to beat one. It's close, but Kozin goes up next. Trix has time, though, and he's got more in the tank. He's got a flip. He's got a teammate right under him, but it B-more, not a red car and not a Seminole. So here comes Luigi, who is a Seminole, trying to find a pass middle, and it's a weak shot, but again, FSU peppering shots again.
B-more kind of gave that one up, but it allowed Kozin to read the play from the midfield line. He collects, just straight up aerial play. Everyone taking turns in this new version of Rocket League. It's turn-based. Everyone gets a little bit of time on the ball, and we'll see what they can do with it. But so far, no one doing much. We get above the UAH net, but nothing more than that. Florida State with a bit of possession. That clear could turn things. Luigi doesn't control this well.
Josh, he's low boost, and he's got to be very careful, very careful with where he puts that clear, because he just put it on the nose of Fries. But B-more, though, he gets under this ball, and he might give Kozin a chance to go over 2. He will get over 2. One guy left. Luigi dunked. Here comes B-more to put it in, the tap in, bottom right, 2-1 UAH.
And B-more's gotten some easy ones today. Kozin and Josh setting him up nicely a couple of times. That was beautiful from Kozin on the ball. Pure challenge game supremacy in transition, and it gives the Chargers the lead.
Well, whoa now, Bepic, I wouldn't say that an open net is an easy one here, as we've seen plenty of open nets from a lot of players in the SEL who have been whipped off. You guys are lucky that you haven't seen UTK play yet, because the jokes are yet to come. But for now, we're locked in on this series, and we're locked in on UAH's comeback here as they're up 1.
Dunk. Kozin looking for bumps. Tagged up Fries right there. Didn't go. So it's up to Luigi. Up top, above the net. Do well against UAH's offense. Not much in the way of opportunities this game. Just 2 shots for UAH, at least 2 for Florida State. But this could be one with B-more on the ball. Fries contests that. The ball gets over him. Josh to shoot, denied by the defense.
I thought we were going to see B-More get a very impressive touch there, but Kozin, he'll beat 2 players here, but Fries just quickly gets the mid boost, is on that. Look at him pre-jumping here. He's going to read that as well. He's confident in this game.
The captain making a big stop right there against Florida State in the offensive zone. Cozin's awkward. Luigi's there to clean up. I got to see that again.
Yeah, let's let this replay play because this is just FSU. Tricks just will simply dunk. I'm not sure what happened on that flip there. That's just, I don't know. UAH defense has been impenetrable, but I guess a little bug will make it more than that.
Oh, it looked like Kozin kind of scooped that, but was also being challenged by the FSU player at the time. Okay, either way, we're tied up with a minute left. We'll see if either side can get themselves over top here in regulation, or if we get a second straight overtime. Luigi's chasing this ball down on 0 boost, setting up Tricks for a shot. He goes far side. More deflects it. Don't think it was on target, but still, I need a deflection.
Kozin, oh wow, that pinch was bold, and Fries somehow will read it, so will Tricks, and wait a minute, it's an awkward play. B-More gets dunked, Kozin has to go to corner. Yeah, I'm starting to feel some deja vu again, but it feels a little different in these last 20 seconds. It's FSU with all the pressure is now we'll see a pass off the sidewall, but Luigi, he'll get a beat though with no boost, but B-More has time, and he'll throw it away to Kozin, but Kozin not there just yet. Now here comes Fries, trying to get over Kozin. He's gonna leave it for a teammate. Josh though is there, and now it's just Luigi who goes off the sidewall. B-More must touch this. He'll clear it downfield, must get it. One more touch over somebody, but wait a minute, Fries. Over one, not over the second, though. We have OT part 2.
Kozin was up so early for that ball. He didn't want to give any space off the sidewall on 0 seconds for FSU. Now B-More off kickoff versus Luigi. A flick, top shelf, goes off the back wall. Kozin there for the cleanup. 3-2, UAH take this OT.
B-More showing his stripes, the veteran. The flick over one, and Kozin will slot it, and we are tied in the series. This time we don't get a long OT, but who needs it if you're UAH?
Yeah, I'm sure they don't care. They have leveled this series up. One of these two teams has to be sent packing, eliminated from LAN after this best of 5. And they are down to just 2 potential games, tied 1-1 after this series. How about that?
Well, I was kind of right in my pregame stuff. I said UAH either has to shoot better, and they went from 50 to 75. They were 3 for 6. They go 3 for 4 instead. And they also hold FSU to 7 shots. So UAH picking up, making the adjustments, and that's a massive change of momentum for them.
It was their defense, though, at the end. Like, they had to withstand so much FSU pressure there at the end of regulation, and they did it very, very well. Always kind of getting a piece of their car on the ball just to interfere enough with what Florida State was trying to do. And so their defense coming up clutch. Now we got to see what they do in Game 3. If it's still this efficient style of Rocket League where they're shooting 50% or 75% like they did in that last game, like you said, or what the strategy is for the Chargers. But I'm sure FSU is looking to bounce back quick in this Game 3.
Yeah, FSU, they've rolled through the punches. They've already gone to 5. They don't want to do that again, but it starts in winning this Game 3, and we'll see if it's just as messy as the prior games as we get another fake kickoff, but Josh actually doesn't offer the shot. He'll go for a few passes, take the corner, and try and flip out, but I'm loving the UAH kickoff strat.
Yeah, they're one of the only teams that's pulled off kickoff scrap today. King did it earlier against UAH, but so far, the 2.5 series we've seen, it's just King and UAH. Kozin forced up. I can hear collective gasps in the room after Kozin put that one on target.
Yeah, that was almost gross. Using the ground to then redirect that off a backflip is, uh-oh, wait a minute, this net might be open, but Luigi opts to go. It's going to be sidewall read instead of a shot on net. There will be no bang comms coming out. We'll see things continue on. There's a lot of chatter going on. I believe UGA might have just scored a goal against GSU in Game 3. I could be wrong, but regardless, let's focus back on what's at hand here. Series have been close all day, but this one, a lot of eyes on.
Yeah, we'll get our stage hands to update us on the UGA Bud series. But at the moment, UAH applying more and more pressure on the Florida State end. Field domination about 50-50, but UAH has had some long stays in that FSU side. Josh, a clear off his goal line, out to Kozin, redirects deep into FSU territory, follows it himself, setting up Josh. How on earth did Kozin get that ball to his teammate?
I wasn't sure. I had my eyes glued on the UGA series, but regardless, what a touch from Kozin. It's just a misinterpretation of the ball from Tricks, and just like that, It's going to be UAH 1-0 here in Game 3.
UGA is up 2-0 right now.
It's 1-1 in this series. I can't take it. I'm not even going to talk about the UGA series. I'm going to jinx somebody. But we'll just stay talking about the Alabama-Huntsville FSU match here. The Fries going to try and flick out. He's a little awkward there, and that's a free jump Kozin. But FSU trying to play through those punches there as UAH, an awkward whiff there. Another awkward touch there, a third man for FSU. It's all 6 players are in the corner here. Is somebody going to get out alive? It looks like not yet.
Kozin off the back wall, attacked early on by Trix. Fries off the side wall, plenty of boost, but not the best bounce off the side there. So FSU, you know, they're playing in that blue UAH end right now, but not much is happening. They're just stuck in these corners, challenge after challenge, a team bump right there, going to force them to lose all of their possession they built up. In fact, they're giving up a goal. How on earth did B-More just score that?
B-More, hashtag B-More goal in chat. I'm not sure. It just takes a bounce, and 2 players from FSU miscommunication trying to go for that, and 2-0 UAH.
All right, B-More goal on LAN, 2-0 UAH. Florida State down by a pair, and it's Kozin off kickoff, looking for 3. Puts it wide. Josh there to field it, but over jumps the ball just a little bit. And FSU now give it another opportunity in that UAH end. Pass to Luigi, pass to Fries. The crossbar denies the last chance until Trix moves in. Florida State find theirs.
And there you go. It was awkward, and I thought Josh had this read, but Fries makes a great touch to keep that ball on. Luigi also to get barely over an 100 boost B-More, and that last player, FSU, a 3-man play to bring it to 1 goal.
So coordinated from Florida State. It looks so easy. Just challenge after challenge, hit after hit. So calculated from the Seminoles. And they broke down UAH, but the reset from B-More looks to get them back out in front by 2. Although Kozin going the wrong direction with that ball. Trix pops it over Josh. Kozin has to make up for his slight mistake with a good read on the goal line.
See this ball sit UAH half, something that we've been very accustomed to here on mainstream. As wait a minute, fakes coming out from UAH. The comms, though, you like to see that comms are at least going well for UAH. FSU had a blunder that gave up a goal in this game and in the last one as well, but this is the part of the LAN where teams finally have enough games in their system to where they can really lock in and settle down, and that's what I would imagine FSU would do here. But what a shot, top right! It's close, but Kozin won't find the back of the net.
Oh, it's a good cut by Luigi. Now 1v1, Trix versus B-More. Trix on low, boost cuts back, pops it, but B-More saves it at the top side of the net. Fries in rebound mode, denied there on the goal line by Josh. They'll play it now off the side wall to Kozin, but he'll have a boost to really get to that ball. FSU taking control here. Trix putting that ball center off of a challenge. Actually, Luigi's the player that gets to it.
See this ball sit on the UAH half. This time it's a little more dangerous than before, as we'll see Fries try and find Luigi. It's a pinch. Is there a double touch? It's going to be Trix who has to go for it, but does not find the back of the net. UAH playing impeccable defense, and now here comes the passes. B-More makes his way past 1. Trix pre-jumping. Josh trying to keep this ball, but it's an awkward play. Kozin and Trix both have no boost, and it's a bang downfield for Kozin.
I don't know why Trix was jumping so early right there. He came off the side wall awkwardly. Either way, UAH offense. UAH, a 2-goal lead once again. Kozin scoring for the Chargers.
UAH, they're starting to gain momentum now, and I worry what happens if FSU cannot find 1 goal in the next 10-20 seconds here, because UAH looks calm, cool, and collected.
I mean, Josh played that ball in between all FSU defenders, set it up for Kozin nicely, and forced a hesitation out of Luigi. He started to creep out, didn't have boost though, so backed off, allowed the shot, and you got to put a hand up. If UAH is shooting, they can shoot it with the best of them, but at the moment, we don't know what's happening. Now we do. UAH still applying pressure, up by 2 goals, just trying to coax this game 3 to a close.
Now Josh will bang it downfield, almost no goal, but at least Kozin's there, and now with 20 seconds left, you just got to defend 1 or 2 more 3-man pushes from FSU, and this so far is the first one. Fries will miss this, and B-More will make it awkward as well, and here comes the next one. Luigi, backboard won't be found, and another dive comes out. You're down 2, you got to throw a card, a ball here. Trix will do it once again. Wait a minute, we are not done yet.
That is a low percentage turn right there. It's something you have to do when you're down multiple goals in the final 10 seconds. But he turns and puts it right through Josh and B-More. I don't know how that ball got through, but Trix placed it well. And all right, What do we have out of FSU in the final 6 seconds?
We'll see what occurs here as Fries has to rip this one out and get over a player. He's under one. It's a pinch downfield. Is that going to bounce straight down? It stays up. Beemore has to take control. Fries has to watch out for the bump. He's going to fake. It's going to go ground. No, it's not. It's going to stay up. Is there another player? He can't save it. And UAH will take this one, but it is narrow.
That seemed like a Destiny type of 0-second play right there. 2 ramp bounces to keep that ball up. That's crazy. But I think, TJ, do you want to update everybody on the score?
It's not 3-0. It is not 3-0. I saw Monk get a goal. I think it's 2-2. Is it? Oh my God, I'm gonna lose it, chat.
All right, I don't know what's happening. UGA is up right now against Buds at GSU.
Wait, is it Georgia State or UGA?
All right, it's 2-2
They're up?
in Game 4.
Okay.
Okay. It's close right now between UGA and Buds at GSU. We've got 2 close series going on right now, with UAH just narrowly edging out Florida State in that last game. I mean, again, we needed 0-second heroics. Could have gone to a 3rd straight overtime, but UAH doing it in regulation.
Yeah, we'll see here as we are getting live score updates. I believe GSU is up 2-1 in Game 4. I think they have the lead in Game 4, and they're trying to close it out right now. And UAH trying to do the same thing, a very close series, very narrow series, as it actually looks like GSU is up 4-0 in Game 4 on UGA. So starting to put the pressure on there, and I would imagine UAH will try to continue and do the same, as obviously everybody's having fun in the crowd there. I mean, put it next to Beemore, it's just so fitting, but we won't dabble into that. We'll hop straight in to Game 4. Cars are loaded up. Lives are on the line. Careers might end in this next game, but only time will tell.
We'll see if sexiness translates to the pitch, as UAH has to close this thing out in 4. You don't want to take Florida State to Game 5. They know how to operate there, especially after already playing one today. Cozen faking a touch there. Luigi still goes up, takes a shot. Got 2 to jump, but Josh stayed grounded despite being in the area for that play. He clears the zone, makes Fries awkward, but no one commits. Beemore hangs back to the 3rd man.
Beemore's going to stay on this. That's 2 players from FSU. That's a massive window for Fries, as that would have been a wide open net if he doesn't touch that. But Cozen, he's got more boost in the tank after that double. He's got a reset. He's going to go to Beemore. Beemore's got to beat one. Straight down Beemore. He can't get it. And now Josh has to try and read it backward once again. Fries, he'll read it first. What a play from him.
And Trix is there to follow the play out of that red end of the field. Another touch, perhaps? No. Trix was going for Cozen, who still made a touch on the ball, but not out of the woods yet. UAH relying on Beemore to make a big touch there. Back to the play type of ball out to the opposite corner, and it clears the zone for the Chargers.
And now Fries is the last man back when he makes a great stand. Josh can't get that one. Him and Cozen kind of in the same place at the wrong time. This will be a fake from FSU, and Beemore's got another chance here, and he's got boost. He's got a dunk. Is somebody up? Here comes Cozen, but Trix, the FSU defense, they've been quick.
That was ambitious from Cozen, and Trix now looking to punish to the end corner. Goes UAH's way as Josh follows the ball nicely, sets up Cozen for a shot denied by Trix, but out of the corner, Fries needed to beat one of the UAH players, needed so cleanly.
Okay, well, GSU and UGA are going to Game 5, so I'm going to try and lock in on this series here, but my eyes are low-key glued over there, so we'll keep this thing going. UAH and FSU, this is the most contested game we've had since the first one, I believe, as nobody has scored here in the first 2 minutes.
I mean, depends on your definition of contested, because every game has been close, all 1-goal games, but this is definitely the most defensive battle where the shots are limited, which I think it was Game 2 where we had like a total of 10 shots, something like that, between the 2 teams. So we're going back to that former Rocket League where both sides are playing patiently, letting their high-quality opportunities develop. Right now, we haven't seen too many of them.
Of all the teams in this lane who are comfortable in this situation, I think UAH loves this. FSU hasn't found a lot of opportunity, and this is exactly where Beemore and the guys like to play, is from this angle where there's not a lot of shots. There might be a pass middle, though. That's a great opportunity, but Beemore is last man back, and he's got to win this 50 on Fries. It's a close one. Here comes Luigi to take it away off the backboard, looking to find the first goal, but it's a great save from, I believe, was Josh.
Trix off the sidewall. He's got space shut down immediately by Cozen, and yet Trix still finds a way to get the ball in Fries' general area. UAH still playing good defense. turn that now to the opposite side of the field, where Trix looks to control with 100 boost, but is bumped off the play by Kozin, who controls it for the Chargers, but that is crafty from Fries, getting the ball off the sidewall, quick pinch to his teammate, and FSU flips the field.
And this ball might just go center here. It's a quick touch from Josh. He's going to give Trix a lot of room to work with. Kozin can't read it. He bumps Trix, but Trix still has a flip. And here comes Luigi with another opportunity down to Fries. This is not going to be in. What a save from Kozin. UAH will stay alive.
And Trix low on boost off the back wall. It's open for B-More. He goes far side, but the ball goes off the post and stays out. B-More denied by the woodwork.
B-More, he's going to get another opportunity though off the backboard. Trix and Fries both commit and only one hits, but it's enough. And now Fries with no boost trying to stay on.
Oh,
he fakes, Josh is wide open. B-More, can he save this one? Bang! 1-0 FSU!
The post is all kinds of against B-More. Saves his shot and then prevents him from saving this one from Trix. It looked like he had the read, but the ball off the post puts FSU up with just about 75 seconds left in game 4.
And here comes another UAH kickoff strat. It's not going to be passed though. It's just going to be a touch from Kozin away, and now Luigi almost gets a counter out of it, but now Trix in a very awkward spot. This ball is going to come right back out to Kozin, who goes to Josh, who gets bumped out. Fries will miss as well, so B-More has a chance. He's got to beat Trix though. A massive clear with a minute left, and now Josh, awkward spot, trying to keep it out the net. He'll slide down. Kozin has to try and stay on this. Fries is going to be up quick. Off of ceiling is Kozin, getting the bump, and UAH has some life coming out of their own half right here.
Good challenge won by B-More. Looked to follow it with no boost, but Luigi with no boost himself is able to get the ball to Fries for an out. Florida State. Cozin's awkward, but B-More heroic on the goal line. Florida State trying again. Luigi calls his own number out of the corner, but couldn't sign off on it. Kozin, big save.
Trix, no boost, and 30 seconds left. Has to win a 50, and he does just that. But Josh has time and space. He's going to try and go backboard. It's off the ceiling. Is there a player there? Kozin will have to wait. He won't read it, so B-More with not a lot of boost has to stay on. Luigi pre-jump for that one. Fries won't turn, and UAH starting to feel it. Trix, shot on net. Here comes Fries. Luigi both. They're so close. Josh can get a pass out to B-More. He'll miss, though, and he's got to stay on. B-More ceiling above one, trying to find a pass. It'll be a 50. It'll stay left side. Is it going to stay up? B-More trying to keep it in the net or in the area. That ball will go off the ceiling. Here comes Kozin. He can't get it. We're going to 5.
Because of course we are. Both lower bracket round 1 matches go to game 5. 2 teams will have their SEL seasons ended.
Oh my God.
On
I got an update.
Field.
I got an update.
What's the update?
2 minutes left. Game 5 UGA GSU 0-0.
Because of course.
Of course, because why not, right? And my heart's starting to hurt a little bit here for both teams and both matchups, because we're going to have to send people home after this round. And so, I mean, UAH is sexy again.
They're still sexy.
We know that. They are still sexy, no matter what. And I would hope that they can really start mogging for Game 5.
They're going to need everything that they can muster against a Florida State defense that held them to 4 shots, no goals in Game 4. And that, I really think, is the strongest part of FSU's game. It's their cohesion and it's their defensive structure. They are so good at limiting the offense of good teams in big games. That was a closeout game for UAH potentially, but FSU put up big numbers, saving a lot of UAH chances. And you can hear the screams of the other Game 5. I'm sure we'll be hearing some screams from the main stage soon.
Yeah, GSU goes up 1-0, and there's 40 seconds left in that game. So we'll see what happens. But for now, we got a Game 5 to worry about. It's UAH and FSU. One more game.
One more game. In one, at least, of the seniors' SEL careers. It all comes down to this on Champions Field. FSU with the first opportunities. Luigi off the ceiling. Trix in the corner will put it back towards Fries. It's that cohesion I was talking about. Setting up good-looking opportunities in the first 20 seconds as we're figuring out our overlay. There we go. Just in time for a UAH clear.
See Kozin try and play under Trix here, but Trix very quickly up and above a player. B-More, very dangerous fakes there as wait a minute, it's over. I think GSU just won Game 5, and how about that one there? GSU will move on just narrowly.
Back wall, UAH setting up their first chance of this 5th game, but Luigi and Fries find an out. Luigi into the corner, Fries following, but Kozin and Josh doing the same exact thing, playing in tandem. But a demo has thinned the lines of the Chargers. They won't find a clear too soon.
This ball's going to very dangerously once again sit in front of the UAH net. And somehow, someway, FSU has not found the room to counter. Luigi must read that and send it off, and that he will. And Trix must come out next, but this ball will sit middle. Here comes B-More going off the corner, but nobody's there to follow just yet. B-More playing the touch middle, and he will read it well. We'll see Josh try and get this next one. He'll beat Fries. It leaves Trix by himself, but no dunk will be in order.
Still no shots in the first minute here. FSU trying to generate one. Luigi denied at the gate. Fries sent packing. He had to turn on a dime to get back to that ball, and it might not be enough yet. Josh off the corner to nobody. UAH not heading for that one.
Trix rip this one off backward. Here comes Fries, left side. It's so awkward. It's on the goal line. It's pixels away, but no bang com and no goal. We are still at 0-0.
Kozin, Putu, but the crossbar and Fries saving FSU right there. It was close. Kozin looked good through the midfield, but he is again denied at the goal line. That one, same deal. Kozin stopping another FSU opportunity. We are almost through one half of Game 5, and we have still yet to see a goal.
Fakes, two guys go, no boost on the FSU half, and UAH, well, actually Luigi somehow finds more there. And wait a minute, that dunk might just be on net. It's a close save. Here comes Josh. He won't find a shot. He'll opt for a pass, but he can't find anybody on that wall. So is there another player who can take over? It's not B-More, but it will be Kozin off the sidewall. Trix. He'll get an awkward touch here. It's going to go straight back to Fries. He'll miss that next touch as well. So B-More, the counter, 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, but it feels like there's 30 seconds.
All this game's going to come down to, it feels like, who can keep their composure the best. We're seeing misses. We're seeing awkward plays. We're seeing last-second saves on Champions Field right now, and it's still tied 0-0. Both teams hanging in there, but man, this is as close as it gets between UAH and Florida State. That ball is slightly on target. Counts as a shot for Kozin. This one, not so much. Fries takes it off the back wall and sets up Luigi for a clear.
Luigi, though, not a lot of boost, and he just barely gets this Trix, who might just put a shot on net. B-More has the backflip. Trix will put one on net.
Wow.
It's close once again. Luigi tries to keep the pressure on. It's off the ceiling, rolling down, but Josh will rip it downfield, and it'll be a touch right. Trix tries to stay on, but a UAH player is near. Josh does read it, and Fries is by himself. Kozin, one touch, looking for two. He'll go middle. Luigi's awkward off a little bit of a bump. B-More will beat him. One guy left in net once again for FSU, but it doesn't matter.
Kozin is so clutch right now for UAH. Just saved your medal already in Game 5, and all three have been massive. That touch from Josh was big, interrupting a pass out from the corner for FSU, though no clear found by Kozin. Luigi slowing it down, trying to flick over B-More. He's successful in that, but Trix unsuccessful in his follow. Josh gets the ball as far as Fries at the midfield line, who goes low with it. Trix back out to Fries, and Fries didn't get all four wheels on the sidewall there, couldn't control it immediately, so he slows it down, gets a flip reset, and slowly develops a half chance there for the Seminoles.
B-More just tries to force a touch out, but Josh with no boost. He just has to give it away. And wait a minute, that's a massive miss from FSU. Luigi has to play possession, but Kozin's got 100, and he's coming, and he's trying to get over a player. He'll get over one, he'll get over the next one. UAH coming in. Josh will be bumped, but B-More's got a little more in the tank, but Fries has even more. Going to Trix to take the lead. Backboard. Two players go. Nobody's in net. B-More won't save it. FSU goes up one.
Finally, we get our first goal of Game 5. FSU, just pure pressure right there. B-More had nothing in the tank. He tried to get there, but wasn't fast enough as Trix puts Florida State out front.
Okay, here we go. 30 seconds. UAH has one last hurrah, and it's another kickoff strat, and this time it goes really well, but Fries reads it even better. And now it must be a touch. It's a miss. All three, 2, 4, whoever's going, nobody hits it. Now here comes B-More. He's got Luigi, the only player left, who's going to play off the backboard, and he plays it so well. That's two UAH players. That's also two misses from FSU, but is there boost on the side of UAH? There's a demo, I can guarantee you that. And is there hope? Is there a chance? With 10 seconds left, a bump comes out. A ball goes corner. Is there a follow? Luigi, no boost. This ball will go to Josh, who goes for net. It's awkward. Won't stay up. Not yet. Here comes Kozin and Josh keeping it up. Pinching. B-More's there. Luigi straight down. It's still up. B-More trying to find one more touch, but here comes Trix. It'll be one more up in the air. Luigi banging it downfield. B-More's got to take a touch here. He'll get one. Here comes Luigi. He bumps one. And that's the end. And what better of a way to win a Rocket League game than a bump at 0 seconds. That is the game. FSU moves on, and UAH cannot bring it home.
Oh my God. That 0 second play, again, looked so good for UAH. They kept the ball up so long, extending their season a little bit longer, but it wasn't enough. 2 straight 1-0 wins for Florida State to move them into round 2 of lowers and to send the hometown boys not too far, but home.
They are the 0-second merchants. They were so close in, I think, 5 games today. In the 9 that they've played, they've gone to 0 seconds with 1 or 2 shots on net at the end. They're right there, but that right there is the difference of the SCL. Is teams are so close, teams are so talented. UAH is still sexy, don't worry about that. But regardless, that was an incredible series. We finally get Game 5, and we get the OT as well.
And that brings to a close 2 historic SEL careers in B-More and Josh. B-More's been around since season 1. Josh, I don't remember how long he's been around, but it's been a minute as well. These guys have been competing for the SEL for so long. And I mean, obviously, the headquarters of Gaming Oasis of the SEL is Huntsville, so UAH has been here a lot. But these guys, they put their hearts on the line every single semester, and it really hurts to end their careers, but we are ending a lot of seniors' careers today. And I mean, thank you, B-More and Josh, for being such great personalities in the SEL and handing the keys off to Cozen and Space Captain for the semesters to come.
Yeah, I would love for the venue to give UAH a round of applause because they are our first team to go, and they are an incredible roster. So many incredible results this year, and just such a fun lineup. You guys saw their interview. We love that team. We love B-More and Josh, and I do know that Josh technically has 1 more semester left, so I do hope that if he does decide to play, we will see him once again. But B-More, a very storied career, very illustrious career, has gone to so many incredible tournaments, has some incredible wins as well, and almost upsetting the number 2 team is nothing to scoff at. You can see it right there on the screen. 1-0, 1-0, game 4 and 5 are just simply that close. But regardless, we have another Bepic surprise for you, chat, and so I will leave, but I'll be back in a little bit, but I'll send it over to Bepic for the Roman Cam.
Community even after you graduated?
For sure. There's not a question. I love it. It's probably my favorite community out of any league ever, and it's not even close because it's actually a community. It's not just a bunch of competitors against each other. It really likes each other, and it's just a special place. You know?
It is a special place. Okay, well, apparently it was muted at the start. but okay, repeat why it was special to end your career here in Huntsville.
Well, I've played for 4 years, and I chose to go to UAH because I wanted to play Rocket League, and they had the best players out of any school I looked at, I think. And so I was super excited to play. And then I was on the B team for 3 years, and I was just waiting, and I'm glad to have finally gotten to play one representing UAH and put up a game. I thought that was such a fun game. I was just not even mad when we were getting scored on or lost. I mean,
that was a phenomenal series. And you were on the B team, yes, but you were on a B team that beat UAH Blue a lot.
Yeah, well, I don't know how that worked. I mean, I loved playing. I wanted to be on the blue team so bad, and so I was like, well, gotta beat them, I guess. I just had to. I wanted to prove myself. I'm glad I got to play though. I mean, I was the one making the decisions. But.
That's true. Well, it worked out, dude. Be more. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
One more round of applause for Be More. Legend, like SEL legend, has been around here since the beginning. And I want to find Florida State. If we could walk through the crowd just a little bit. We're gonna see how they're feeling. Anyone want to do an interview? Luigi? Perfect. All right, we're gonna do it right here then. So you woke up, what, at 3 a.m. this morning to come here?
3:30 in the morning, yes.
And how are you feeling, energy-wise?
The Red Bulls help. I'm good. I'm feeling energetic after that series. I'm feeling good.
I mean, 2 Game 5s already today.
Yeah.
Like, that's obviously not wearing on you yet. I got to ask, though, what happened against Bruton Parker earlier?
Bruton Parker, I think we just, it's like our first LAN, our LAN jitters, I think. I don't think it's anything to worry about. Now that we won a series, we have momentum. I think we're good.
I mean, first LAN jitters, this is your first time playing as a full unit.
As a full unit, yeah.
And I mean, have there been kinks you guys have to work out? Your defense is obviously still working hard.
No, yeah, we have rotation stuff that we've been working on mostly. We're good mechanically, we're good defensively, we're good everything except some rotational errors. So that's what we've been working on recently.
But the vibes are still good even with the 2 Game 5s?
Vibes are great. I was screaming up there. Vibes are great.
All right, Luigi, well, I appreciate you. Hopefully I'll talk to you again.
Of course.
All right, well, we got to throw to a short break before our next series. I don't even know who's playing next. We got to sort that out. I can't lip read. Fred's telling me right now. Bruton Parker is playing next, their first time on stream versus King. That's who we got next. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the SEL Season 4 Rocket League LAN. We're doing this now up on stage. I don't know exactly what that is, but we got Kentucky versus Tennessee in the winners semifinals. It's a rematch of last year's LAN finals. The rosters have changed just a little bit, but the rivalry is still there. I got a graphic to pop up as well, TJ, while we talk about this historic SEL rivalry.
Yeah, historic, and you can see it here on the graphic. It has been a very long history between these two teams. Even though it's only been between Season 2 and Season 3, the 2 major series to look at are Winners Finals and Grand Finals. Those are the 2 most important ones that these 2 teams have ever played against each other in, and Kentucky kind of has their number.
Yeah, they have had their number, but we have the crisp factor to think about now. Those rosters didn't have crisp, and that was the traditional Kentucky roster with Ty in it. So Tennessee's upgraded, absolutely, since well, all of these series have been played. But, man, I look at those last 2 and think back to those LAN series because it was so close between these 2 teams. I mean, a Game 7 bracket reset win for Kentucky, then 6 more games after that, plus a best-of-7 win, Game 5 win. These guys know how to go the distance between each other, and I'm fully expecting that here.
Yeah, and funny enough, in Grands, they went the distance, I believe, for the bracket reset, and they didn't in the second reset, which Kentucky was victorious
13 out of 14 games.
Yes, 13 out of 14 possible games, including the winners finals that they also played in, which I think that also went the distance. In that graphic. I think it
that
went to
one,
7.
I think that was a mistake, actually. They didn't play in the winners finals of that playoffs. I think I mislabeled that because those were the 2 grand finals series. But Kentucky lost early on in that run and then went through lowers to get to the grand finals. But here, they're doing it in the upper bracket. We watched them on stream earlier take down a solid Buds roster, a quick 3-0 to begin their day. I know they took a break, got some pizza to prep for a Tennessee roster that kind of did the same thing to Georgia.
Yeah, and also what's important about this, as I know that the players love this, is that they are putting MMR on the line. This will be an official Toby's 6-man series with MMR on the line, with virtual ranking points in the SEL community on the line in the Toby's 6-man server. So they're having fun with it. I believe GSU and UGA also did that, and I think King are going to probably do it with whoever they play next as well. But regardless, everybody is locked in. You can hear the countdown hit 0 and then reset to 5. Let's kick off winners semis.
Here we go. The last time these 2 teams played, it went a ways. This one, though, just a best of 5. We'll see if it goes the distance here as Kentucky had the early chance, but Tennessee responding in kind with the goal. Shaka assisted by Crisp.
Well, how about that? A quick change of pace, and we haven't seen UTK on the stream yet, but who better than Shaka to slot one in?
Starting off the scoring, he's got to hit those easy ones, and he did right there. It's a quick hit for the Volunteers. We'll see if they can add to it, or if Kentucky can find themselves a response off kickoff, as Huds grabbed it early on, but that is a great heads-up demo by Crisp to send Tennessee the other way.
You can already see UTK, they are constantly on the ball. They are constantly making incredible plays, and that is what this #1 seeded roster, you have to watch out no matter who's on the ball, as Jobro looks for top right, Crisp will look for backboard, and it's a great save from Ty.
Absolutely. Kentucky's having to put in work right now on the defensive end. Shaka, more pressure off the back wall. Ty is low on boost. Apples is low. Huds has nothing. I don't think anyone in Kentucky had boost there when I mentioned it, but Huds refueled just a little bit. That's enough to put the ball out into the corner where Jobro fields it. Going off the ceiling, he actually gets pretty far into the Kentucky rotations.
It is way too early to tell, but this is most definitely a adjustment game for Kentucky. This is the best team that anybody at this LAN will play, and I don't think that's crazy to say at all, as almost everybody had UTK winning today in their grand finals predictions. But regardless, Kentucky is a team that they can go the distance. They've done it before, and even with Cody, I've heard that in scrims leading up to this week, they've gone dead even.
Well, that's a good sign. Absolutely, for Kentucky especially. Tennessee maybe not so much, as they are, I'm sure, expecting to be dominant in this LAN setting, which so far they have been. Minute 40 in, the pressure has been 85% in favor of UTK.
Crisp get a chance to get a flip reset. He's got time and space, and that is the last player in this entire event that you want to give time and space to. He is the most mechanical, the most dangerous, but also the most selfless as well, as he's willing to pass to teammates, he's willing to give his teammates a chance to shine, and they will shine.
And Crisp said it in, I don't remember which interview it was, but he talked about when he first joined the team, how it was kind of him playing around Jobro and Shaka, figuring out how to fit in around their preferred play style. And I mean, so far, I mean, that's Crisp setting up Jobro, and another great shot from him.
The contrast in the fall versus the spring versus now, UTK has evolved into a brand new team. I mean, obviously they've kept the same 3 this year, but in the fall they only placed in the top 3. They lost to King in losers finals, and then of course in the spring they steamrolled their way to a spring championship. They're trying to do it again, as that is a close shot from Joe. Chris will go top side, and it's 3-0.
And there's a bang coming from the stage. Everybody on the Tennessee roster now has scored. That time it's Jobro setting Crisp up, and I mean, 3-0. You talk about they steamrolled their way. They dropped one game before the grand finals to Bruton Parker. And I mean, they lost 2 games to Cumberland in grands, but you're right, Tennessee has been dominant all throughout the spring split. And a lot of teams were thinking this Kentucky roster was going to be the team to contest them. And so far, I mean, not so much.
Yeah, and I would love to praise this Kentucky roster because they've had an incredible run in this event so far. But again, this is a true test of your skill and your patience and your overall ability in this game. And so they are no cakewalk. UTK defense will hold strong, but Apple's going to try and find some room here, but 2 players combined to send that one away.
Ty off the side wall is a dangerous prospect. We'll see what he can do. Gets it down to Huds, and Huds finds the first for the Wildcats. They're on the board now.
They'll get one in, and who better to enable than Ty, forcing Shaka to go early. It's an awkward ceiling touch, and 2 players can't read it. It's a great shot from Huds.
And that is a blueprint play for Kentucky right there. Get Ty some space, and he opens up the rest of his team. Apples and Huds have looked so good today. This roster, I mean, it clicked earlier against Buds, and it's starting to here despite a slow start against UTK. That goal was promising.
I also do want to add a little update to the stakes that for those of you who forget where we are in this long day of games, this is winter semis, and if you win this, you guarantee prizing today. You will put yourself in the top 3 and you will get some money, even if you go 0-2 after this series win.
A trophy too.
Yes, and a trophy, that is true. And also being top 3 in the SEL in general is quite the achievement. Also, a small score update, Bruton Parker is up 1-0 on King in the other winter semifinal. So Bruton Parker, the 7th seed, off to a quick start.
Bruton Parker has looked so good today. Looking to continue that run. Tennessee looking to get back on a run. Ty spiking that ball on Friable Apples is going to follow, but the ball's just kind of sitting there in the Kentucky end. Tennessee allowed to pick it up, set themselves up again, but going side to side, Kentucky finally going to find half of a clear. They get to the midfield line, but they need a strong one soon.
I will say the UTK, even with all the misses, that's an open net, and we've made jokes before, but that time Shaka will nail it.
He nailed it. He opened up the scoring with the perfectly placed ball, and that is an open net that Shaka put perfectly on target. So, hey, if UTK is hitting their open nets, it's going to be tough to stop them.
Yeah, and that is the one thing that has stopped UTK is the open nets, and that's why we've made so many jokes orienting about Shaka and Joe Bro, and even Chris a few times missing a net here and there. But regardless, they're having fun. Kentucky's having fun, but UTK is winning game 1 no matter how either side of this pitch feels.
And the last time UTK lost, and your comment about the open nets reminded me of that, was back in the group stage of the spring split. They lost to UNC Charlotte on the last week of the group season. And so they have been on a tear since then. It locked them back in, and Kentucky is trying to take them out of it. But right there, denied again. Game 1 going the way of the Volunteers. The strong start for UTK.
I'll comment on that loss as well. I think that was a much needed loss for UTK because in the fall, they went undefeated. They went through uppers, and then they took that one loss and kind of just rolled out of the fall. But in the spring, they get that regular season loss to UNCC. We won't mention a certain game incident, but they get that loss, and it really forced a reset mentally for this team. And especially what I was worried about was history repeating itself. As, you know, chat probably agrees as well. Bepic is quite sexy.
I agree with that.
I agree with that as well.
No lies have been spoken on the broadcast with text today. I got to credit whoever that is with the hands and the well-spoken phone. But game 1, Kentucky really did not start out very quickly. It was, like I said, 85% field domination for Tennessee in the first 2 minutes of gameplay, and the game ended 70-30 in favor of UTK. So that really never shifted.
Yeah, it's what the UTK side is very good at, is that they will out-mechanic any team here. They will out-mental any team here, and you have to pick one of those sides to fight from because you can't do both. And Kentucky, a lot of times they were just left stranded on an island with nothing but just their tires in the sand, and they're not going anywhere, but they're stuck here for game 2.
Let's see how the Wildcats fare on Forbidden Temple. That kickoff going the wrong direction. Shaka continues with that ball that way. But Apples is going to find an out for Kentucky, and Ty flipping towards the ball, controlling it, low on boost. He will stick with it. Plays it off the back wall of UTK. We'll see what Kentucky can field off this pressure.
Shaka taking an air dribble. He's got time and space, and it's just Ty alone. Him and Chris will meet in the midfield. That's a matchup that we've talked about for weeks now. Is it's going to be an open net if UTK can turn around, but nobody's there after the demo. Chris tries to pinch it, but Ty will get an opportunity to get past one. Shaka trying to get the read, and he almost does, but here comes Ty straight down to Huds or Apples. It's miscommunication, and it's a missed opportunity, but Kentucky is back.
The idea was there. The pass just happened to be between Apples and Huds. Still, I love the idea. Kentucky is generating opportunities right now that can break down Tennessee. But UTK escape unscathed. Kentucky will try again with a strong clear out of Huds.
Awkward touch in the corner here from UTK. They're starting to look a little more awkward on defense, and you can see that in the boost possession in the midfield. Huds just picks up the 100, and now it's a double clear for UTK as Ty, if he can find a teammate here, it's an open net. Apples won't get it. Huds is going to opt for a slow play, flip reset down to Ty. Kentucky strikes first.
All right, that's exactly what they needed to do after the dominating UTK game 1. Kentucky comes out, and now possession is 70-30 in their favor across the first minute 20, and they find themselves a nice passing play goal.
I mean, I was talking about it in game 1. It's a change of pace. It's an adjustment game against this UTK roster. But now that Kentucky is back to the pace that they want to play at, they are extremely dangerous. UTK having to readjust to that is now, wait a minute, Crisp, you don't have to adjust him to a dang thing as he'll work his way over to and make it look easy.
Oh man, that is a crisp goal if I've ever seen one. Well, like, how does he think to flip back into the ball like that, to poke it over the last man, and still place it perfectly for the guy rotating back?
I'll quote Kanye here, name one Jesus genius that ain't crazy. That's what Crisp is. Sometimes he'll just pull whatever he wants, any mechanic, and it'll just flow simply as Joe tries to get something going here, but won't find a shot on.
I don't know, we're quoting philosophers today on stream, but that's the point we've gotten the LAN to. 1-1, Kentucky needing to respond again. I feel you don't want to let Tennessee go on another run like we saw in game 1.
Ty, he's got time in possession. He's also got boost going for a bump. I love to see that out of Ty more, and I think UTK probably needs to try and do that as well, is keep the bumps, keep that real pressure up and taking players off the field, and that's a dot to HUDs, but it's from Shaka.
And Shaka down to Crisp, an open net. Not enough venom on that ball, though. Ty is back in time, but Shaka through the corner trying to find his man mid. Great defense by HUDs. Good stand on the near side.
Crisp with time to work off the ceiling. He'll try to get over one, but HUDs makes a great read, and Jobro quickly over one. It's just Ty by himself. Now Crisp trying to find one more. He's got a flip reset. He's not going to use it. He's going to fake Ty, and it'll just roll and bounce right in to make it 2-1.
Crisp is stepping up big time. Game 1, it was a full team effort. And when it came to scoring, here it's still a full team effort out of Tennessee, but it's Crisp signing off on these opportunities. Beautiful fake there. And that's a nice comeback by Tennessee.
UTK trying to hold on, still half the game left to go, and that's an awkward miss from Jobro. It's going to give Apples a chance to dunk Crisp, and that is so close, but not close enough, as now Ty had to dodge the bump from Shaka, and now Shaka trying to find a pass to Jobro as he gets a bump himself. He will find it. It will be an open net, 3-1 UTK.
And possession is still 65-35 in favor of Kentucky. Tennessee is operating pretty much purely in counterattack mode, but man, are their counterattacks lethal. That's another just perfectly executed shift down the field, and now 3 unanswered by the Volunteers.
When playing against UTK, it feels like the 5 stages of grief, and right now I think Kentucky's somewhere in the middle. They made the prior adjustments, they're off to a better start than normal, but you've got to make those last few changes to keep this series close. You've got to stop the bleeding and not go to that stage 5.
That ball out to the side, Jobro mid. It's a good read by Infallible Apples. He's seen that play a time or two. He'll get the ball out to Ty, but Shaka reading where Ty wanted to go with it. That ball's over Crisp's head, but Jobro has his teammates back. He will just plug that ball into the Kentucky end, and Crisp off the sidewall puts it into the box. This is awkward for Kentucky right now. A dangerous opportunity for the Volunteers. Crisp, though, couldn't field that ball, and so it's a clear for Kentucky.
Jobro and Shaka will huddle in the midfield briefly there as they return back to their net. We'll see Crisp try and dunk Apples here, but Apples does at least delay the UTK side. Is that going to be in the net? It's top bends, but it won't go down. And a minute left. Kentucky needed that one.
Oh, miscommunication there as 2 Kentucky players didn't know who was going to be taking the ball, and they still will score off the back of it. I honestly don't know how they scored there.
I'm even more confused because both Coach Chip and both coaches of Zach and Jaden were talking to the crowd when HUD scored that one. So, okay, hey, 3-2 Kentucky.
That was a Kentucky miscommunication where no one knew who was going for the ball, followed by the same exact thing out of UTK. And all right, we'll move on from that. It's a 1-goal game with 60 seconds left. You feel like Kentucky needs this game.
This is very doable, and you know, 1-1 against a UTK roster to actually finally push them to a real mental struggle in this event, as they obviously made quick work of UGA, going 3-0 over them. I mean, forcing UTK into that situation early in this tournament might not only do you good for your series, it might do the entire event good, as Apples looks for a double. He'll fake for Ty, who softly puts it on the corner, but Shaka's ready for it. Now it's HUDs who backflips. This could be a shot on net. Is it open? Crisp tries to demo, and it's going to leave Joe all by himself. Here comes Ty off the corner. Jobro banging it back out. 20 seconds left.
HUDs has no boost here, so he just elects to pinch it. Ball falls into Crisp's hands. HUD still has nothing in the tank, and he will be punished for his decision to pinch right there, and inability to find any boost. There was just nothing on his side of the field.
Not a lot of options for Huds there, and that pinch unfortunately hits the ceiling at just the wrong angle and will roll off of it and bounce middle. So, UTK 4-2, 15 seconds left. Kentucky needs to find something quick.
Jobro, he's the only player finding anything on the field. He's applying pressure to Kentucky's end, setting up Chris. This could be a 5th goal for Tennessee, but it's a good save by Huds. It'll give Apples one last chance on 0 seconds to make Kentucky fans feel a little better, but he won't be allowed to do any such thing. Tennessee win another multi-goal game.
And Chris was having absolutely none of that too, but here is what is so dangerous about UTK. They will suffocate you, but they also play similar to UAH, where they will not force a shot. So you will be suffocated, and you'll never even see the ball before it's in your top right or top left corner. So same shots, it's 7 a team, but UTK is simply playing the more efficient game.
And it looks like we're getting word that Bruton Parker is more than likely about to sweep King. They're up 2-0 right now in the series, and it looks like it was just confirmed.
My God.
The Barons, no antics.
God.
Your GOAT, Agni, stepping up.
I do love my GOAT Agni.
And they're going to be in the winners' finals.
That is 3-2 over the 2 seed, and then 3-0 over the
3 seed.
My God, they're running the gauntlet over there. Well, hey, Bruton Parker, you get yourselves into the top 3, you earn yourselves a little bit of cash, but I know they're aiming higher.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, with 2 of the top 3 seeds down, you might as well set your sights on that grand finals win. We'll see what happens there. But apparently, Space Captain is sexy, and I'm looking over, and it's been Space Captain the whole time holding up the phone, so I don't know how much we can rely on that information. But we will get back into the UTK versus Kentucky series, Game 3, and it's another reverse sweep situation for the team down, which is Kentucky.
Well, if anybody knows how to get a comeback and a reverse sweeper of any kind of crazy reverse or bracket reset, it's Kentucky against UTK. That is the team who seems to have the download, but this is a different... Oh my, wait a minute, hold on. Oh, Canet up in for Caden. That one will not find the back of the net. I'm legally obligated to say that, as that is now 0-0 in the first 30 seconds somehow.
And that one saved by Ty, because there was a defender in the net, so Shaka was allowed to put it on target, but that defender was Ty. He found a save, still working in the Kentucky back end in the corner, stopped there by UTK. Huds will find a flick, but Shaka there to field it. Apples actually reading the play very well. Pass into Ty, shot blocked by Jobro.
It worked the first time, but it won't work the second time. UTK is not a school and a team that you can fool more than once. As now Shaka, he'll try and work his way over both Apples and Ty, but Ty able to get back down to defend the net for now. But here comes Jobro. Not able to beat Ty just yet, but Ty, no boost, has to take a 50. But wait a minute, Huds has room. Does he get a flip? He gets a plan B. He's bouncing off the floor there, and Apples quickly on. That's third man being dangerously close, and I'm liking that switch from Kentucky.
Jobro was so fast against that ball after a good block on the UTK back line by Apples. He will now just slam that ball off the side. Hunt's ready for it. Good palms by the Wildcats. One player blown up on the UTK end, and he will respawn.
Oh my God!
Not
Oh my
in time.
God!
Ty off the ceiling doing Ty things. Kentucky leads.
I mean, it's kind of
my.
in the stars. Ty is simply that guy. Off the ceiling, top right, he makes it look easy there, and Kentucky will take another lead.
And Chip is a very good player, but there's a reason why he was benched for LAN in favor of Ty. That was astounding out of the Kentucky representative, and a good first blood out of the Wildcats. We'll see what UTK has to say about that.
Well, I know that Ty he'll defend his turf, and so will Huds. That's a very close save there on the back line. And here comes Shaka trying to put a shot on, but nothing yet. Jobro's up next. He's got a backboard. He's got a back-flipping Kentucky defender. Here comes Chris, taking his time. Flip reset over one, double touch, triple. Shaka will hit the open net that time, and it's tied at 1 apiece.
Wow, Jobro setting it up for Chris to, again, slow play that through the air. Got everyone jumping on the Kentucky side, and that's an easy cleanup for Shaka. Easy with quotation marks.
It is a party on the Rocket League pitch. Cars are flying and jumping all over the place, but not for a happy reason if you're Kentucky. But for UTK, that is a goal that you needed to get back into this, and you got Shaka off the ceiling, and Chris with a redirect, and the pressure's right back on for Kentucky.
Oh, he's still centering that ball, no boost in hand. Jobro, a lobber that Apples will send right away into the UTK end. Huds chasing it down the sideline, but with 100 boost, he's outmaneuvered by Crisp right there. Gets through 2, and 50's the third. We'll go backwards for UTK, but that misread out of Huds will set up Crisp for a double out of the corner. It's just short of being on target, but still a good-looking opportunity.
Both UTK coaches looked away as Crisp went for that corner read. They thought for certain it was in, but just like a Shaka open net, you can't count it.
That's a higher probability that goes in than a Shaka open net, but it doesn't. We still remain tied here. Tie, awkward. Nothing in the boost tank, and he still uses his momentum to get back. Shaka worm burner, and that will be stopped again by Kentucky.
Still at 1 apiece here with 2 minutes left to go. We'll see Apples cannot just fall away from this one. It's going to give Crisp a chance to dunk Ty. That he will. It's going to leave Huds by himself. He won't find the touch. Miscommunication. Jobro shot on. It's a great save from Apples, and Kentucky survives at least for now. But this 50 will stay on that blue half.
Shot got around Huds though, and now he's pinching at center. Crisp is going to jump up for that aggressively, stopping Ty from finding a perfect clear. There is so much pressure on the Wildcats' end right now. There's so much Crisp in the air in front of their goal, but Ty stopping his mechanical counterpart there on the doorstep.
Mechanical counterpart. I mean, they are both incredible game changers, and it's been them playing their own 50s almost every opportunity that you see in this series. But regardless, it's going to come down to somebody who's not named Crisp or Ty to make a difference, to make this last goal count. Shaka gets a bump and opens up the top left corner, but Joe does not hit it on. But here comes Crisp. Apple's another great save. He's got a savior medal with a minute left.
That's a center ball, and Shaka's all the way back, but Huds again, nothing in the tank, and still blown up by Jobro, setting up Shaka for a shot. That one tucks just underneath the crossbar, and UTK leads sub-60.
Crisp wasn't able to get it, but Shaka, you can count it, and it's going to be a 1-goal lead with 50 seconds left.
We'll see what Kentucky has now on the brink of being swept in their second series of the day. UTK. 1-goal lead, not quite safe. Apples going side wall, pitching that off the ceiling. Center, Ty is up. He will block Jobro's attempted clear, but Kentucky still with a little bit of presence in the offensive end. Taken away by Crisp and turned into a 2-goal lead.
I mean, you can see in the top right, he just got like 3 different achievements for this one. It's a musty off the side wall, and it's a little curved, but regardless, a great shot to put the dagger in what will most likely be this series.
We'll see. Kentucky, what kind of comeback potential do you have against the best team in the tournament so far? 3-1 lead for the Volunteers, and starting off out of kickoff on the Kentucky end, but that is a pitch the other way. Tough read for Shaka. He misses. Ty to shoot. Crossbar. No, doesn't even get there. Jobro stops it.
And even with the UTK whiff on defense, it is still a great save that comes out from the next man up, and that is what you expect from UTK, as Jobro's going to challenge this from under Ty, just to make sure that Kentucky's aware of who's in town and who runs these streets, and it's UTK. They're going to roll, stroll, and just simply deal with this one all the way to the end easily. It's a 3-0 sweep, and they're going to winners finals.
And it was a 3-0 sweep without a single 1-goal game. Like, that was dominant out of UTK. That felt like a statement win after so many teams were saying that Kentucky is that second best team coming into LAN. Well, if they're the second best team, they are a ways away from Tennessee.
Well, and the big thing for me, too, is that you go player by player of these rosters, and UTK on paper has made the gap bigger and bigger almost by the week at this rate because of how often they practice. I know Shaka's been getting personalized coaching for the last few months. I mean, he has gotten incredibly better over the last split, and he's just looked great, and he's been a massive addition to what is already an incredible duo of Joe and Crisp.
And I didn't catch how many shots UTK had in that game 3, but they had 12 in game 1, at least 11 in game 3. Kentucky had a total of 13 that entire series. They were held in check offensively while still having to contend with that UTK offense. That is absolutely terrifying. And UTK advancing to the winners finals. Kentucky dropping down. Not the end of their story just yet, but that extra life is lost.
Yeah, and upper bracket, it's been fairly about how we've expected so far. I can't say I expected a sweep, But regardless, well, 2 sweeps, I should add, in upper semis here. And you can see it right here in the bracket. We have officially entered into SEL certified chaos.
Oh my word. Buds versus King on the lower side. Florida State versus Kentucky on the lower side. UTK and Bruton Parker have survived somehow the chaos of the upper bracket. This is the SEL right here.
Every series is a must-watch, and I'm not sure what we're going to put on stream next. We will get that figured out during the break, but it's going to be one of those loser series, and those are both going to be incredible series that I could see going to 5. And just looking at the bracket so far while Bepic runs away to go do his thing, how about Bruton Parker? They have looked incredible, as the stream graphic is actually wrong, so don't mind it. It is Bruton Parker 3-2 over FSU, not FSU 3-2 over Bruton Parker. As they have looked incredible today, they continue to go on, and they have guaranteed a top 3 finish. And now you look at losers bracket. We've already gotten 2 Game 5s, and I would imagine that we can probably get a few more. So regardless, we have somebody from UTK. Of course, it's the team captain, Joe Bro, with Bepic over on the side. If they're ready, which I don't think they are. So I'll keep talking. So you guys have to listen to my voice, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on who you are. But hope everybody's been having a great day. The weather is a little iffy here in Huntsville, Alabama. But it's been nice. A good day for Rocket League. Good day to stay inside, regardless, as we're just here. It's me, by myself. There is no TJ and Bepic. So if we are here. Looks like we'll have somebody hop in. Let's welcome in Infernosis to the stream.
Howdy. I'm not supposed to be here till tomorrow.
You're just here.
I'm just here now. I didn't want to leave you. Just here,
you know,
hanging out.
I definitely didn't do a few streams this year, only by myself. You know, I definitely didn't get stranded. But you know what? At least I got somebody here with me, my boy Scott.
Yeah, well, me and Dallas are just sitting over in the corner, not really doing much. I say not doing much. I've been troubleshooting audio problems in the studio the entire time, but it's close enough. You know, we're actively participating. I'll tell you what. I've never seen you more disappointed than when we gave you and broke the news to you that Georgia got knocked out. You're sitting there and you go,
yeah, I was watching that series out the corner of my eye. I can see both games from here, and it's quite the sight to see. But regardless, we're going to quit yapping. We'll have more games coming to you very soon. We're going to go to a quick ad break. Don't go anywhere just yet.
We like to yell bang a lot, which is kind of our thing.
You ever heard a lion roar? Multiply it by 1,000. We are loud. We are extra. We are in their face. We don't talk because we're respectful, but we're loud. You're going to hear us. You're going to know. Especially if you're getting rocked, you're going to know. You're gonna feel it. We're loud. We're energetic, but we're kind of goofy. You know, we have fun with the game. At the end of the day, we're playing car soccer, traveling for it. But when we're in there, we are locked in.
I mean, there's always ups and downs within the team, whether it's, you know, disagreements or just team cohesion isn't always there. But at the end of the day, I love these 2 guys. Like, we always get back on our feet, and I'm just ready to see what the future holds.
I think it helps that we're friends outside of Rocket League, and we have been friends since, you know, with past players, it's kind of more your teammates, and you don't really have that chemistry outside of it. I mean, we hang out every day, so it makes like more stressful environments a lot easier when you know the person and you know that anything said in the game or whatever isn't personal and it's strictly business.
It's been very nice. I mean, they basically recruited me out of nowhere, and it's been a very friendly community, and I've had a lot of fun since I joined. I basically just a new group of friends that we all play the same game, so it's really nice. I'm really glad I found it, actually, or they found me technically.
I love this team. You know, we've been a team for literally a couple months now. Love these boys. We've definitely been through, I guess, all the emotions that a team would go through. You know, we definitely have our ups, we have our downs when we're yelling at each other, blah blah blah. Stuff doesn't go our way. Every relationship has that kind of dynamic. You know, you have to have that dynamic in a team in order to progress and to further yourselves as players, as human beings. You need that kind of conflict as well. And I feel like this team just, like Monk said, we can take that constructive criticism and help build from that and help support the team as we continue to grow together and individually.
We were chilling. It was chill vibes. We even when we lost some games, we just were, you know what, we got the next one. we knew what we had to do to get to LAN. You know, we got 6-1 through the regular season portion, and in the playoffs, we knew what we needed to do. Took the 2 wins in the playoffs, got the LAN confirmed, and good vibes all around.
I think the vibes are better this semester. I think last semester was a little hectic because there was like 8 different thirds playing around when somebody couldn't make it. It was chaotic, but I think we've had fun this semester.
Okay, so all I'll say is that I'm going to be the greatest clam to ever live. The ball is going to be my pearl, and I'm just gonna it's just gonna be locked down.
Ideally, we'll see shooting performances from me and Alamo that won't ever be seen again. They will be unrivaled for all of time.
I feel like it really just depends on the series.
It depends on who we're going against.
Yeah, like if it's a harder team that we really want to beat, I feel like it's loud and locked in. But I can't lie, if it's an easy team, I constantly have to be on there behind, like, guys, please end the series. Like, stop trolling. Seriously, just end the series. You know. But I mean, during LAN, I'm sure none of the series will be like so laid back that they're not calming or just like, you know, doing stuff they wouldn't normally do when they're actually trying.
I would say usually we're a pretty serious team in that we don't party too hard when we're there, and we go to bed early and we wake up early. But I think for this LAN, it's going to be kind of a send-off for this roster. So we're not putting too much pressure on performing, and honestly, I'm hoping that helps with making it more fun and honestly making us more competitive. But I think it's just going to be fun for us. I don't know how you feel about that, Kozin, but
yeah, for sure.
Yeah, we're there to have fun, double, triple reset Musty, and go home.
I feel like it's about like how NRG technically went into the next Worlds as the reigning champions, but it was like a really long time ago, you know? Like, I almost feel like it doesn't really matter, and I'm not really... That's not on my mind so much going into this event. I'm just kind of hard focused on playing this one. I don't really... And that was like forever ago in Rocket League years, you know? So, that's how I'm feeling.
It feels like a while ago. More than a year. That was 13 months. How many LANs have you guys played as like a full unit, coach included?
None.
None?
None
Wow.
with three of us
None
have
with
never
Tricks.
played. None with Tricks. We play with Z. I think
We played two with Z. Yeah.
Two LANs.
Wow. So this is like this is the first LAN with
Yes.
all of you playing together. What's that gonna be like? Have any expectations or strategy with that going in?
Pretty excited, I think. We haven't been too worried about it.
Honestly, I'll be happy with like any performance as long as we play to the best of our ability and we actually have fun, because you don't get to go to LAN often, you know, like it's a pretty awesome experience, and I've only gotten to play at one LAN, and that was like one of the best gaming experiences I've ever had. So I just want them to have a good time, honestly, like not beat themselves up, and you know, in order to not beat themselves up, they gotta come in strong, you know. So yeah.
I mean, I always like the SEL LAN just because we know a lot of the teams, so I think that is like the best part about it, and that's what makes it stand out compared to other LANs. But I mean, as far as just like the gameplay, I think it's pretty much the same for us. Like, we're just gonna go and have a good time and hopefully win. It's kind of always the game plan.
Yeah, rest of you guys agree? Like, it's gonna be just another LAN, another competition.
We learned after BBB to not think like anything's a free win anymore. So it's instead have fun and have confidence instead of thinking like they'll take guaranteed.
I think it'll be a big confidence boost since we already did it once.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's like even if we lose that round one, it's like, you know, still good vibes. Like, but actually maybe that's not good, because we lost that first round last year, and the vibes were really terrible for a long time until basically right before we started playing. So maybe if we lose, we need to go mope around for a while, and then we'll get the same result.
Did someone say LANs?
Oh my god.
Did someone say LANs?
Oh my god. Oh my
All I'm
god.
gonna say, I've been doing this since high school.
On God.
Lands. We have veteran for lands. I got a couple lands under my belt. You know, nothing too crazy. Some things with Mr. TJ over here.
On God.
So lands, the nerves are definitely not an issue anymore, I would say. But just like I said, the aura.
Well, put them glasses back up, bro.
Oh my gosh. I think I've been to like 4, 5 BBBs maybe. I'm not entirely sure. We did that one weird LAN in Talladega, if you remember.
My God.
That was scuffed. And then we've done both QCCs and then one VOLAN now. So I've got a decent amount of LAN experience. I still get a little nervous on LAN, but I think it's less nervous than most teams get. And I think we also generally play better on LAN because it's more like it's just a day to focus on playing Rocket League. There's nothing else going on in our lives. And I think that's a huge buff for us.
Goes on, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, just playing for the last year, I've been to 4 LAN or 5 LANs now. 6 will be SEL. So I'd say that's a really good first year for me. So I'm excited. I don't mind nerves. I think they make me play better. So I'm excited. Bring it.
I mean, I've been doing a lot of LANs, many BBBs especially. I think playing with the original X and Aurora and Skates, and then move in with Be More and Camille, and now Be More and Kozen. Ton of LANs. Don't really get nervous anymore. It's just a good time. We're there when I like getting hype. I like the energy. It's just a good time, and I'm excited for potentially the last one. So.
I know me and Turbo have played a couple LANs together. We played Bluegrass Boost Battle last fall. We played in Virginia Wesleyan LAN together. We played. Is that the only 2 that we've played in together, Turbo?
I believe so. I know you and Echo have also played LANs together.
Me and Echo have played one LAN together. We played at Catawba Clash. That was a fun experience. But we've never had a collective this 3 fielding a roster at LAN before, and except for VOLAN. So it'll be nice to have some more experience together. As of right now, this is the roster for next semester and the next year. So I mean, it's always good to get more practice in and get more reps together, and make the most of it.
Over Kentucky, who I think a lot of teams were considering the second best team on the LAN. How'd you guys just do that?
I mean, I think we just started hot, and that was really after we won the first game. We were like just one game at a time, and when you play that way, it's kind of hard to come back in a series. So we were pretty confident after that first game.
I mean, is that the UTK peak on LAN, or were you just guys played pretty well, saving more for the grand finals and winners finals?
I mean, I think we're saving a little bit. We've not even whipped out any of our kickoff strats yet, so you'll hear us screaming them later.
I mean, you guys are getting loud up on stage regardless of kickoff strats or not. I mean, you've got Zach and Jaden behind you. Are they actually coaching you guys, or is it all just mental, like getting loud?
I mean, it's all just mental stuff, getting loud, and then Jaden's giving us head kisses like between games, making sure that we're staying locked in. So I mean, that's really all it takes. If they can bring us some energy from behind, then that's what we need. So we're always glad.
And you guys, moving on to the winners finals, are playing Bruton Parker next. I want to get your thoughts on the matchup against them, the 7 seed coming into today. They've pulled a couple of upsets so far. FSU in 5, they just swept King. How are you guys feeling about that matchup?
I mean, honestly, we haven't gotten to watch them play at all, so we don't really know what they're doing. So, I mean, we're just going to play the same game. It's kind of the same thing as always, really.
All right, not anything specific for the matchup. Fair enough, Joe. I appreciate the confidence. It never wavers, does it? You guys are just a confident bunch. You show up to LANs, you have a good time, you win some of them, and then you leave. Like that is that just how it goes?
Yeah, I think it takes you a long way when you're having fun. Like we always say, fun meta, because if you're having a blast at these events, then you're just more likely to win. I mean, that's just the way it is. If you take it too seriously and you get in your own head, and especially when you're not at home in your own setup, like, just these events are for fun and at the end of the day. So I think that's important for everybody to remember.
Just have fun, and you'll win LANs or have a couple SSLs in your team. That's also in the meta, I feel like. But I appreciate you joining me, Joe. All right, we are going to take a break. Our next series coming up, who are we doing next? Who are we doing next? FSU Kentucky is next. I can't keep it straight. But, of course, can we get a shot of, like, in the ice? Like, this is what is getting me through this LAN right now. It has been a long day so far, and we have a lot of the ways to go. Thank you for that nice, crisp Red Bull opening, Scott. Shout out Infernosis. All right, break time. We'll see you in a little bit.
Play FSU.
You all just nodded in sync right there. So it's FSU is the other team?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just FSU.
Probably Kentucky would be the only other one.
With
That-
Ty.
just because Ty's
Mhm.
coming, he's cracked. So yeah.
I mean, former LAN winners, right? Kentucky, that team.
Yep.
So yeah.
I would
UCK
say
and FSU.
From an outside perspective, I think Buds can peak really hard if they do all play well, but they're usually not all on at the time.
Yeah, I think it's mainly just focus on ourselves. We're gonna attack each team one game at a time, one series at a time, one kickoff at a time, and I think that if we really focus on our game, the way that our great coach Matt that has coached us to be where we are, I think if we stick to his game plan, and I think there's not a lot of teams that can just beat us straight up.
Dude, I'm worried about GSU because Dylan has 621 more ones games to play in the next 2 weeks, and he's going to be a demon after all of that.
UTK for sure. They're the big dogs.
I mean, you guys you're playing UTK first. What are your thoughts on that matchup? I want to know going into that what you guys are thinking.
It's not going to be the streamed match, right?
Yeah.
Probably not.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, near impossible is what I'm saying.
Sounds about right.
For us.
Yeah, we played him twice and it hasn't gone well either time, so.
I mean, honestly, just that Kentucky team with Ty. Like, we had the first time we scrimmed them, it was pretty even. I think it was like 5-4, so we barely won it. They're the team that I would actually like have circled. Like, this team is the one that could beat us more than anybody else, because especially if Bruton Parker doesn't bring their main roster that they played with all the time, then a lot of the other teams I don't have a lot of faith in beating us.
We've been begging him to game plan for our first game in SEL LAN, but he refuses, even though we're paying him. So I don't really understand that. I feel like we should fire him, but I think we can beat them, and I would love to do it to start off the season or start off the LAN. It would be so fun to beat Wade and start out in the upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think when y'all are going ban for ban, bar for bar, I think y'all are fairly close. I would love to see the Cozen versus Turbo matchup, see how that turns out mechanically. And so, Cozen, I'll pass that to you. How are you? What's that dynamic like with Wade as your coach and now going against him in round one?
You know, Wade's a great coach, but whenever I'm on the field, if I'm playing him, it's an easy win for me. So he's gonna have to change up something, because I know there was this 1-2s game that we played online, and he completely got destroyed. And Josh was there too, so he can't have a repeat of that during the win.
For the second time today, we have to send home a senior. We have to end a senior's career. Could be multiple, because we have Florida State versus Kentucky. I mean, TJ, this is another emotional match between two very, very good teams. We have the fall split winners versus the Season 3 LAN champions. We're in for a treat either way.
In my bracket, I had this as losers finals. And for those of you who've been keeping track at home, we are in losers quarters. So I am just appalled that we're even casting this at this stage, sending these seniors home regardless of the outcome. It hurts to see. Y'all obviously saw how emotional BMR got. If I see the entire roster of FSU do that, I might start crying.
Yeah, that interview with BMR actually almost got me. That was tough because all these guys are they're just personalities in the SEL scene. It's such a tight-knit community. It hurts to have seniors graduating, but only one team can advance to the next round and play the winner of Buds at GSU versus King, which is the matchup happening off stream over in the PC pit, and that one is just as good.
That is the biggest grudge match in the SEL this entire season.
Yeah.
But we will give you updates on that as we go. But for now, we'll show you the show, and that is FSU and UKY.
The Seminoles and the Wildcats taking the pitch. Manfield Day, the first location. Hopefully a long list of several locations we'll visit in this best of 5. I would love to see a champions field between these two teams, as so far, so good for Florida State. That's good pressure. That's a great finishing touch by Fries.
And how about that from Fries and Luigi? The pass middle just ends up working after the awkward clear from a double commit from Kentucky, but regardless, that net barely opens up, and that's all this FSU roster needs.
All right, 1-0 already. Florida State, they suffered a round 1 loss in Game 5 to Bruton Parker. I talked to Luigi earlier on my Bepic on the Street segment. He said the energy, or I think that first loss was just getting set for what was to come for this FSU roster on LAN. And, I mean, Game 5 in the other lower round, and here could be the same exact thing. We'll see how they hold up.
And the more that you look at that round 1 matchup where they lost to Bruton Parker in 5, the more that you start to maybe not think it's as bad as we thought. Because Bruton Parker is sitting pretty guaranteed top 3, while these teams are fighting to survive top 6.
All right, Huds, double tap of sorts. He went low with it, but it beat the FSU defense. Huds equalizes.
It's a great double. It takes a weird skip, but hey, whatever works. Hey, a goal's a goal, right? First minute in, we're tied.
No, come on, that's how you draw it up right there. Beautiful play by Huds. And we said tie's the mechanical one.
Well, Huds has played great today. And I think that in a series like this, against a roster like FSU, which seems to be playing where they should be now, as that's a very awkward double commit, as Strix just barely gets there. But FSU, all 3 players, I feel like if you were to do an SEL tier list, you could put them all together in one place. And for Kentucky, you have to play that similar, that consistent, and you can't leave your net open like this. Luigi won't find the net. Price, will he find it? No! Wow, that is somehow not in the net. We're still tied.
Clutch up, Huds on the goal line. Big save, keeping this game level. And FSU, they missed, honestly, a pair of golden opportunities to take their lead right back. And Kentucky looking to grab a lead of their own. Tie off the back wall. Apples there for the finish. How many times have we seen that?
I mean, starting this game, Game 4, Game 5, I would imagine that we'll see it in every time this Kentucky roster plays together. At least here for Apple's last ride, and he's given it all that he's got. We'll see Kentucky up 1.
That's a great response, though. Doing what they do best, looking comfortable in an elimination series. But this is still awkward. Florida State now an opportunity of their own off kickoff, though Fries lets that be a little bit too softly. Leaves the rest of the work for Luigi. But Apples, you're right. What a read by him. He was on top of that really before the play even happened.
And that right there is confidence that when we interviewed with Apples and we talked with him about how much he's wanted to win this event. Wait a minute, that might just be exactly what I'm talking about. Net is wide open, 3-1, and he wants it bad, and he is as consistent as ever today.
To finish your point, though, I think the quote that he gave me that has stuck with me the most is he said he has not grinded for an event as much as he has for this one. He wants this LAN. And Kentucky suffered a setback when they just got swept by UTK, but I mean, the scoreboard speaks for itself right now. They are responding nicely against FSU.
Unironically, I think that a Kentucky 0-3 loss might have been better for their mental than a Game 5 loss against Tennessee. I think them realizing that they have something that they need to work on changes their mental going against a team as consistent as FSU versus feeling like you're right there and you deserve it, and then you got to play for top 4 at this rate.
The big win by Ty, and Luigi just has to hit that ball away or try to. Let's put it right back where it came from. FSU's goal line, but they find a way out. The Seminoles combining for a nice looking counterattack play until that touch right there. I was expecting a shot, honestly, from Fries, but I think he overjumped it just a little bit, and so had to bail out of the play, put it in the corner, and that allowed an opening for Kentucky to escape.
Fries, not much he can do. Apple shot on net, though, trying to extend that lead. But with 2 minutes left, this is what I love about this Kentucky roster, is that they are not going to play back. They won't pull a UAH. They won't pull an FSU. They're just going to keep the pressure on, and they're going to find an open net here. It's still open, but Apples doesn't read it. Luigi, no boost, and he'll get it out. And just barely, this is now a wide open net for FSU. Somebody can read it, but unfortunately for Trix, it's still going to be, wait a minute, this shot goes bottom right. I thought that was a done deal, but not just yet.
Oh, Huds just faked the first challenger of FSU. Tricks, though, he stayed on top of the play. The Seminoles looking for another goal. It started off nicely for them. Their offense was cooking early on, but despite 60% field domination in game 1 here, they're down by 3 now.
FSU, this is where I start to worry. Obviously, mentally, this is such a taxing event, and it's starting to give me vibes of that Bruton Parker Game 5 series. FSU struggled early, and then once they started pulling back, it was just too little too late, and especially with an open net miss earlier. That ended up leading to a Kentucky goal, the second one that then started this absolute burst of shots and goals, and I just hope they can bounce back from it for the sake of the content, but Kentucky's in a very good spot.
I'm sure they can. Florida State, a team of seniors, and they've been playing together for a long time. This is the same roster that all the way back in Season 2 came out of nowhere and made a Cinderella run to the grand finals and almost won it, took it to Game 7. They've got resolve, TJ, and they're showing some of it here.
And there's 50 seconds left, and if FSU keeps these kickoffs, they're strong kickoffs, and those passes off of backboard and those demos as well, this is doable.
It absolutely is. The kickoff game, it is strong. That is a half a win, but it went into Apple's hands. So get some possession for Kentucky here, and that'll drain a little bit of the clock as Huds dives in from the skies. Doesn't get a read on the ball, but Apples will. Kentucky draining the clock nicely.
Luigi, no boost, and with 30 seconds left, you hate to see that as FSU needs a counterattack desperately. You don't want to give Ty boost in space and a ceiling and a flip reset as well, and a pass down to Apples, and almost incredible there, but putting that amount of pressure on, it took 10 seconds of time off the clock alone.
Oh, that's a good clear by Trix. Anyone was ready for that. It's probably a third goal for FSU. Still might yet be. Ty miss. No, he didn't miss. I think he got a touch on that. I thought he missed it, but it was the redirection into the corner. Scared me half to death. But Kentucky going to close out Game 1, no sweat.
Oh, that's not, okay, somehow that didn't hit the ground. Not sure how that wasn't there, as I believe Huds just completely kind of with that there in the original catch. But Ty will make sure it hits the ground. Huds gets the MVP. Great performance from the third man of UTK. Or sorry, UKY.
Still stuck in the last series. but talking about Florida State's last series, they ended it by shutting out UAH in the last 2 games. It was a 1-0, 1-0. And that same defense they just conceded 4 goals to Kentucky. I think that shows you just how good this Kentucky offense is operating.
Well, again, it's such a change of pace. I mean, every player, there's an upgrade. There's Ty instead of Cozen. There's Apples and Beemore. And then you got Huds and Josh. I mean, it is the better team. That's why they're at this stage. That's why they're playing at this level. And it's just something that I think it's similar to how Kentucky played UTK, is you got to adjust. And FSU, they're the ones who have to do it this time.
All right, they're still in high spirits. I saw Luigi cracking a smile. Trix is waving to the camera. I love to see it. There he is again. So is Apples. All right. We're still having fun, even though this is a very tense elimination series. Thumbs up. I love when players play to the camera, and these guys know how to do it.
Well, and these guys have been around each other for years at this point, so I'm glad they're having fun. It was just like the Kentucky and the UTK series. I don't believe this is for Toby Sixman's points, but regardless, there's money on the line.
This is a big series, top 4 on the line. And I mean, the loser eliminated it. Both these teams were up there when we're talking about favorites to win the LAN. I think FSU was the second most talked about. Obviously, UTK the favorite, Kentucky second favorite, but FSU was touted by a lot of teams to be that next team to watch out for. But 0-0, 20 seconds in, maybe we'll have a game where we actually get settled in before the scoring starts.
I would love to see the FSU passing plays start to come back out, as that right there was what I was hoping to see out of this roster. But now you see how they play out of the corner, and this is my biggest complaint with their style so far, is they get awkward and they don't take the possession which they normally have. But of course, against Kentucky, it gets that much harder, especially when Ty's off your backboard. Here comes Apples. He's just quicker. 1-0.
Oh, it's just hesitation out of FSU right here. They had players reading this ball. Fries went up to contest to get it out of Ty's hands, and Trix just waits a half a second too long to jump off of the goal line and put a hand in Apples' face. And Apples says, thank you very much. I'll take that free goal.
And again, this is not the same Apples that anybody at this LAN is used to. This is, again, like you mentioned earlier, Apples has grinded more than he ever has for this event. And FSU, they might not even matter. Trix goes top left. Ty can't save it, and we're tied just like that.
That's how you make up for a defensive mistake right there. Great pass by Fries first of all, but Trix being in the area and then slotting that. Ty is back with boost. I mean, that's a somewhat savable position, but the shot was anything but.
I mean, it was a perfect shot from FSU, and Ty still almost got it. That's just the level that Ty plays at. And it was a close one, but you'll take what you can get against a roster like UKY. And of course, that double commit will work out in their favor and push this ball into the FSU half, but the counterattack from Trix is already heating up. But Apples tries to get a double. It's a miss in the midfield. Ty needs to beat one here. He does. Is that on the net? It's so close, but it'll be saved, but it's read by HUDs.
Wow.
But Trix will get it out. Now Fries has a one-on-one with Ty, who fake challenges, and he's up, and it's a great defensive stand from Ty. But wait a minute, this shot's not out just yet. Apples has to push it to the ceiling. That way, Ty can stay right back on. It is starting to get a little more even here, Bevic.
Oh, HUDs versus nobody. Fries misjudged that ball, and so it escapes through his fingers. Kentucky allowed another opportunity. Ty on target, but stopped by Trix. Good performance defensively out of Florida State right now, but Kentucky's so close to scoring, though. Seminoles get out of defense. Luigi and gets them out and into an opportunity, but again, it's stopped by Kentucky.
When talking with this FSU roster, they are extremely confident that they can out-mechanic anybody here other than UTK, and that is what we have yet to see. We have yet to see one or two players find a mechanical flip reset over one player, or maybe a dribble over two, and that's what's made the difference. And especially looking at Ty and Apples, who have made those mechanical adjustments to take that first game, and now as they push to take this one, you've got to see FSU start to step up. That demo is a good start.
To the side, Apples will track it down. Just trying to apply pressure on the near side of Florida State. That's a great jump by HUDs. Again, Kentucky getting in these passing lanes before the passes really even come off of the first car's front bumper. It's crazy how fast they are trying to get in the face of Florida State's offense. There's a lot of respect there, and Kentucky wants to make sure that FSU isn't allowed space to operate. And Apple's given a little bit of room to work right there. Almost found a go-ahead goal, but is stopped by FSU.
Back-to-back corner shots for Kentucky. They are really starting to force FSU into a defensive lull here. And Apples is going to go backboard, pinching middle. It's open to Ty, wants to shoot it. Here he comes, bottom right. He won't find it. Luigi has to flip into this one. He gets an okay 50 here. Trix has to rip it out instead. And is there somebody? It's HUDs off the ground, back to himself, but it's a little too short. And now it's going to get Fries a pass out to a teammate. It'll be Luigi over to Trix, who needs to put a shot on, but it's just a little too far ahead. And now the counterattack kicks up for Kentucky. But wait a minute, Luigi will meet it. He'll double it. It's an open net, but Ty is there. The team's just exchanging blows right now.
Trix is up so fast for that one, keeping the ball going laterally. And Luigi waits a second to commit for that ball, letting it come to him, letting the ball do the work for him. And it works out. Florida State allowed more offense, allowed a shot. It goes a little bit wide. But man, going back and forth right now. 1-1 in a big big game 2 here. Kentucky wins, they're up, forcing FSU to reverse sweep. If FSU wins, they show they can go toe-to-toe with Kentucky.
Oh, and that's a close one. Shot's still going to go on, but it's weak. And like you mentioned, this isn't just your average best of 5. No, this is losers, end of career best of 5 for 4 players out of the 6 in this lobby. So we'll see who wants it more here. Kentucky obviously with the advantage, and pressure-wise, they've seemed to keep it as well. As now Apples will fake it. It'll be an awkward clear. Apples will get bumped back into play, so it leaves Ty all by his lonesome. But he doesn't even care about all that, as he'll slam it back and he'll look for a pass. Actually, he might go back to himself here. No, Huds will try and go top left, but now Apples, it's his turn. It's a back pass, and it's going to give Trix a chance. He's over one, looking to dunk Ty. Not in, but here comes another player. It's a counterattack. Fries with no boost, but enough to hit it to the back corner.
This is the FSU defense we're used to seeing, though. They are making great reads on the goal line, a shift from game 1, giving themselves opportunities in transition into offense. Luigi's got nothing in the tank, and overtime is where we head in game 2.
FSU overtime. This is a familiar sight. They've been here, done that, and it's going to be an awkward start, a very dead even kickoff, and that's, I mean, what couldn't better describe how game 2 has been other than dead even is that right there? It might be an accident. Oh, goal! Here comes Apples to shoot left side to put Kentucky up 2-0.
What just happened off a kickoff? I mean, it felt like where you expected the ball to go went the opposite way, but Apples stuck around and is rewarded for his patience. A 2-1 Kentucky lead, and something I want to point out. We talk a lot about history here. Season 3 LAN, first lower bracket series for Kentucky. We talk about the lower bracket run. They 3-0'd Florida State to start that run last year, and now they're up 2-0 over those same Seminoles.
Oh man, it is looking dangerously similar, and for FSU, I wouldn't be too fond of that. So I'm sure Coach Avalanche has something to say, and you can see Coach Chip just as happy with his guys, and they still have points that they're trying to perfect because they're aware that, I mean, honestly, it wasn't a lucky goal, but HUD staying on that side of the pitch and the ball just finding Luigi or Fry's car and then bouncing back, it was an absolute cluster in front of the net. But regardless, the players are ready. FSU, their last life. They're on their last leg, and it's got to be a reverse sweep to give them another life. We'll see what happens here in game 3.
And we would call it the last dance for Florida State. How fitting. A lot of lasts for them heading into DFH Stadium. We'll see what they have to say about now this 2-0 Kentucky series lead. Trix through the corner. Will be stopped momentarily by Ty. That's a center ball that invites Fries in. The crossbar denying his initial opportunity. FSU sent packing for now.
FSU already off to a hot start with that shot. That top right was open, but that's how perfect you have to be against this Kentucky defense, and it's arguably vice versa with FSU's defense as well, as this is simply a 1-goal, 1-mistake game, and so far we're scoreless, but there's been chances.
Trix off the side wall. Interception by Huds, but still non-threatening as Florida State continue a fairly solid defensive performance. That was the turnaround we saw in game 2. It took overtime for Kentucky to score their second goal. Take that one a minute in, 0-0. Fries a redirection to the back wall. Huds has no boost, but Trix missing the read right there. That was an opportunity that Florida let slip.
And we do have a little bit of a score update. It looks like that King is up 1-0 against GSU. That is a grudge match that has gone the distance before, and I believe in their careers they are even against each other at LAN and also in general, so I'm sure we'll hear more about that best of 5 later. But for now, we have Kentucky's 2-0 in front of us, trying to end this once and for all. Apples trying to take his time here. He has been insanely composed working with Ty, and that's a great play. It's going to open up the net with one FSU defender left. He goes quick. It's going to be an awkward play for who I believe was Luigi, and he'll try to find Fries down here.
Fries, I don't think, or Apples rather, I don't think used the space he had between him and Luigi properly. Could have played some mind games there, but he rushed it, so Kentucky forced to reset. But off the back wall, it's a miss from Luigi. Nicely done by Fries to make sure that shot was never in really any danger of forcing a concession by Florida State. Off the back wall, opening for Trix. There's an awkward defender there that can't get the read, and the Seminoles lead.
Lands the trick as well right on the hood, just to make sure that you know what he's capable of. How about this drop down? Apples with no booze, only so much he can do, and it's FSU's, I believe, their first lead in a hot minute.
It's been a second, but It's a lead that I feel like they have to add on to, with how Kentucky has been able to fairly consistently score multiple goals on Florida State's defense. Despite the compliments I've been giving them, they have still given up an average of 3 goals per game at FSU defense. So we'll see what kind of response we get from the Wildcats, what kind of continuation we get from Florida State. Right now, Hud's trying to go to work, but his hard work goes down the drain as Luigi intercepts that clear.
Hud's flip reset, looking for a second one. I believe he did get it, but was bumped off the ball, and now Apple's trying to keep that pressure on. Fries won't get it. Ty has room, has a backboard, has a double. He'll fake it. It's a shot, and Fries somehow reads it. Apple's no boost, has to come in and play a 50. It's not a bad one, but he has no teammates there to play. Hud's is beat. Fries doubling, top right. Here comes Luigi. Bottom right won't be found either. Now the Kentucky counterattack is imminent, but Tricks, what a great turn from him.
That was a nice read. He saw the eyes, or I guess the metaphorical eyes, because those are cars on the field. The passing option was shut down there by a nice read as FSU continued to protect that lead. Hud's no boost, but still gets a touch on the ball. Center, Luigi going back wall and opening to double, and he pokes it center. Again, a pass that just wasn't quite on the mark.
It's an awkward touch for Ty, but one that was needed to keep this Kentucky play. Hud's gonna try and drop it. Ty will go up next. Ty, game with 1:30 left.
Kentucky finds their answer, and it's Hud's. He's been looking so mechy. I thought he might put that on target with how close he was to hitting that ball again, but leaving it for Ty ended up being a great option as they find themselves tied up.
I mean, it's just like UTK. It is, no matter who is on the ball, they are sneaky, they are mechanical, and they are dangerous. As Ty, we know what he can do as he tries to read that ball. He's going to put a shot on. No, it's actually Hud's, and Apples tries to go, but now it's a 1v1. Luigi and Ty. Luigi, not a lot of boost, and here comes Hud's. A great pinch from him, and now Ty very quickly to be on that ball and on Tricks, but just like that, FSU able to clear it out with 60 seconds left in what could be their careers.
Nice pancake by Apples, slowing down FSU, stopping ball down the sideline, but off that same side wall, there's a pass to Tricks. He'll double it back for Fries. We cut infield a little bit, so not the best touch, and wow! Ty out of nowhere, putting Kentucky up.
You could make a highlight reel of this man alone. Luigi just barely trying to get there, but he's Goomba stomped by Ty as that will find the back of the net.
That one hurts if you're Florida State, because now they, after leading for the majority of this game, for having the majority of the pressure offensively in this game, are now down a goal in a must-win game of Rocket League. Make it 2. Apples puts Kentucky up by a pair.
It's normally been Apples and Ty, but Hud's, that's a massive move to get Luigi out as third man once again, and 2 goals in quick succession, 40 seconds left. FSU has got to pick it up.
I mean, this is back against the ropes type of business for Florida State here. They need 2 goals in 35 seconds, lest their LAN careers as a team are over, their SCL careers definitely over. They need something soon. Instead, they find a face full of Hud's. But that 50-50 goes in Florida State's direction. Tricks off the sidewall, denied by Ty. Luigi cutting, but actually dunking Ty. Tricks turn. He can't. No boost. He picks up the 100 at midfield instead.
We both looked at the monitor, just begging him to turn on that ball, but unfortunately you need a goal in the next few seconds or else that is going to be the end. There is a chance right here they can get downfield, but as the clock will slowly hit 0, it's a 2-goal lead, and that will unfortunately be the end for FSU. But for Kentucky, they kick this loser's bracket run off right.
It's a repeat of the last season's LAN, a 3-0 Kentucky finds over Florida State. 5 of the 6 players on the field the same, but GG's. FSU, I mean, they really started off their SEL careers by making a statement back in Season 2, only losing to South Carolina, the eventual champions, in Game 5 and Game 7 in that playoff bracket, and they have been a presence ever since. But their run comes to a close against Kentucky, who are still looking to defend that LAN title.
I mean, that is a great way to start. FSU obviously falling to the losers bracket off of that first round loss. And, I mean, looking at their losses, you got 2 teams that will most likely finish in the top 3. So, unfortunate drawing.
talk to FSU. We'll have time to talk to Kentucky a little
true.
later on. But if you could see up on stage, everyone's still kind of hanging around. So I'm going to go grab one of those FSU players while I've got the chance. So, well, you can just see me move around on camera. Everyone here knows what's going on. So I'll just block TJ for a second and mute.
He can only block me for a little bit, Chad. We just muted him just so that we could shove him off the frame here. But regardless, Bepic will go set up for a quick little interview. Unfortunately, Florida State, that is the end of their SEL careers. I do hope that roster does come back strong with whoever is up next. I mean, there's been some rumblings on Twitter about a potential move with Fisher, but who knows? There's so much in the air, so much left to figure out. But for Kentucky, a massive win. Apples, Huds tie looked incredible. Huds was the MVP for 2 of those 3 games, and if Huds is the one moving the needle for Kentucky, then they are just that much more dangerous with Ty and Apples waiting in the wings. But regardless, it's been incredible, and I believe we are ready for Bepic's interview. So without further ado, let's throw it over to Bepic and the FSU guys.
All right, so with me, I have got Trix from FSU. It's been a long run for you guys in the SEL. Your career's coming to a close now, though. I mean, what's it been like competing in the SEL now? 2 full years, pretty much, and making some deep runs and some tournaments while you're at it.
It's been pretty fun. Everybody's pretty cool, so it's just been really great to like hang out more than even just play Rocket League. But it was a good LAN to end off on, I would say.
I mean, the smiles were there even during that like elimination series. You guys are still having fun. You're interacting with the camera, smiling at each other, fist bumping. It's good to see. I mean, what's the team dynamic been like between you guys? You've played a long time together.
Yeah, I mean, we're pretty good friends. So the main thing, even if we lost, we wanted to just have fun doing it. So I think we did that and did well.
Yeah, it was a good showing. I mean, 3-0 to Kentucky, very good team. Like, you get this far in the SEL, and you're going to have stiff competition no matter who you're playing. That's just how competitive it's gotten. I mean, it's grown so much since you guys came into the league. How have you kind of seen it develop from Season 2 until now?
I mean, yeah, even like some of the people have been around this whole time and gotten better. I think all the teams have just improved so much. It's been kind of fun to like see everybody grow together as we've been playing the last few seasons.
It's been awesome, developing as a community. Trix, I appreciate you for joining me. Good luck, my man. All right, actually, right now, I'm not going to throw it to a break because I want to walk around the venue a little bit longer because right now we have Buds at GSU playing King University, and I want to check in on that series, so we'll see if we can get a little bit of space. We're going to go around this way. Apparently they're in a 4-minute overtime right now, so I'm going to try not to distract them too much. We'll get a view from afar of apparently King just winning. 2-1, 3 minutes and 48. Wow. And Turbo slots it just underneath the crossbar. So I believe that is, 2-1 now for King? 2-0 now for King. So they are now on the brink of sweeping Buds. Right there on the opposite side of the venue, facing elimination point. 2-1. Okay. Well, close series, no matter what's happening. So I'm going to be able to become a fan real quick and just enjoy that series, standing behind the players. So I apologize to all you watching at home. You should have come to LAN. You could have watched the series with me. But we're going to take a short break as we get set for the lower semifinals coming up next.
The day, we knew it was going to be long, but it continues to get longer. We've officially crossed into best of 7 territory, and while doing so, we lost Bepic on the trail. So with me is, of course, Infernosis.
We just lost him. He's out there somewhere, I'm sure of it. But he's probably taking a much-needed break after all the shenanigans that have happened here in the booth, and you calling people geriatric old men
game is
up
game.
on the stage. Game is game, and you could be 95 and you're still spitting game. They didn't spit game for too much longer, though, on stage.
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately
did
not.
have to bow out of that one, but they still had a really great interview afterwards.
Of course. Well, without further ado, we're not going to waste any time. We have a long best of 7 ahead of us, so let's get it going. UTK and Bruin Parker fighting for a spot in the grand finals. UTK, they've been there, they've done that, but Bruin Parker, a first-time offender here.
And UTK have already shown what they're capable of and really not had a mar on their record and are looking to continue that one. There goes Shaka, ex-prod PC user here for SEL, trying to prove they can do it on both sides of the stick, both in-game and out-of-game, controlling the HUD for Valorant. We'll see if they're capable of doing it again, because they were a standout player earlier in their showcase on stage.
Yeah, Shaka helping out with the Valorant side. He's also my teammate on our pickup team outside of SEL, so no caster bias, obviously, but without further ado, we will see. Yeah, I hate him too, so we'll see how they do today. But Bruin Parker, they have looked incredible today. Upset after upset. They beat FSU, and then they ended up running into who I believe, wait a minute, you know what, let's just not even talk about the history. It's 1-0 Bruin Parker.
There's no history. It's nothing but the current session in play. And this goal, well, it's history. Maybe there's a little bit of history here. It's a 1-0 record already in game 1. And it's only 40 seconds into this one. It is a quick set of action to get this going, and it's not UTK actually doing so, though they may fire back if it wasn't for Milk being actually there to save it and score.
Bruin Parker was the 7 seed entering today. They have beat the 2 and the 3, and they officially play the 1. So in terms of running the gauntlet, it can't get much crazier than this. And we'll see how they handle the pressure, and they're doing great so far.
Keep in mind, they've got more Valorant action for VPC coming up tomorrow as well, right? And I think me and Dallas, I mentioned it multiple times. That's one of the teams, if not the team, we're looking at.
The team.
So
Shout out Truth.
Shout out Truth for real. They are absolutely dominating SEL right now at LAN. And, I mean, that's saying that they do well tomorrow, but considering just how good they are, normally, I have to expect that'll be the case. What a shot.
And there you go, Crisp. Top side, he'll find it. It's a quick one as well. 102 KPH straight to the dome of the Bruin Parker defense. And while we're talking about Bruin Parker as a program, I'm centered in Georgia. I'm at UGA, and Bruin Parker are some very close friends of ours. As I also just got the score update that GSU is on reverse sweep alert on King. They have just won the last 2 games, and they're heading to 5. So we will give you live updates on that series, but you might just be able to hear it through our mics. We'll see what happens here. This shot, it's going to go in the net. Chris will find his second. Joe Bro on the pass.
An attempted defense, just not good enough to keep it out. The strike that Chris asked for, and Milk accidentally assists on. You had to be there perfect, and it just wasn't the space to do so. UTK now up 2-1 and are looking to hold on to that lead as Chris gets the majority of this kickoff, sends up towards center of the pitch. Sino's praying they can get something going as Milk goes for a demo to create space, maybe hoping to clap this one back quickly. The BPC are still being kept back quite well by UTK, as you'll see Chris clear this one out again.
One of the most impressive things about the Bruin Parker program, what I was going to say earlier, I might not even get the chance. Wait a minute, that bubble come through! Joe Bro and UTK will interrupt me once again. It's 3-1.
The ability for UTK to be all over this pitch. They're going to let you talk about BPC. Every time you've mentioned BPC, UTK has stepped up to the plate to score to silence you. And I don't think they like you very much, but I also think they're just that darn good to be capable of doing that.
Well, we are still looking for the King GSU Game 5. It looks like GSU, I believe they just... Was that Game 4, Prod?
Game 4, 6-2.
Game 4, 6-2. Production just confirmed. So GSU, they barely won a Game 3 overtime to kick off this reverse sweep. And now they go 6-2 in Game 4. We will be hot to watch that one and see how Game 5 goes. But, of course, the task at hand. I'll talk about Bruin Parker. Wait a minute. Okay, no, don't do me like this. Wait a minute. Okay, now I will talk about Bruin Parker. Because as a program, Coach Stanley and Coach Russell, shout out Glendon, they have done such an incredible job with that program to where Bruin Parker, this is not even their starting roster. They're missing 2 A-team players, and they are still competing at this high of a level, making a guaranteed top 3, and they're going to be top 8 in the Southeast, but they're looking for more than that as they'll bring the lead to 1.
They are not out of the woodwork. Still 2 minutes on the clock. They've got some momentum now. The strike from Milk, who's now put in both goals for BPC and even 1 for UTK. If you want to get really technical about it, they're really hunting to give UTK their money's worth, and well, I'm getting some glances from them up on stage, but for now, they're at least showing that they're involved.
Shout out Coach Zach and Coach Jade. They've done a great job so far managing the UTK guys, being that little reinforcing voice that they need to hear. And it's the same thing with all 4 coaches that are here today. FSU, Bruin Parker, King, and UTK, all having voices that are there to say, hey, breathe, we got this, or hey, let's do this. And that is such a difference maker at this level of play. And you're gonna see it at its highest level if Bruin Parker can find something. But Chris, oh my lord, off the ceiling looking for a dunk here. He'll find a pinch actually, and Milk in an awkward spot, but he'll get the demo. He'll also get Joe absolutely off his rocker here. He'll try and keep that balance as he goes for the net. It's got a 1v1, but Milk, a great 50. UTK will hold the lead, but BPC is fighting.
UTK don't even let the ball escape past the middle of the pitch. The control that they're gaining has been nearly insurmountable, and BPC are struggling against it. It feels like narrow odds against them every single time they get stuck on the defensive. And it just feels like the next one is it for UTK, and if it's not this one, it's the next one after that. And BPC have to get that wiggle room working in their favor to tie this up 3-3 as they are on the offensive here. A great drop down, but Sino blocked away by Shaka.
Demo
and
as
there's
well.
another chance, it's back in, and Milk pops another, securing BPC a 3-3.
Milk with the hat trick as well. He's on an 800-point tear to try and bring this game one just a little bit closer. A minute left, we are dead even here.
It is an insane game one of a best-of-7. The game only gets better, supposedly. I don't know how it's going to get much better than this in a very close affair, but there's still 5-6 more potential games to go through. As BPC may have to worry about the next one. A good attempt coming out, but not on target enough. Clearly, the defender's online for it. Chris places to the corner, hunting for more. Milk in a 1v1. Shaka cannot be beat, though, but gets Demo to make it a little bit easier for the retouch. Milk centers it. One more there. They missed the initial touch, but now they're going to fall back on the defense.
Bruin Parker has had the element of surprise on every team they've played because this is the first time this roster is making a debut in any SEL event. So with all that uncertainty, there's one thing you can guarantee is that Bruin Parker's going to give it their all, and you can see it in the way they play. But Milk, a little awkward, has to watch out. Joe Bro off the ceiling. Here comes Chris. Straight down left side. Agni misses. Milk trying to play a 50. Only so much he can do. Shaka won't find it. This ball might hit the ground. No, not just yet. Joe Bro going middle. 0-second possibility. It'll stay up. It'll go straight to the ground. We have OT in winners finals.
It's every game in the series that are playing right now has had an OT just session, an OT war. And this one starts off on the same foot. 3-3 between BPC and UTK, and the OT action's getting already underfoot with UTK trying to strike first and still keeping that pressure on.
I also do want to mention UTK has yet to lose a game, and it's because of plays like this. Crisp Joe Pro, we've seen it 1,000 times, we'll see it 1,000 more. Game one goes to the Volunteers.
22 seconds was all that was needed in an overtime session. And while we get to say statistically, hey, OT was here. It was a close game. The 22 seconds needed to secure it just showed that UTK was short that clearance of time to secure the goal eventually. And we could see that pressure the entire game. Just look at the shot.
You can see it in the
13-5. Yeah, that's a really good goal to shot percentage for BPC. But if you take a ton of shots, some of them are going to go in. And UTK say, we'll take plenty of them to get the job done.
Well, and it's what UTK has been able to do the entire tournament is that they can wear down any team, any defense, any player. It doesn't matter. That's how confident they are in themselves. So they get the feeler game out of the way. I think that if Bruin Parker's chances of winning a game were the highest, it would have to be in that first game. So now, how do these two storied programs, these two storied groups of players, how do they adjust heading into game two with more money, more stakes, with everything on the line? Let's see how it goes.
I think Bruin Parker have to realize UTK takes a whole lot of shots. They're going to continue to do so, and either you play a perfect defense, a standout show, or you got to start putting more shots back the other way as well. Chris went for something there, a little bit too awkward in the air, doesn't really nail it. Milk had a chance there, but Shaka was clearly in line for the defensive save, putting that one back on the BPC side of the pitch. A great 1-2 play. A third man could have been there to hunt for, but UTK say, hey, we'll take our chances on another one. It's not like we're missing chances that often.
Of course, and UTK, they're playing a little reserve to take this one out. So it looks like we're starting to see the beginning of their strategies. As you heard Jobro in the interview earlier, they have yet to pull out a lot of what's in that volunteer handbook. They haven't even, what Joe said, they have not played their peak LAN potential yet. As you want to talk about peak LAN potential, Milk's going to read that one. Sino's got a flip reset as well, but won't get to use it. And now it'll be Agni coming in and try and put something on net. It'll go middle here, but Milk has to play the 50. Double commit, but it's also going to be a slammer. Top line, wait, I don't know where it's going, but Jobro, the ball just somehow gravitates towards his car and then will gravitate towards the net.
Check the ball for magnets. This has got to be ridiculous. Jobro has Shaka up above it, goes a little bit too low on the drop. They'll finish their own play center with the assistance from just the center cross anyways. Very gorgeous execution for that goal and a nod of approval from the side of UTA. So yeah, that one was cooked up in the books for a while.
Yeah, well, you want to talk about cooking. GSU up 2-0 in Game 5 against King. I'm not sure how much time is left, but I cannot even imagine how that side of thing is going. It's ended. You can hear him in the background.
They're standing, they're cheering.
Dylan is up in his chair screaming. GSU just reverse swept King to punch their ticket to the top 4. Unbelievable here.
That is a team that not many expected to, one, lose for quite a while, two, get knocked out by them, right? That is an unbelievable stat line. We talked about the miracle story that was UAH to get to LAN. Now we're seeing miracles take place at LAN. It's crazy in the SEL.
We officially have the number 6 team and the number 7 team in our top 4. Number 3 and number 4 are gone. So, how about that one?
At the top and the bottom.
Welcome to the SEL. And speaking of welcome to the SEL, welcome to the UTK offense. Shaka will teach that class.
Yeah, maybe BPC needs to be welcomed in a game too, because so far they're noticeably absent. 2-0, UTK in the lead. And really, there's been no chance for BPC to find success. It hasn't felt like their offense has really been able to stabilize. And UTK's defense have just been, well, good, but it's their attack that's suffocating, making the offense for BPC even more difficult, though that was a wild attempt from Milk, trying to ride that one through the air. Agni going for something as well, but it's just BPC piecing something and hoping, as you'll see the pressure be brought back by Shaka this time in the corner for UTK.
I have a DJ coin term. It's the UTK 5 stages of grief. And so far, no, oh my lord! Top left, Jobro! Are you serious? Let that one sit, why don't you?
I am. I have to watch it again in silence. That's just, that is as perfect as a shot of a goal. You have to hit it in to just get that perfectly in the top corner. To go bar down, I should say, right of the squeaking hood of the defender. Something up from Milk, though, pretty cleanly slapped away by Shaka. UTK have a comfortable 3-0 lead, and this is maybe one of the scenarios where Root Park can say, let's bring out something else here. Let's get the next 2 minutes to check a new strategy to start to feel what works against UTK, because this game may already be done, though doesn't mean UTK can't score again.
Root Parker has a chance as well, as I think I'm finally going to get the chance to make my point. The UTK 5 stages of grief that every team who plays them must go through is that I have yet to see anybody take a game 1 off of UTK in the last year of play, as that one's close on net, but it's off. But nobody has taken a game 1 off of UTK from what I've seen. Except, well, yeah, I mean, I've seen maybe one team ever take a game 1 off of UTK in the last year, and let's talk about Northwood and some of the other giants who have done that. But in terms of the SEL, they have looked untouched, unbeaten, but they're slowly starting to reveal it, and BPC working through those 5 stages.
BPC has done a really good job of showing that UTK can bleed, and obviously game 1, leading them into OT was something that was very impressive. The start of game 2 was very poor. Giving them a 3-0 start, only have 2 minutes to try to climb back. We're seeing them be a lot more possessive on the offense, a little bit less wild. This is a gorgeous kickoff that just catches UTK off guard, and what was once a 3-0 disparity between these two rosters now is just a single goal in the span of 8 seconds. between these two sides with a minute 30 remaining.
Well, this is good timing because now you look at the back half of those stages of playing UTK, is that now you must learn to adapt, and then you must survive, and then you must thrive. And so far, Bruton Parker almost down to that thriving step, but they've got to watch out because UTK is not done yet.
Off the sideline, Agni's already beaten one. Is the second there as well? Pitched away as Shaka saves the day for UTK. Another chance forward now, hoping to piece it on the offense. Sino, really awkward touch to send this. Maybe beats the first. A good pinch. Agni on that side. And I don't know if BPC have the perfect way to play this. Is this a drop back to another defender? It's hard to say, but Milk completely swipes that off the side and gives UTK at least free clearance and a couple seconds to buy time with them in the lead.
Shaka looking backward. UTK is not a team that likes to bunker down. They like to keep the pressure. They like to beat the team that's controlling the pace, and so far they're seeming to do that. That fake will open up the net, but it's a whiff. Canet open for Cody, but he can't put that one in. We'll see Milk. It's unfortunately middle. Shaka, he can't get the net either, and now Sino trying to give BPC some time. Sino, it's a fake! That net will be open, and somehow it'll just roll in.
UTK have their own Milk on the roster. Jobro nets in their third in the hat trick to secure UTK once again. More than a single goal between these two sides. And with only 30 seconds left, that is a hard-pressed time for BPC to try to clap back. And 2 goals, I mean, they did it in 8 seconds last time, but it took them 30 seconds past that 2-minute mark to get the wheels rolling. And I've seen a noticeable lack of that in the last minute.
We have seen plenty of teams struggle today offensively with some crucial misses, but one player who won't is Crisp. As I will give him credit on that one net that he did miss. It was a rough shot, but wait a minute. Who needs a shoe when Jobro can bump for you? Crisp not able to find a shot, but with only a few seconds left, Shaka might just find one more for the road. It's 5-2 here in game 2.
Shaka, it was over. I'm showing up.
It's
got
a
the
roller.
camera.
I mean, you can tell that he wanted to show off because Sino jumped high for that one.
Yeah.
He was predicting the top right bang from Shaka, but Shaka, he doesn't have to be that flashy. You have Crisp, you have Jobro. You can sit back and play a more consistent game, and he thrives under that pressure. What a great flip reset to potentially end this one. Jobro off the ceiling, almost peaking there at the end, but UTK taking care of business once again.
Yeah, just play this one in. Game 2 done. UTK now with that big lead secures their chance to maybe go flawless, like you said. They've yet to lose today. A single game, right? So
yes, they've been pushed to OT. It's the farthest we've seen it.
We've seen them go to OT. We had a really good first game here, but now BPC are showing a lot of weaknesses, and more so I think it's UTK showing that they do in fact have. It's not just TJ blowing out his rear. They have a whole lot more in the back pocket they've been holding on to, which means they probably have even more than we're talking about that they're saving for finals, which they are expected to make it to.
Yeah, one thing that's worth noting too is that it is strictly business for Bruton Parker. I mean, look at them. They are all dressed to succeed. They are dressed to impress. That is a varsity program at its highest level. And then UTK having fun, and that's what works for them. And that is that's what we love about Rocket League. It's what we love about LAN is that you see teams who are absolutely, utterly locked, like King. You see teams like GSU. They're just absolutely locked on the game, and they'll save the celebrations for after. But UTK, they'll have a little bit of fun with it, and they're probably going to try and cruise their way to grand finals. But we are not through the woods. We still have halfway to go if you're a UTK fan and a long way to go if you're a BPC fan. So without further ado, Game 3 coming to your screens.
You're going to see some crazy fits tomorrow for Valorant. It's Valorant players doing Valorant things. I'm sure there's going to be some pretty out there ideas.
Jerseys are expensive. Jerseys are expensive.
Jerseys are expensive. You know what's not? Pajamas at 6 a.m. You got to show up, right? That's what I'm expecting for Valorant players. They just bottom of the line. You want to show up to be comfy because it's going to be a nice 3-hour session for nearly every game, right? So just make sure you're as well versed as you can and in your elements. Is this one 40 seconds in? Nothing really happened just yet.
We'll see what happens here. Obviously, Valorant has a very long run of show tomorrow, but UTK, they've made the SCL production team's lives easy today. We've predicted their series to go to 5, and they will show you that it's not even that crazy. As Milk has an open net, but he'll whiff it off. And now Chris trying to take a 50. He's past one. He's looking for that next touch. He 50s another. He's looking middle, but Sino there to pitch it out. But back to the main point, UTK, they made it look easy. They made it look simple. They look so unbelievably controlled. And you look at who's left. History so far seems to be repeating itself. And if Kentucky beats GSU, I worry about it even more. But regardless, we won't get too far ahead of ourselves yet. There's still a lot of series left to be played. As like this is only winners finals, and we still have a lot of losers bracket left to go. But the team who wins this looking for a nice long break, but so far it has not been a break for either team. It is 0-0 here in the first few minutes.
Yeah, and we've got a bracket that's full of upsets and full of bracket-breaking success stories. UTK's been a breath of, I won't say fresh air, because honestly I like the bracket breaking, but they've been a fresh breath of something. As Milk had 2 shots there, or a second one an attempt after the initial block, but UTK there to strike it out and now maybe try to piece something together back on the offensive. Milk denies the initial clearance. Agni's in a weird altercation with Jobro, but when there's trouble, there's something else cooking up on the other side as Milk gets an interesting dribble off the side, beats one on the wild end, and there goes a Shaka to make sure there's no chance for a one-on-one against your key.
It's a massive clear from Milk, but can he follow it? There hasn't been a lot of boost on the Broom Parker side. Now the bumps, that could be in order. They can dabble in that. We'll see Shaka try and make sure he doesn't get bumped. He'll rip this one over to Joe's got flip reset, trying to stay on this ball. Getting a little mechanical here on the sidewall, but it won't be much more than that.
Milk's got an interesting fight ahead of him. Needs to score, knows they're the only player to do so here for BPC, so that's a lot of weight that's theoretically on your shoulders. You can also say it's the same thing for the players that haven't, we'll say, added to that stat line in any way in terms of goals. They've been so important to keep UTK scoreless in this game as we're over halfway through game 3. And it is still a drought for both sides, 0-0, if you were a UK commentator to say so. But we do prefer our tea with sugar in it. We're down south, as you know.
UTK trying to do things homegrown, home-cooked meals, the way they're serving up passes and shots on the BPC net. But regardless, BPC is more southern than UTK, so maybe there might be some cooking there. This is a absolutely free goal. Wait a minute. Was this an own goal back pass here? I'm not sure who hit this. Oh my.
Just soars over Sino.
No, that went off his car.
That's
off his wheels. That ball had some
that was some oomph on that.
Had some oomph to it, for sure. And UTK will take it. They're up a goal.
It looks like those things where you put like the shot negative modifier to 0, so everything just soars in. That's that kind of power you're expecting to see from that type of hit. That had big oomph. This is close. I know. You're so darn lucky Agni's there, but Milk won't be. Everyone's just caught out no man's land and just on their teammates' wheels right now. That is an awful way to give UTK a 2-goal lead again so shortly after you kept it so even for so long.
And of all teams to give momentum to, UTK is the last team because they won't yell at you, but in
they'll
game,
smile.
Oh yeah, they'll smile creepily like a horror movie as they score in your net 1,000 times. That's what UTK will do. They might not be a GSU who might get loud on you, as that's equally as intimidating, but you know, a shot top right that's in perfect placement can be just as tilting as maybe a trash-talking Tom across the venue.
We had some pretty talkative players earlier as well. It was Georgia that was actually really loud. Scored 1 goal, got in their face, said, you know, you can use your boost, and then got 4-1 in that game.
Yep.
But it was still, I like the trash talk. It is a LAN. Have some fun with it. We talk about, you know, different kind of ideas, different kind of play styles and themes for every player and how they act. Sometimes it's fun to have a little bit of trash talk.
Yeah, I will publicly say that is the Buddy RV and DJ TJ effect. In our high school careers, we were extremely loud, and you can see that kind of carry over into a lot of Georgia esports, because obviously, me and my boys, we split. Buddy RV at GSU, I'm at UGA, but we're very close with all the teams here, and we really love the SCL community. See, Chad, I was going somewhere with that, Chad. I promise.
Yep, it's a family. It's not just him saying he's a Bulldog through and through.
Exactly, and yes, the G is on my chest, but regardless, I'll have a suit on next. So.
And the G is out of the venue, so that's awesome.
And we're also at the point where we're talking about suits instead of the game. So UTK, that is simply how much control they've showed in this winner's final. And unfortunately for Bruton Parker, unless they find some pinch across the net off of Cody's car right now, okay.
That was actually,
okay.
I could see your heart stop for a moment.
A little close there, but with 10 seconds left and 2 demos on the field, you got Sino in a 1v3, and unfortunately, I haven't seen anybody be able to do that against UTK. It's now Chris off the corner. Nobody will be able to score. Jobro is just farming demos. I think he just got 3 in a row.
It's not COD, buddy. Sorry to break it to you.
I think he just got 3 in a row, and UTK, they've gotten 3 games in a row.
Let him run hardline. Call it a UAV or something. Like, that's crazy. Jobro. You know it's not a shooter, right? You don't have to go out there hunting for people. This isn't Call of Duty, it's Rocket League.
Oh, man. I think they're just so unbelievably locked in. I mean, look at Joe. He's chilling.
Joe, give us a smile.
Joe, we'll see if he smiles here.
No, they're pretty serious in that.
No, he's unbelievably locked. There's some real bragging rights and money on the line here, but you can see Bruton Parker.
They're taking it very seriously.
Oh,
they need to lock in.
They've been in the situation. Yeah. Again, varsity players, varsity captain, varsity program, and also what's more impressive about this Bruton Parker roster is Agni, the technically quote unquote sub for this Bruton Parker roster, because he's very good.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even call him a sub, but he is in the center. Rather than Milk and Sina, who have played every SEL game this season. So this team, they can handle it. They've been here, they've done that, and there's only one way to find out if they can do it. And let's hop into game 4.
Sometimes you have to inject yourself in the center of that chemistry to absorb it as much as possible. And I really like that, actually. I think that is what I would do in a scenario where you have that sub player in. And what an attempt. Milk had to get a really darn good save, as UTK, not having that one be cleared 1 second later, would have netted them a goal quite easily with the follow-up. Agni in a very rough spot, highlighted them, and with no boost, there's just really no way to swerve back in to defend that. That's a UTK start 22 seconds in.
All 5 members of that UTK stage side of things just yelled bang, and they all fist bumped and dabbed each other up. So they're feeling pretty good right now. UTK off to a quick start.
22 seconds, all it takes, but it also only takes 8 seconds for BPC to get 2 goals in a row, right? We saw that in game 1. That was 3 games ago, and BPC have been kept fairly quiet since then, especially in the last game where UTK looked locked in. Not their best defensive performance, but they're showing it off here again. 2 up for UTK.
Joe across the field, and it's all go for UTK. Green light left corner, top bends down.
Joe go. It is all by their lonesome to secure that.
It's incredible play from UTK. We'll take a breather. 30 seconds in, 2 goals. Even UTK's coaches have their hands on their head right now. And if I was playing, I'd probably be doing the same thing. My hands off the controller. And I'm not gonna talk about
half the time with my hands on my head. I'm into it. I need help breathing. I gotta spread my ribs out as much as possible. It gets pretty hectic, especially in these life on the line, land on the line scenarios that BPC are looking at a spot and saying, we don't want that to be the case.
Well, and also one thing that's worth mentioning too is that you now have 2 teams that are gonna be sticking around and 2 teams that are gonna be gone. You have Kentucky left. Oh, what a touch there. You have Kentucky left, who Apples will be graduated, and Ty is also leaving Kentucky. UTK is actually the only consistent roster for Season 5 of the SEL. And even they will have a sub come in. I say a sub, it's an upgrade. And you guys will see that very soon. They will be a very dangerous team next year. On top of what they're already able to do with the addition of Crisp here in Season 4. But, I mean, for BPC, Sino is the senior, and if you lose this, you're not done, and it's a good learning experience, but they're not out just yet. A close opportunity there, but wait a minute. This net might just be open. Jobro fakes! It's a close one, but now Agni fakes one guy. Milk jumping.
What is happening?
It is absolute chaos here, as now Agni trying to stay on this ball. Crisp will back passes to the opposite corner, but here comes Milk looking for a demo. He'll force one player off, but he cannot keep Joe off for more than 1 touch. So Milk has time. Off the ceiling, is there a player there? Here comes Agni. It's a weak shot, and Milk's not going to be able to get there either. It's close, but against UTK, you got to do a little more than that. It's got with 3 minutes left to go.
It's got to have power. UTK will not fall for the double bait and switch. Shaka was securely always there to hold down the fort. And BPC, they're running out of magic tricks in their big and top hats. And if they want any chance against this UTK roster, they have to continue to show up, and they have to do the same thing they did in game 1, but a whole lot faster. With only 2 minutes and 20 seconds left, this one, Milk almost secures something together. But when you have a follow-up attempting to go through, it's cleared down, and UTK have this gorgeous offensive, almost a Shaka forcing the run back. 1v1, but it's over them, but it's wide as Milk forcing it again. Shaka all over the pitch right now.
And it's very similar to Kentucky. Technically, Huz and Shaka are the third man factors on that team. They're not the first 2 players you technically look at, but they are so talented, and if they can open up space for the more mechanical players to work, you got to be scared of what they're able to do. And we will see Kentucky shortly after this series, and if you're a fan at home, you might be seeing them in a few minutes here because Bruton Parker needs life here in the last 2 minutes.
Game on the line. 3 to win it. Who do you want? I want UTK. 3-0 now against BPC. Game 4 almost secured. Just a minute and a half away to keep BPC out of the net. Once, twice, no thrice if they want to deny OT, and that's a pretty easy ask with such little time.
Well, and I'll keep the rhyming going there. Bruton Parker's getting beat so bad, you might need to soak them in rice after this one here, as Jobro has to just send this one away to the opposite wall. Agni can't really do too much with it, and here comes the UTK offense once again. It's an awkward pinch middle, and he is right there. It's crisp, of course, because who else would it be? Jobro looking to pass to Shaka. Shaka looking for that crisp pass, but unfortunately, it's not exactly ready to come out the oven. We'll see Kasino try and take a flick here. He gets over one. Can he get a bump? Yes, he can! Bruton Parker finally finds some life here in game 4.
Still, 69 seconds remaining. BPC finally have something going for them, and they have to pray it's momentum and not just this consolation goal, this consolation prize of putting something up on UTK at the very least. And we've seen what they're capable of and what they can cook, and we better hope it doesn't get burnt, because right now they've been getting burnt, and UTK know it.
Wait a minute.
Huge double tap potential. Agni put that one square up, but Shaka always there for the save. The follow-up is perfection. Had to boop the player back just a little bit further.
Flip.
And it's almost up, Sino. Can this go anywhere towards BPC? It won't. They'll fall back. Play this smart, because there still is time here.
You need to find a goal within the next, I'd say 20 seconds to be safe, but technically in the next 30. So we'll see what happens here. Sino has to take a soft touch, try and keep possession. He does dunking, get it middle, Milk looking for a bump. But what a great touch from who I believe was Chris, because now Jobro has a dunk. He's gonna try and load it up, but it's not gonna go top right. Sino ripping this one away, but it's right into the wheels of Shaka. This ball, 20 seconds left. BPC fighting for their lives. Here comes Agni down the field. Is that ball gonna go straight down? No, Jobro's there to hit that one away. And now it'll be slammed down that right wall. Crisp looking to stall. Jobro back pass off of the BPC side. Shot! It was open! Canet up in for Caden, and that one not going in. But wait a minute! That one will!
Give him one more!
The cherry on top and the icing on the cake. UTK will be heading to grand finals.
Well, Blake, you didn't miss anything on this side, right? You didn't miss an upset for BPC to take down UTK. You didn't even see UTK drop a map.
Whoa. The UTK three-man kickoff is crazy. Well, hey, it ended the game, but
they're committal.
Speaking of ending the game, my lord, what a series that was there. And you look at the shot differential, BPC is not that far off. It's just
they were getting better.
Their efficiency on the ball is something that you simply just can't match with UTK with. And of course, we're not going to spend too much time talking about the series because we are trying to keep this event moving. But Scott, how are you feeling about that one?
Feel good. Like honestly, it was just a show match for UTK. It was their game. It was always going to be the game. It felt like. Then, while game 1 kind of showed that maybe BPC could be involved, game 2 broke the mold again, and UTK said we're back in full control, and we are going to squarely cinch this and say you guys can watch another series because this one, well, you know how it's always going to go.
Of course. Well, we do have King and Kentucky coming up next in losers. Sorry. Buds and Kentucky. As I was looking at the next series graphic, it is wrong. It was a reverse sweep for Buds. Reverse sweep for Buds at GSU to find themselves in the losers semifinal. So we have our top 4. We're searching for our top 3. We will be right back. So don't go anywhere. More Rocket League coming right at you.
Short break because I fought very hard to get this series streamed. Shout out to UTK for making quick work of BPC. I just wanted it. It was quick, and so we get to stream the losers semifinals, which it wasn't initially in the schedule. But Bruton Parker, real quick before we get into Buds, Kentucky, BPC looked really good. I was honestly very impressed with how closely they played UTK.
Yeah, and how thoughtful from UTK though to just make sure that they make quick work and we get to stream another game here today. But yes, Bruton Parker, they did look good. They were close, and I think for them, there's just too many adjustments they tried to make in a short time frame, even in a best of 7. And I'm very intrigued to see how they'll play against the winner of this loser semifinal.
Yeah, the benefit of that is they get the break of this series now just because of how things lined up. The last series that Buds at GSU played, it went the distance. They reverse swept King off stream. It was insane. It was the loudest pop-off I've heard in a while. And now they move on. Their reward for reverse sweeping King is you get Kentucky.
And they played Kentucky in a show match recently, but I think it was without Ty. I believe
I don't remember.
I believe they played them in a show match fairly recently, but it was without tie. So we'll see how they do. As it looks like the teams are ready. It looks like the lobby is set up. Guys, it's been a long day and we are not done yet. Loser semifinal, best of 3. GSU hot off a reverse sweep Kentucky with the senior geriatric buff. Let's hop right into it.
Oh, I love it. Let's do this thing. This is just going to be a good match. Like we were just talking about it, me and TJ, as to who we think is going to win. And honestly, my opinion, if I were watching these two teams play just like cold, coming in normally, it feels like a Monday Night Lights type of show match, I'd give it to Kentucky. But this Buds at GSU team just reverse swept King, and this is a streaky Buds roster. So Kentucky, I think, is going to have to make a statement early on, which they nearly did right there, but Dylan saved it.
I talked about this briefly on the pre-show and the State of the SCL. If a team like Buds or a team like King was able to make that loser's semi run, I think that it doesn't matter what team you put in front of them here in loser semis. I think they make it. But this Kentucky team might be the possibly worst draw you could have gotten apart from UTK. And Kentucky looking to prove a lot more after how they did in the upper bracket against UTK. But regardless, they've made the run so far, and they have no signs of stopping anytime soon. And we'll see which roster can get off to a hot start first.
And this is a rematch. Kentucky opened up their day with Buds. Buds opened up their day with Kentucky. And the Wildcats came out and handled business early on, but a lot has transpired since then. It has been a long day. A lot of Red Bull drank, a lot of Rocket League played. And so it feels like a fresh matchup. You can't think about that sweep if you are going to analyze this one, as Ty's a little bit awkward right there. Huds has just missed. Apples needs to...
Dylan! Dylan!
Kentucky all just missed.
And of course, who better? I've said it 1,000 times. I used to call Dylan the super sub, but he is the super starter, Superman, super captain. I'll call him whatever at this point. Massive start for GSU Buds.
I don't know what that was, but a massive start for Buds. You are exactly right. Almost answered back. Apples off kickoff, trying to find an equalizer soon after Buds started the scoring in this best of 5. Apples off the side wall. He's going to have that ball taken away by Buddy. Got a flip, but couldn't use it. Apple's just lobbing that towards the Buds goal line, and it's stopped away. Good defense so far by Buds.
So far, so good for Buds, but my main concern, and Buds had to go through a lot here, is watch out for the bump there if you're Ty, but Buds, when they were playing antsy, when they were double committing, that was when King got their 1 or 2 goal leads, and every single game other than 4 and 5 were 1 goal OT, well actually close to OT. Game 1 was a 0-second goal for King. And regardless, if GSU was able to bounce back from that, I think if they win this first game, we're going to 5.
I mean, there was a 4-minute overtime in there as well. That was a close series. Game 3. And Buds, I mean, they know how to win close games. This one still staying in that kind of state. 2 minutes left. The lone goal on the board belongs to Buds, but Apples pressuring in that GSU corner. Buddy keeping it there. Buds off the sidewall, denied by Dylan. It's a center ball, but once the player on top of it, Apples backs off and waits his turn.
I will say, chat's got to stay with me here because this is going to be kind of an interesting story. Non-SEL related, but everybody in the SEL is in a server called Toby Sixmans. And the most active player in terms of series played is Dylan.
Wow.
So I know that of all the players in this lobby to have experience, Apples has a career, but Dylan has almost a download on every living player in this league, and so far he's looked great in how he's kind of orchestrated his team into this lead so far.
Absolutely. Dylan has been a star on the come up. He has arrived in the SCL. Outside of the SCL, Bud's been making statements as a team that is splitting up after this season.
Going to KSU.
They have just stuck it out. They have put their nose to the grindstone, and they're here right now with a lead over Kentucky with 60 seconds left.
Yeah, KSU is getting a really good one with Dylan, and we are going to be very sad to see him not on the Buds of GSU roster, but for Buddy RV and Monk, they will still be together, so there's a lot on the line here for the legacy of Buds of GSU, including them trying to get recognized by their own school still. And, I mean, with a tournament performance like what they've done so far, even if they lose this, I think you got to maybe throw some money their way.
We'll see.
Oh!
Kentucky, though, very much a recognized force in the SEL landscape. That is a quick hit down the sideline. And, of course, it's Ty finding apples.
I mean, lights are brightest, moments just getting the tightest. Who else would you want shooting the lights out of this one? It's going to be apples there in the middle off the Ty play. He has been a massive enabler. And with 40 seconds left, are we going to see OT here, Bevin?
I have no idea. I've stopped trying to predict things. My bracket busted a while ago, and that's why. Bud's so close to scoring,
no
but
boost.
Couldn't end up putting it over the back line. Ty stopped by Dylan on his escape attempt. Bud's doing a good job controlling possession, but that miss from Buddy is big time. Kentucky breaks out, and they might find the last little bit of offense in this game, but Dylan making up for it.
Yeah, I was about to say Dylan getting a massive clear and also staying on that ball. That's the difference at this highest level of Rocket League, staying on the balls. Now Buddy's got a chance to find a pass. He'll beat Apples. It's going to bounce high. Buddy looking for a read. This ball will go off the ceiling. Monk won't read it. It'll stay up, though. Huds, is he going to ground this one? No, he's going to try and go for a double. Will Buddy read it? No. It's a smart play, and we got OT in game one once again.
That was a very emphatic grounding of the ball right there. Huds did not want overtime. Instead, Kentucky want to reset off of a kickoff, and well, right there, resetting and staying in the midfield, fighting for possession, being blown up on their own goal line. Big time demo clears the lane for Buddy.
GSU has been known to be a demo-heavy team, and even with Dylan being subbed in this split, Monk knows how to keep that style going. Massive Game 1 win for GSU.
During their series against King, the only times I heard King yelling in frustration while they were playing that series was when Turbo would get blown up, and he got blown up over and over and over again by this Buds roster. They used demos to great success in their last series, and right there, big time explosion on the Kentucky goal line.
It is dead even other than that demo stat. Everything is within one. Even the ball touches are within one.
That's crazy.
That is nuts. So demos were the pure difference to clear up a little more room for GSU to be mechanical and do some work. And so they get the first game, their first game on this Kentucky roster here in Alabama. And we'll see what they can do in game 2.
All right, Kentucky now losing their first game not to Tennessee today, and they respond immediately. It takes 6 seconds for them to find first blood in game 2.
Well, at least you see a demo come out from what I believe was Buds. I believe Buds got a demo already, so hey, they get that in the process, but 6 seconds in, an awkward goal, but Huds, great job from him to keep that one in play.
Well, after being swept earlier, I'm sure Buds is very happy about winning game 1. But you got to keep going. In Kentucky, they seem to have settled in. A very close first game. Second game, I'm sure they're trying to rip out of the hands of the Buds as soon as they possibly can.
Monk trying to stay on this ball, but not going to be able to read Ty, who is going to probably try and stay on this. We'll see what Buddy RV decides to do. Off the corner, and he got his boost stolen. Apples now trying to use that room to his advantage, but Monk, he's got 100 from God knows where, and Dylan, same for him. Both teams do a really good job of absolutely starving the boost from any angle and any side of the field. This might be a counterattack, but the pass is a little too far for it. But Dylan staying on that ball, he's going to force Ty high here. Now Ty, he'll get a demo, but Dylan quickly on that ball, and Apple's last man back, but he's going to find Huds here, who might go back to Ty, but Ty not ready to turn. And now Monk has a free ball, but Ty there to keep the pressure on.
You can just feel that play developing right there. I like the ideas from Kentucky, but Buds, so far outside of that goal that came off a kickoff, essentially, they have been able to stop whatever Kentucky throws their way. It's just a 1-goal lead despite an open back wall. The ball sits there for Ty. Pass, no, it goes off the back wall. I thought that would have been a good time to pass to Huds right there.
Well, Kentucky, I mean, regardless of what they do, they're not forcing shots. And GSU, you would love to see them try and do that. As Buddy RV has no boost. It's a perfect shot from the graduating senior. Apples makes it 2-0.
That's what he is so good at doing. Just placing the perfect ball in that situation. I mean, Buddy has to jump for that. He own goaled it, but like, you have to go for that. Last man back, little boost. You really cannot afford to just sit there and hope that that ball is off target.
with the way this series has gone, an own goal is the least surprising thing I've
Yeah.
probably seen all day today. But speaking of misses and own goals, that ball will be whipped in the middle. Now Dylan will get a free one out of it, but what does he decide to do? He's over one player. He's got one more to beat. It's Ty, who pinches it middle, but nobody from GSU is ready just yet. Buddy gonna try and use the wall to his advantage. He's got one out middle. Ty, not much that he's able to do. He can't get the double either, and with no boost, he still gets over Dylan. You're giving Ty that much room.
Whoa.
You gotta watch out for Apples, who's top right on your forehead. 3-0 Kentucky.
He does it again. Apples 2.0 in this one. That's a beautiful top shelf dunk.
My God.
That, I don't have words for that. That had no business being top right. That's crazy.
I mean, hey, a goal is a goal, and in a best of 5, you will take all the weird goals you can get, including this cut from Monk, but it's unfortunately not going to be on net just yet. So Buddy will get a free ball, but once again, this is what I have an issue with GSU with, is that they continue to throw the ball away, not by a lot, but just those extra few feet, those extra few car lengths. Will give it to a guy like Huz, will give it to a guy like Ty, or Apples here is going to try and probably find a dunk to Ty, but GSU, once again, like right there, Ty has enough room to play that 50.
It's the minor things that will add up over the course of this best of 5. Kentucky.
Oh, fake.
3 goals in hand, but Bud's starting to pull out the tricks to try and get 1, maybe 2, maybe 3 back here with just over 2 minutes left in game 2.
And Buzz, they look confident, but they're not finding those last touches. And I mean, when we see the shot totals after this, I would imagine that the possession has been fairly one-sided.
Check on that.
It is actually almost dead even. So forget what I'm saying.
Well, ball possession's dead even, but field domination, time spent in the offensive zone is very much in favor of Kentucky, but we'll talk about that more in a second because we talk about forced own goals. Let's see this again.
Yeah, Monk puts it in a good spot. That's just...
Oh, Ty's just flipping.
Ty just is flipped, and hey, again, a goal's a goal, right? So all is fair in car and soccer, and regardless, it's 3-1.
Ooh, I'll be stealing that one at some point. I love that line.
Shout out Taylor Swift.
Okay. I didn't know Taylor Swift casted Rocket League. 3-1. Kentucky still have their 2 goals in hand, and that could be 3 with Ty on an exposed Bud's nets. Apple's trying to clean it up. They couldn't put it on target.
And Dylan now getting bumped off of this ball, as we'll see Buddy try and take some time. Dylan and Buddy will actually pinch this, and with 90 seconds left, this is the same possession war that I need to see GSU winning if they're going to try and win this series. But so far, Kentucky has a firm grasp on this game, but we are not out of the woods yet.
It's just another kind of throwaway. We've been mentioning the Buds have been doing a lot, TJ. Kentucky kind of being forced to do that right now as it feels like field domination's been flipped, and we're nearing 50% after Kentucky at the beginning of this game on Forbidden Temple had that stat category on lock pretty much, but they find a way out, force a double commit, and Apples keeps that ball centered, though it's stopped by Buds, but he slowly gets to the midfield and then allows Ty to cut and slow down the transition.
I love the idea from GSU, as that's probably their best look they've had in the last few minutes, as these bumps need to come out again there, as now 3 members of Kentucky are turning on this ball. Buddy puts it middle by accident. Apples top left, but it's a little far off. And now with 40 seconds left, GSU needs to find something. Monk has a 1v1, but that ball too far. And Ty, plenty of boost, looking for a double read off the sidewall. It's off to the corner. Monk's gonna rip it downfield, but once again, nobody from GSU there.
Just dump and chase. I feel like I gotta be looking for passing plays right there, looking to control in the air because Monk is so good when he takes control and plays it in the aerospace. Buddy has done that here, but he doesn't have boost to stick with it. Control is lost. The ball off the sidewall gives an open net to Apples, and Ty's not going to steal it. I thought he was going to take it. Either way, though, Kentucky taking game 2.
He didn't take the goal, but they're having a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And GSU, it's starting to look like the beginning of the King series once again. When they got loud for every goal and when they were that immersed into the game, that is when the reverse sweep started, because GSU is a momentum-based team. Now, a lot of teams trying new tactics at this LAN specifically. GSU have tried a more calm and oh my lord. Okay. Well, let's breathe here for a second, as Kentucky almost just knocked the socks off of Bepic here, but almost a crazy pre-jump play. And like I mentioned earlier, GSU have tried to play the more calm and composed game. 3 shots, 5 saves, 5 demos. They're trying to play reserved unless they absolutely have the opportunity. But for them, I think they need that energy. They need to play with a little more passion. I mean, Apples, we know exactly that he's got that passion. He's been grinding, and you can see it in a game like that.
And talking about Buds playing reserved, I think you can play reserved and still control the ball, because like all of this, the long clears that it doesn't seem like they're getting much out of are really what feels like giving Kentucky opportunities. And Bud started to flip it a little bit towards the end of that game. They got better possession, they got more opportunities, but for a large part of that game, they would just send a clear downfield to no one in particular. And even feel like they were aiming for space either. Like, there would be a Kentucky player there to field it. And so I'm wondering what they look like in game 2, if that strategy changes at all, if they settle in, if they get loud as well. I would love to hear some shouts coming from the Bud side of the room.
Yeah, I'll clarify what I meant by that, because that is what I was talking about. I want GSU to be loud. You can play reserve. You can play all the 50s and all the soft touches you want, but when they score, they need to create momentum. And if you're just shooting and driving, you're not going to naturally build as much as you need to pop off like GSU did against King. But Kentucky, they're no strangers to loud teams. I mean, we've heard Apples be loud all day today, but which team wants it more? Obviously, both teams have something to lose. We will not see these rosters ever again after today. So someone's got to be sent home, and we are dead even here in game 3.
And that's the crazy thing about collegiate esports is like the majority of these rosters we will probably not see much of anymore, and unless something happens, like a substitution or some kind of change. But Kentucky, with their last stand with Apples and Ty, looking good right now. After losing game 1, they bounced back in that second one. So far in game 3, no goals for either side, but the Wildcats definitely the majority of the opportunity.
Yeah, one thing worth noting too is that in a weird way, with how vastly the SEL has grown, how exponentially the community has grown, this is kind of like the new and old guard of the SEL clashing and kind of passing the torch off. Obviously, Dylan and Buddy, 2 freshmen. Monk is a sophomore, but Ty is an experienced vet with a dunk like that.
Yeah, that's some old guard material we've been watching for a while now. Buddy, that's a good challenge coming off the back wall to contest Ty, but Ty just straight up beat him. 1v1, 50-50. He put the ball where he wanted it to go.
This is the Ty that I think can beat a team like UTK. That is the Ty that I want to see more often. But at the same time, if Ty's playing offense, who's going to step up on the other end? We might not know that in this series because GSU has yet to push them, but they are playing good defense themselves. It's a close save from Buddy RV.
Well, today it has been Huds in defense coming up clutch at times. Apples doing the same thing. Ty the same thing when he's needed. It's been a full team effort on the back line for Kentucky, as we have watched a lot of them on stream today with the lower bracket run that they have been making. But that's a clear for Buds. Getting to see them make the switch to offense here as, again, field domination, 80-20 Kentucky's way.
Also, one thing worth noting is that this is Kentucky's first series not on the stage, I believe. I believe that is the case. So they've been on mainstream for now all of their games. They've been on the stage for 3 as they're playing from the pit in this game. But regardless, GSU, they've gotten plenty of stream time, and they played Kentucky on stream. They've already done better than last time. So now, with not a lot to lose and potentially an open net to shoot at, what are they going to decide to do? And right there, cannot find a shot. But wait a minute, Ty with a pinch downfield is going to put Buddy in an awkward spot. He's going to jump and send it off the corner. Dangerous move. Ty with a dangerous shot. But now it's Dylan in a 1v1 if he can beat Huds. But Apples quickly there. I couldn't even see him because of the white name tag, but he's there and ready to go.
That was so nicely done by Buds. They invested a lot of resources in that last offensive possession, but they didn't get punished for over-aggression because they got back, they played the transition Kentucky was making into offense smart, and now they have plenty of resources to start again, see what they can find in terms of gaps in the Kentucky defensive rotation, which they don't see any there. So Kentucky get back to that Buds end, and they have been taken out. Ty actually going for that. Hud's the same, but Apples as the third man, committing and keeping Kentucky in that offensive zone.
Dylan trying to take some awkward touches to the left wall to get over. I believe that was Huds who, or no, sorry, it was Ty who he just beat there. Huds will be beat to this ball, and now here comes Monk. GSU starting to find some life here. All 3 players are within the vicinity to make a play here, but what are they going to do? Monk, he'll take a soft possession himself. He'll get one middle. This could be shot, but it's awkward, and I think Dylan turns off too early there. And now Buddy in an awkward spot has to just give this one away, but Dylan, he's got a double if he can try and get back to it. He will not, and Huds ripping it to corners. Monk going to slam it back. Yes, he will. Is Dylan going to turn? Is it going to be Buddy or Dylan? It's miscommunication, and Dylan just has to play this ball, but it's not what GSU was aiming for.
Oh, that's a good dunk, though. Of course, it's Monk through the corner, using all his boost to just get this ball center, and it ends up working out. Dylan was nearly afforded an opportunity to shoot and score, but the defense back just in time. Still playing awkwardly from their back line. Kentucky needing a failed team pinch into Hud's dunk to get out of their defensive end.
Well, that's a miss from Huds. It's going to give Buddy a chance to work his way past Apples. That he will. Monk goes backward. Is Dylan going to put a shot on? It's going to go off the ceiling. Is somebody there for it? It's going to be a Kentucky defender, but Buddy puts it right back on. But where is GSU's second man? Dylan had to go all the way back for boost. Now Buddy has a chance to shoot here, but Hud's a great touch. Monk up next, trying to take possession. He's over one, looking for something off the top side of the ceiling, and Dylan trying to do the same. His ball goes middle. It's a 50, but Dylan, he's not going to be able to turn on it just yet. He's got no boost, and Apples just got the 100, who is dangerous when you give him time and some mechanical space. But now Monk has a chance to go down the field once again. He'll be boosted into this ball, and it comes down to Ty to stall for UKY. He'll put it over one, but it goes middle. Shot going high. It's going to come down to Apples to hit it. Hud's going to just sit back and let Monk play this one off the ceiling, but it's too awkward of a touch, and that is going to be Kentucky 2 in a row.
2 in a row, but the second one much closer than the first. Buds did a much better job defensively that time, but their offense just cannot generate opportunities. Just one shot that game. Dylan getting the lone opportunity offensively, and Kentucky only 5, but they only needed the 1 goal.
And the one shot was not even counted as a save because it wasn't on the net. So GSU, they are close, but you've got to pick up the pace. You've got to bring this momentum. And hey, we watched them do this almost exact same score line against King. We've watched them be in the situation where they're down. They get one back, technically not in a reverse sweep order, but they've been down. They know how to come back, and there's a lot of things they need to change, but the biggest one is that you've got to play like there's no tomorrow, because as of right now, there isn't one for them.
No, their backs are against the wall now. Elimination point for Buds. At least the next game, perhaps 2. We'll see if they force a game 5. They got to clutch up now, though, being held in check. Only 1 goal the last 2 games and just 4 shots on target in those 2 games. After starting out solid, putting up 10 in game 1, scoring 2 of those in the overtime.
Ooh.
So we'll see what Buds can do. They got to adjust quick, though.
It's a very quick start of a kickoff, but Buddy gives Ty so much room, and it's almost going to be a shot on net. So now Dylan has to try and take a pass to Buddy, who goes for net. Ty, though, 100 boost, and it's a rush shot. GSU once again giving this ball away, but wait a minute, somebody could be there. It's going to be Hud, who tries to get this one out, but Dylan keeps the pressure on. That's a slammer off the ceiling. But Buddy RV, he's got to keep the pressure on as well. Off the corner is Monk there, Dylan's there, but again, GSU, those are fine margins that you cannot afford to let go.
Oh, there's a team pinch, a little more oomph than the last time Kentucky tried it. But again, it really doesn't go anywhere. Buds still reading the plays that Kentucky are throwing their way fairly well. And now finally a good opportunity through the corner. Dylan, another shot on, but it is saved once again by the Wildcats. Dylan, he tried to level that ball off the back wall, but Apple's in the way.
Ty, he's got an air dribble, he's got a flip, he's gonna use it, no, and Dylan will not be flustered by it, so he's gonna try and take possession. It's a great read, but it's gonna still go to Buddy, who goes back to Dylan, who's got a shot on, but it's not gonna go in. Monk's got another one, bottom left, it's saved by 2 Kentucky players. Buddy RV can't get a shot on net either, and he tries to keep it in, but no ceiling touch, so Dylan has to take an awkward play, and that's another given away possession for them. But wait a minute, Dylan's got a chance here. He's got a flip as well. He's gonna try and fake it under Huds, but he doesn't land the way he wants. And now we'll see Apples try to air dribble over one. He'll get the demo. That's massive. It's going to give Huds a lot of room to try and find Ty. Dylan taking his sweet time, but Ty, he's also doing it. They're not concerned. Both teams, they're used to these circumstances as that ball almost pinches in, but Kentucky's still keeping control of this game.
In the corner, Dylan's going to try to collect and actually beats out Apples on that challenge, but right there, losing control, and the follow-up from Buddy is no good. So Monk, next man up. This challenge is actually perfect. That's exactly what you want from your third man in that position. Advance the ball, but also buy time for your teammates to get back in rotation and see if you can't turn defense into offense, which right now, Buds, they can't, but they're still trying.
HUD's keeping the pressure on. Monk had to come off the backboard to get back to that one. And instead of taking possession once again, it is a slammed clear downfield. Dylan, no boost, just tries to get in the way, and he'll do a good job of that. But again, GSU, you have to actually find a clear. You can't have two players getting beat, and Dylan, again, using the last of his boost just to try and put it out, but Ty will slam that one in, 1-0 Kentucky.
All right, let's see what kind of angle Ty hit right here. The ball fell in the corner.
It's an impressive one.
It's a tight one. Monk's there on the near side, and he reacts too slowly to Ty being able to shoot that ball. It's a tough shot, but I think we all know Ty hits those.
Ty, power, and placement. It's the holy trinity in terms of what you can expect to see here at the SEL Finals. As now we'll see HUD's go for net. Ty redirects, faking almost. And now, wait a minute. Dylan's in a one-on-one. He's going to try and probably flip reset. He's going to get onto one! Dylan ties it up in one apiece.
Is that a ground pinch? Tossed in there at the very end. Let's see this one again.
Off his wheels.
He got space, and yeah, he put a little extra venom on it at the very end. 94 kilometers per hour. Not too shabby to get Buds back on the board.
And now is where that GSU momentum needs to shine the brightest. You now are in your best position in the last 2 games to force a Game 5. And GSU, again, no strangers to Game 5. They seem to go the distance a lot. As Monk on the State of the SEL said that yesterday. He said that he would have loved to play in Game 5 and 7. Is this a crazy save coming out from Dylan, and it's almost an own goal. That's a miss. Is Dylan there? No boost. It's boost. Just 6 players in front of the net, but now Monk gets the counter attack. We'll see him go off the sidewall here. It's going to be HUD who tries to pinch that away, and that's a great play from him to give Ty room to shoot. Is anybody there? Buddy, very awkward touch. That's dangerous. Ty shot on. Even more dangerous, but GSU, the defense survives. The counter attack provides, and they're trying to revive a sense of urgency here in Game 3-4.
It's scramble defense, but Buds, they know how to play like that. They know how to play amongst the chaos. That's a center ball. Buddy waiting, hoping, I'm sure, that Apples was missing that, but he wasn't. Kentucky allowed her. Now Dylan, last man back. He's been dunked, but 2 Wildcats went for that ball. Monk, that's not a good touch. That is probably going to allow Kentucky some more offense if they can contest Dylan here up in the air, which they cannot. Dylan gets through almost everybody. The net's been exposed. You're right. HUD's big demo on the front line. Buddy's just bumped Monk. Oh my God, it's getting crazy.
40 seconds, and what would be more fitting for the heat of the SEL tournament than to go to a potential overtime. What a save! Unfriable Apples, I thought that one was guaranteed, but HUD's going to keep it in. Ty's pre-jumped. Is he going to get onto this one? No, that means it's just Apples, who's up early. He's got a shot. Buddy has no boost, but just enough to get there. HUD's middle, Monk banging. It's just Ty, and he has to stall with 20 seconds left. We'll see if GSU's got anything left. Dylan off the ceiling. He won't get it. Ty's got more. Buddy's got no boost. Where is Monk to help save this shot? He bumps a player, and here comes Monk off the wall. He's going to go find Dylan. He's pre-jumped, but he misses. 5 seconds left. GSU trying to force Game 5. Is there a shot in sight? Apples will stall it. That will hit the ground. Everybody breathe. We're going to OT in Game 4.
Ooh, all right, Game 4 overtime. How about it? Off kickoff. It's going to go Bud's way. Monk's going to have the first opportunity of OT off the ceiling. That's a good contest, but Buddy comes in from deep in his own half. Put the shot on. That Ty's able to stomach. Apples sticking with it. Going all the way to the Bud's back line. HUD's just there. What a read. Kentucky moves on.
Oh, it's just such an unfortunate blunder there. Dylan doesn't get the power and the angle, and it's just going to be slammed in the middle. HUD's there, right time, right place. Kentucky saves face, and we'll move on to losers finals. Top 3 for Kentucky.
Wow. Kentucky moving on. Can we show? I know we've got the mobile cam right now. I got to see the reaction, see how everybody's feeling. If we can put that up. 16 shots for Kentucky, though, in Game 4, and that was the story. It was the offensive output of Kentucky versus the defensive Buds to see if they could withstand the Wildcats' pressure and then apply their own pressure. And Buds, I'm sure, disappointed with their exit, but in 4th place, that is still a phenomenal run from them.
I mean, outperforming your seeding in an 8-team tournament is no easy feat, especially beating the number. They beat the number 3 team to even get there. So very respectable for Buds, and they had a great run. I mean, you got a reverse sweep on LAN, you got your pop-off, and you almost forced another Game 5, so nothing to be sad about. I know that Monk has his fiance and his family here, so
awesome.
I know
That's
Buds
so
has a
awesome.
fan club, and I'm in that as well.
Yeah.
So I'm very proud of the boys. And Kentucky, though, wow. They look dangerous as ever, and again, I don't want to put it out there, but it's starting to feel a little weird, both outside and inside. It's feeling like deja vu here.
Well, I'm going to have to go track down one of the Buds for an interview. I know they're feeling the sting of defeat right now, but I do want to get their thoughts on it. So I'm going to exit TJ, but Bruton Parker versus Kentucky next up. How about that series coming up? Give your opinions on that while I mute out of here.
We'll force Bepic out the screen once again because the SEL knows who their poster boy is, and you're staring right at. No, I'm kidding. What a great series, though. GSU gives it their all, almost forces Game 5. Kentucky, though, as consistent and as confident as ever. And, of course, who better to shoot than HUD's top bends, top ends, and HUD's. I mean, he's off who knows what. I don't know what Kentucky put in the water, but they look great. And now previewing the next series. I believe if a bracket over here, I don't think it's updated, it will be Kentucky and Bruton Parker. And Bruton Parker, the 7 seed, making their run into winners finals, getting 4-0'd by UTK with an overtime. They looked pretty good. But now they go against a Kentucky squad, which also had a similar fate against the side of UTK. So in my eyes, in terms of this LAN, those teams have been dead even. So I would imagine that this will most likely go the distance. It is a best of 7 in losers finals, and it'll be on main stage. I will probably let Mr. Infernosis take over for me for losers finals, and I'll rejoin everybody in grands. But I think we're ready to go to the moving cam in a little bit. But we'll look at bracket first, and it's been a mess. We get what should have been, in my opinion, 4 Game 5s in the losers bracket alone, but we get cheated out of that one. And so far, I mean, UTK, undefeated, hasn't dropped a game. Bruton Parker looked great. Took down the 2 seed in 5 and then goes 3-0 against King. So they've looked great. And I know Bepic is trying to grab one of the GSU guys. I'm not sure exactly who he grabbed. It looks like it is Dylan and Buddy and probably Monk as well, the newly engaged Monk. So I will throw it over there. The whole team is over there, so I'm going to let y'all go see what they're up to. It's Bepic and the Buds at GSU.
All right, I made it over here to the pit where I've got our 4th place team. Still smiles. I mean, eliminated, but like, guys, that was a solid run from you. You started off with a loss to the same Kentucky team, made a solid lower bracket run. I mean, I just got to get your thoughts on the team's run. Dylan, how are you guys feeling about today?
I mean, going into it, you know, we were hoping to make at least top 4. We achieved that goal. We were a little scared at the beginning with the UGA series. They came out swinging, and we brought it back, got a job done in Game 5, and then I don't know how many of you know, but you know, King and GSU kind of have a bit of a grudge, but we got the job done again in Game 5. We're Game 5 merchants, and I mean, top 4 in the Southeast, along the likes of this amazing Kentucky roster. I still got Florida State super high up there. Bruton Parker showing out huge, and UTK. I mean, there's nothing to be ashamed of with that.
Absolutely not.
First semester together.
Yeah, I mean, you guys played a great event. I'm gonna move over here, so I got the full team. I'll go to Buddy next. I mean, you guys seem like a fun bunch. You're very loud, very momentum-based. It feels like at times. Like you guys got 1 semester together. What were the vibes like for Buds?
Oh, 1 semester. I feel like we start off a little. I think how everyone starts out, you know, a little slow, a little still trying to get to know each other, get to know everyone's personality. But I think everyone's personality as a team, I think we all mesh really well together, like with not in the world of esports, like just as people. I feel like we just mesh together, and I feel like that also goes into how we play together in Rocket League. So.
I mean, you got to be friends with your team. Like, you got to travel together. You got to wear sunglasses on interviews together. You got to wear your Buc-ee's onesie. That's iconic. Like, what? Did you just go to Buc-ee's and you saw that and you were like, I got to get that?
It was Buc-ee's when we went up to BBB is when I got it, and I brought it to every LAN since.
Do you have it with you here?
It's in my suitcase.
You should have worn it today is all I'm saying, but still, iconic. Monk, I gotta ask you, newly engaged, congratulations.
Thank you.
Is the engagement buff real?
It is very much real. I feel like starting out the day, our first series against Kentucky, I wasn't too confident. You know, it's been a while since we played on LAN, Vol-LAN and whatnot, but we came in after that series against Georgia, just super confident, and against Georgia, I thought I played a decent game. My teammates kind of carried me, and then against King, I felt like I was just like king of the world all of a sudden. Like the ball was just landing right in front of me, in front of their net. I was like, okay, I'll take it. I'll take this.
This guy's too humble. He carried both series, by the way. I don't know what he's talking about. He balled out like both series. I literally don't know what he's talking about.
I just work here.
Right, we just work here.
I'm an enabler for this man.
But I'm very glad for this opportunity. This LAN has been incredible, and shout out my fiance for supporting us. Love you.
She's wearing a Buds sweatshirt as well. That's awesome. That's so awesome. Repping the brand. And the last question I got for you guys. I mean, what's next for Buds? I know you're going to KSU, aren't you, Dylan? Are you guys sticking?
I'm staying. I'm staying here.
That's the plan. Yeah. Me and Buddy sticking together. The new duo.
New duo. Watch out. Watch out in y'all's 2's ranked games.
Yeah. Well,
I'm ready for it. I mean, and Dylan, going to KSU, you gonna be the star there on the CRL team?
Well, I mean, KSU has a really good A team, but I'm hoping to level my game up by the time I get there, do tryouts, hopefully make varsity A, if not varsity B, but I still love to ball out. Maybe bring the Kennesaw Owls over to SEL. You might see me again. So.
That's what I'm talking. That's the next question is, can you bring them to the SEL? I love it. Appreciate it, boys.
Yes, sir.
Buds at GSU, great run at the LAN. We're going to take a short break. We got the lower finals coming up next, the best of 7 between Kentucky and Bruton Parker up on the main stage. Stay tuned. Welcome back to the SEL Season 4 Rocket League LAN. We are about to get started with our lower finals between Bruton Parker and the University of Kentucky. But first, we have a QR code. We got to show off real fast. Talk about something. Scott, I heard you know all about this. How you could win some prizes by scanning this and fill something out.
I don't know if I know all about it, but I know enough to say that it's probably prizes worth giving out. Big shout out to Rally Cry for it.
Yep.
So they have a nice booth back there. If it's any of the water bottles or anything down there, then I would dare say it's probably a pretty good deal because they look like pretty nice water bottles.
Well,
we missed the first goal, 9 seconds.
Obviously, Kentucky scanned the QR code and they were awarded with a prize of an Unfriable Apples opening goal. That's how it's done, boys.
Unfriable Apples was on a rampage in the previous series and it has not stopped. The break in between did not ice them out whatsoever. That's a huge start in early.
Absolutely. If you need a chance to scan the QR code, we will put that up later on in this series again, just in case you still want some really awesome prizes. Shout out Rally Cry for sponsoring the SEL LAN. But Kentucky already off to a hot start, is going to look to add to their lead, but Bruton Parker finding it out. BPC looked very good against UTK early on. They weren't able to find a game, but that game one goal affair, and it looked like Bruton Parker absolutely belonged in the conversation of top teams in the SEL right now.
Yeah, they had their limelights, they had their highlights, right? And if they're able to key into that at all here, we're going to see a matchup that should put Kentucky a huge run for their money and actually show us that SEL running into the final games of the day for the LAN ending of Season 4, that this is where it counts, this is where it all matters. Great opportunity, a little bit high. That's going to leave BPC still dry in terms of the scoreboard. They're going to try to send that one back forward, cleared away for Kentucky. As Agnew will go up to tap this. Now Sino to drop it a little bit lower as they'll reset their back sweeper position and trying to keep Kentucky off the list again, but it's only an inevitable point in time that BPC can't deny them those shot opportunities like they failed to do against UTK.
And this is a must-win game for Bruton Parker. And I say that not because I feel like game 1 of the best of 7 is the most important game of all time. Okay, it's back pass. But Bruton Parker has Milk playing in RLCS qualifiers in 10 minutes. So he's going to be subbed out for one of their Valorant players who is a Champ 3. BPC is going to be playing with a sub going forward, which they need every game they can get with Milk right now, and you see why. Right there, a big goal for Bruton Parker.
Which Val player, do you know?
I don't know, actually. I just heard Val player, Champ 3, going to be subbing in. Oh! Tie! What a shot!
They're the sub. They say even if we'll give you an early game, we want to make sure this is a lead early, as your new sub has to get used to Rocket League in the first place again, and then second, get used to playing with the squad, right? We're not going to give you the chance to get a free 2 games to like give us some wiggle room or something. No, we want to take this one early and force Milk out as fast as we can so you play uncomfortable.
Yeah, Kentucky, I mean, they have been locked in. They got a big win against Buds coming into this series, while Bruton Parker had to sit and wait for that series to finish up. So Kentucky staying warm, getting a big win over a great opponent. BPC playing an even greater opponent, very close earlier on, but they do have to get back into things in this game 1 and still keeping it tight with UK right now. That's a miss from Sino. Hudson Ty moving upfield together. That pass could have been a little bit better as Milk was able to cover up the situation.
Up and high, tries to get the drop down, but Unfriable Apples not gifted another goal scoring opportunity just yet for Kentucky. But if you know anything about Unfriable Apples, despite the fact that they have an extremely long and unnecessary name, is that they can't be kept out of the goal for too much longer, as they'll go for a poor flip. Thankfully, the backup is there, and the shot opportunity from BPC goes a little bit too high and a little bit too out into the open. That's going to be another reset, and Kentucky will try to, I guess, piece something forward, but they've got to fall back sooner rather than later, as Milk is credited with a save and as well the demo of the player going in for the fight. And it's just turning into a demo session. Looks like a UTK matchup here because they're turning into Call of Duty again.
Oh man, there's another one right there on the Kentucky goal line, and it's translated into a lot of Bruton Parker possession right in the face of the Wildcats, but Kentucky, for the most part, have held it together defensively, and that's a miss from Milk that Apples didn't have enough boost to hop on and grab possession from. So more barren time spent in the offensive zone, but they're finally forced to back off and reset.
Milk's gonna try to force and get a bump off to Unfriable Apples, maybe just trying to make sure there's less pressure, and that is so much that Bruton Parker were trying to piece together, and you can see it there. They were getting booped in the back line. Unfriable Apples was arguably in a very uncontestable position thanks to Sino getting a little bit greedy and trying to create opportunities, which is theoretically the right play when they know that they're struggling in the even affairs. But Unfriable Apples is a slippery little worm, and they squeak straight through. Who greased up Unfriable Apples? Maybe that's why. They're just covered in flame retardant oil, I guess. They just refuse to go down and refuse to fry and just squeak through the fingers.
Man, I was thinking about my next point. I zoned out there for the first part of your statement, and I came back talking about greasy worms, and I don't know, I don't know what that was. It was a good dunk by Apples, though. I know that for sure. And Bruton Parker really need a response here, and Milk's the guy to provide it in a 1v1, setting up Agni and Sino, somehow denied by the post.
40 seconds, and somehow, someway, Kentucky still are maintaining that 2-goal lead as Bruton Parker hunting for this. Bruton Parker, they have the chance. Ty goes up center. Unfriable Apples, great opportunity. Milk will meet them to make sure that is not a freebie shot. Agni off to the sideline. A little bit wide for Ty. Now Sino forced to fall back. Only 18 seconds left. They need to get 2 goals here. 1, and then they can do it in the free air ball time afterwards. But if they cannot get a goal here and fast, it won't matter. Great attempt from Milk, who's been crazy all day for Bruton Parker. But it will not go through unless something occurs here. It's going to be over. Kentucky secure game 1 of this best of 7.
And against a lesser defense, you can absolutely see why Bruton Parker has been cooking today. That offense was providing so many good-looking opportunities that were so close to finding the back of the net. I mean, 10 shots to match Kentucky's 12. Bruton Parker was looking on point right there. They just fell a little bit short. And with 6 minutes left, I'm looking over at the stage to see if Milk's trying to get an extra game in, and it
I think so.
We'll see what happens right now. He's taking a drink of water, looks relaxed.
He
So
looks like he's sticking around for a little bit here, Blake.
yeah, I don't mind. Hey, you know, exhaust the RLCS match DQ timer as much as you can without losing games. just like back it up as close as possible to your SEL.
You gotta get out of that computer and then into a different one, though. Like, keep that in mind as well, right? They've got to move off of the stage.
It's true. But hey, you get the best warm-up you could ask for.
That
I mean,
is
you're
true.
playing in the lower
There's not
finals.
another player. There's not another. Actually, there is one other team.
Yeah, Turbo's going to be just as warm.
There's going to be other teams here that are doing it. But arguably,
super fresh because they are literally in a game 2 minutes prior to having joined into the lobby for their RLCS gear.
So shout out Kentucky for being Milk's RLCS scrim to get him ready for for whatever match
he's losing the scrim right now. So
well, yes, but Kentucky played very well in game 1. They were creating really good looks. Apple's challenge game was on point, and their defense was stopping a lot of good opportunities. And Bruton Parker, they came into this weekend consensus among all of the players as a team that was going to go 0-2. And they upset Florida State in 5. They upset King in 3. Yeah, the players were wrong about that one. BPC still looks good in the lower finals.
They're very serious as well. Like they're a very fun group of people to talk to and see hanging around at the venue. But when they hop into those seats, they are business, and it is something that they are very comfortable doing, even if they don't have the confidence. But confidence demoralizers like that shot right there from HUDs do make it a little bit more difficult to keep that straight face and be ready for the next level of excitement when you just get that one blocked by Kentucky again for all your shots.
Yeah, I mean, Kentucky's just all over them right now. That was a suboptimal touch that HUDs, I swear, is a ninja. Like the series winner against Buds, he just was in the perfect spot to field a hard hit out of the corner from Dylan, and right there, perfect spot to field a defensive touch that if no one's prepared for it, it's like it's no big deal. It's a half clear. Maybe you keep playing defense. Maybe you get out of your defensive zone. But HUD just somehow knows where that ball is going, and he punishes perfectly. But 3PC, they find a way out of defense. They find a way to get themselves in a proper position to score, but still nothing given up by Kentucky.
HUDs is in that Shinobi mood. Maybe even watching that Assassin's Creed new game release trailer. They're falling back into that Shogun era. Yeah. Pretty darn cool. And this is maybe a sneak peek of what it's capable of, but you're gonna have to see a couple more of those shot opportunities get snuck through for Kentucky before I decide to shell $70 for another Assassin's Creed game and get scorned by it. But this game, I'd pay all the money in the world. Great attempt, but it cleared away, and it's not gonna go into the back of the net for either side to this point. Kentucky may be struggling to keep Bruton Parker out of their side of the pitch, but you know, despite that, it's still keeping them with 0 points in the board.
And still good looks. I mean, Milk is getting space in the air, just is stopped at the last step at the Kentucky goal line. And Sino's going to keep possession going for Bruton Parker. Milk to the back wall. HUD is ready for it. Running out of boost, though, is going to need Ty's help down the field. He grabs the 100th midfield line, pokes that ball center, but Sino out challenging Unfriable Apples right there.
Up into the air, Sino's waiting for it, though HUDs is sneaking in quite fast. We'll play this off the side. One more tap downwards would set that up perfectly, but it floats a bit too wide. It'll be smacked out by Sino. Not done just yet. Kentucky keep this ball in play. Unfriable Apples, another turn, doesn't get the direction they wanted. Maybe giving Milk a bit too much for the 1-2 to Sino. Sino, do they play it back in? They try to do something, but it's greatly booped away. But the damage is still there and clearly available for Bruton Parker. It's just Kentucky's job to slide that off to the other side and make sure that all of the possible damage that BPC could bring is fruitless at the end of the day as they move forward again. Noak hoping that the last few minutes they have here with BPC in this game, in this series, can net them some success story.
Oh, Sino's so low on boost. Yeah, I saw him and Agni retreating in defense. They probably had a combined 20 drops of boost between the two of them. Agni with a misread right there near the midfield line. You give that to Ty with Sino on an island with no resources to escape. He's just marooned. He is staying on that island. 2-0, Kentucky handling things in game 2.
This is going to get really darn bad for BPC when they step into game 3 with a new player and, well, a lot like AUC, they're gonna have that growing pains. It's gonna be that uncomfortable, just stepped out the womb with shaky legs. Like you are going to have to deal with that sort of danger and the constant threat that that player may make a mistake, or there could be more problems that they just haven't adjusted to the team and the chemistry. BPC, they may have to be aware this will have to be a full-fledged comeback if they want to stay alive. That would be really darn good to get this game back. They tie closer and closer, 1 goal away now with a midfield strike from Agni. Great shot in,
and just a perfect bounce right over the top of Kentucky's defense.
That was a great read. Sino realizing early on that he would have to run ahead to just create some space, probably just to set up offense, but the well-timed pressure on the goal line combined with the spaced out Kentucky defense led to a 2-1 game, maybe 2-2 if BBC can keep possession. They'll have to try again, though. 80 seconds left. Milk's just missed. And Kentucky's allowed an opportunity to add on to the scoring. Huds puts that on frame. Again, I don't know how. Burton Parker ready for it. They get the ball off the side.
This is a weird stage for BPC. They come from scoring a goal, a huge hit from Agony, and then Sino and Milk miss 2 very easy balls that just turn into air balls. Maybe this is the goal scoring chance. Milk replaying this. Is it a solo attempt? Tries to boot Ty out of the way. It will not matter. Sino now moving up for it. Hud squeaks it down with a dunk just moments prior, though, and it's an offensive for Kentucky. Milk forced to dribble it away. This is a huge chance to go forward. Ty will meet them. It's off to the side for Sino. Sino needs to play at center. This is a wide ball, and Ty, who was slow to get back on the defense. It warrants nothing but success instead, and Kentucky moved to 3.
Apples, how do you keep doing that? That's the 3rd one.
No clue, he said. No clue.
That's the 3rd like pinch or dunk straight off of someone's hood that just goes in. Like, I know Apple's challenge game is one of the best in the SEL, but like it's crazy that he's getting those kinds of plays to turn into goals that consistently on LAN as well. And now in a clutch moment, because Bruton Parker now has a lot of room, or a little bit of room to work with to make up for the deficit they're in.
It's not like they're creating bad opportunities. They've been all over Kentucky. I would argue to say this is the best showcase we've seen from them in a couple games. Even in game 1 against UTK, where they went to OT with them, arguably just as good a performance right now as they put against Kentucky in game 2. But that's just how good Kentucky have played defensively to keep them back, to control pressure, and maybe a little bit of how lucky they are when it comes to getting control of that ball and having a perfect squeeze out into the middle of the pitch. You got Ty lying in wait.
And Bruton Parker there, 6 shots. They had 55% field domination. They're not losing due to lack of quality offense. Kentucky is just putting up a brick wall on on their goal line. So credit to the Wildcats, a 2-0 series lead. We are going to sub out Milk. So we are going to throw the QR code back up on screen, and this actually worked out pretty perfectly. We were able to get him that extra game in. There you go, right there. Scan the QR code and you can win prizes. You gotta do some work for it first, but great contrast. That works out.
I just bought a new sweatshirt actually. You like it? You can win prizes for scanning it. At the end of the day, it does mean that I have to unfortunately like move out the bomber a little bit, but it's all right.
Worth it.
Worth it at the end of the day.
For the people.
For the people. No, you can have a nice costume change, so to say.
Yeah.
Coming to the next one, yeah.
I brought a suit,
for that one.
but it's hot in here.
It is quiet. It is quiet. Yeah, there's also a lot of lights. So yeah, imagine how I feel when I cast with these in my studio. It's even smaller in a tight and compact space.
I mean, that's like, you know how you always talk about people like for beauty, you gotta go through a lot. Beauty is pain. Thank you for breaking it down. Yeah, all the lights that you've got, the heat.
Yeah, beauty is pain. Say it all the time.
I mean, your camera quality is crisp though. Like, is that the camera we're using today?
Because I have to apparently supply everything on the production side for casters for the events here for SEO. It's fine. I'll take the sacrifice at the end of the day.
Look, it's all hands on deck.
I know the quality's good, you know, so I'm going to go ahead and supply it. You know, I'm going to put on the best possible show for the SEO because it deserves it, you know?
I mean, if any keen-eyed observers today have been watching my eyes, you'll notice I've been looking down a lot today. I've been looking at myself in the crisp camera quality. I've been forgetting to look at the camera. So you can blame Scott for that.
You can see yourself in the camera, though. We have a teleprompter. It's not up there right now. They have us telling that we should be stalling right now, actually, on it. But usually, if our production would ever change it back at any point, he's not listening. I was hoping that would be like a segue point for him to realize that I've been hinting that he should move the teleprompter to display.
Nah.
No.
Where
not a
he's
chance.
still talking.
Not a
That's how he's been
chance.
talking to us, which is fine. I can just look at myself down there and then sacrifice the eye contact that I've been making all day. But what he's laughing at, Hud's just changed out of the sweatshirt.
It's hot up there
be
too,
heating
you
up.
know,
Yeah, I
like-
mean, main stage, a lot of pressure.
He's looking back smiling. Yeah, we saw the little show. Don't worry, we were involved in that one. The close up on the stage. That's your on your left side. That's the closest player. Just had to make sure that when they pull off the sweatshirt or whatever, that you see it still says HUD. It's still HUD's there. Got to highlight the name as much as possible. And they put out a great show. Scoring the first goal for Kentucky in that last game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. HUD's has been massive today in the run. I think when they made the roster switch from Chip to Ty, I think a lot of the questions about this roster shifted to whether HUD's was going to show up.
Yeah.
Because Apples has been a consistent force his entire career. Ty is still at the highest level in the SEL.
Oh, my goodness.
And so just naturally the questions are going to be shifted his direction. He has answered all of them and more. He has been, I feel like, the most important part of their run to the lower finals, and if things keep going this direction, a rematch with UTK in the grand finals.
And UTK are fiending for it, right? They've had a nice long break. They've been able to take a bit of a breather and relax a little bit. Same thing, you got to stay fresh, whether you took your break last game or the game prior technically, and then now TJ's taking their break now.
Yep.
Everyone needs to be fresh for this finals, because this finals is going to be crazy. And when you earn your way there straight through and through, you get a longer break. You get more rest. It's what you get for your dominating victory so far here in this finals, in this LAN, I should say, for the SEL Season 4. And UTK are taking good advantage of that. I saw them earlier just hanging out, standing around there like, we're going to grab some food. We're going to go out in the lobby and hang out. We're out in the cool. They were very confident. There was never a question in their mind about what was going to happen and what they're going to do with this time.
And while we got the bracket up, I want to. This is really the SEL nerd in me coming out, but I want to talk about Season 3's LAN again and how similar a run Kentucky is making right now to the run that they made last season. Obviously, it was a 7-team double elimination bracket, so it was a little bit weirder. It's not the exact same, but Kentucky loses their first series, so they're dropped down to the lower quarterfinals where they play Florida State. Identical to where they dropped down and played Florida State today. Both times they played them, it was a sweep there. And they move on to play Florida, which was a rematch of their upper bracket round 1 match. And who do they play after Florida State? They get Buds, who was a rematch of their round 1 bracket matchup.
And they upset against King, right? Like, they were coming off a high of a long game.
Yeah, exactly.
They beat them. They pretty bad. 3-1. I mean, and Buds were really struggling in the 2 games that they lost of the 3 against Kentucky.
Yeah, that was a phenomenal series. All of the Bud series today have been phenomenal.
They're a fun group to watch.
And then last parallel, Kentucky plays Bruton Parker in the lower bracket finals, which they played South Carolina last season, who was the #1 overall team going into that LAN. Bruton Parker, at points, different roster obviously this season, at points has been considered the #1 team. After Tennessee lost, after Bruton Parker went undefeated in the Elite 8 groups, there was some talks about Bruton Parker being the #1 overall team until they played UTK, and Tennessee took that back. But that one's the most stretch of a parallel that I could draw. It's still kind of wild. And then Tennessee obviously waiting in the grand finals if Kentucky moves on. So there you go. There's story time with Bepic. We're getting back into the series, and we got to see. Okay, looks like there has been an account switch. So I got to see who the player is that's been subbed in for Milk.
I need to realize and be able to talk about it tomorrow when they go through their giant run for Valorant, right? And Bruton Parker are a team that me and Dallas are very heavily looking at. Is that Restored Dragon? Is that who it is? I have no clue. What is the Steam tag in comparison, or Epic tag in comparison to what their Riot username is? I have no clue. I'm losing my mind over here trying to decipher this. Dallas, do you have any clue who this player is?
Can someone get us word on which Valorant player has been subbed in for Milk? And either way,
it's not helping.
It's not helping. Yes, I'm sure they have to. Okay, Restored Rambo is the name in Rocket League, but it's still Ty, the name on the Kentucky roster doing the scoring.
Not a clue. Not a clue. I was really hoping it would be someone I would absolutely recognize. but unfortunately, it just isn't to them.
Well, in the corner.
Oh, it's Rambo.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's Truth. That's Truth. Okay, thank you. Truth is honestly one of the funniest people to talk to as well for Bruton Parker. And me and Dassel will talk about the interview we had at the end of Grand Finals with them. That was one of the best interviews I've ever had in my casting career.
All right. Well, apparently doubling as a Rocket League player, Sino.
Oh my goodness.
I was wondering who might step up, fill the shoes of Milk when it comes to the mechanical attack, but Ty's still scoring on the other side, forcing an own goal right there. Welcome to the SCL, Rambo.
Yeah, Truth isn't looking too hot for you, buddy. Stick to the Rays.
I mean, that's a
to
tough
the
raid.
boost
Like, that
packs.
could
That's a
happen to
hard one. That
anyone.
can happen to anyone. That's still going to hurt the mental at the very least, right? They are apparently Champ 3, so they're probably pretty used to that actually happening. They were saying as if they have no experience, but apparently they are actually a pretty experienced player.
Okay, that
but
might
it's kind
hurt.
of hard to feel like an experienced player when things like this happen.
Yeah, Rambo, mistimed flip right there. Agni tries to save it. And
I think it was wide. I think it was wide,
Yeah.
and Agni just flipped it wrong.
It's like feeling the phantom breath on the back of your neck, expecting someone to be there from Kentucky. As Ty's given another opportunity, Agni interfering though, and Sino following up that initial touch very well, attacking HUDs before a fourth goal can go in for Kentucky. But the Wildcats are attacking with fervor right now. I think they realize the situation that they've been put in, and they're trying to just build up that buffer while I'm sure Rambo's getting warmed up.
Well, we'll have to see if they can talk things through as well. I think the captain or coach came over and actually was asking for a timeout after this game to talk things through. Honestly, if that's an available option, no idea what we're being told. But if that's an available option, they should absolutely take it, right? They need to have a camera settings. Okay, maybe that's something. Maybe that's something for it. Shot opportunity comes out. It's Agni. It will be saved quite easily. Calm little thing for Kentucky. Shot opportunity maybe brewing up, but Agni's now all by their lonesome. The demo from Friable Apples does leap them back in the defense for the sweep. They'll let their teammate do so instead. HUD's meeting it up. There's Friable Apples again. And this one, it's cooking up pretty juicy, but it doesn't come out for a goal just yet, but it's hard to keep Kentucky dry.
Oh, Sino alone on the goal line.
Has boost this time.
In that grog, has boost. And we hadn't mentioned the grog until this point. That somehow fell down the list of stories going into Game 3. I love the card choice. I used to be a grog main back in my Plat days, so I'm a big fan of Sino's card choice. Yeah, I know you're not.
I didn't know what a grog. I thought you were talking about like mead, like the drink. That's like pirates. Like we have grog on the ship or something. I thought it was like, man, Bevy, you want something to talk about?
That's the car. Oh my God!
Oh my goodness.
He almost scored in the grog. I mean, he's looking good in it. Like, it's got that octane hitbox, and I mean, Sino looks impressive in it, but Kentucky's still scoring.
They look impressive. It's not even about looking impressive in their cars. They just look impressive here. It's just a Kentucky powerhouse, a Kentucky show, and everyone else is along for the ride. Which, to be fair, you're on stream, you're on the projector, you're up on the stage. Put on a show. Show us everything what you got.
Well, they have been. They have been consistently. Still keeping it going. They won 2 games with Milk in the lineup. Looking to keep that going now that Rambo has moved in. But Agni and Sino, I'm sure, trying to figure out ways to score, play around their new teammate, make them feel as comfortable as possible. They've gotten close several times now, but Ty is just too good. That'll be a hat trick for Ty and a 5-0 lead for the Wildcats.
The hard part here is that Bruton Parker or Blake, they have to realize, this is a learning thing. They got the growing pains right now of Truth, but immediately on top of that, we're feeding the ego of Kentucky, and the better they do here, the more likely they're going to carry that momentum into Game 4, and it's something that you're unfortunately just going to have to live with. And, RLCS is a pretty darn big thing to go into instead, so I don't think there's going to be too many regrets. They're probably pretty happy for their teammate to showcase themselves.
No, actually, I got to pull up the RLCS bracket to keep tabs of both Milk and Turbo. I was watching last night. Oh, my. Apples, that's a nice shot, by the way.
That's gross.
All right, we'll just appreciate Apples. Perfect double. He lines his car up perfectly for that angle, tapping it back down with the front bumper. 5 stars, chef's kiss.
5 out of what? 5? I'm used to like Cooking Mama. There's throw as many stars as possible at you. We're talking about cooking things up. But what's the point of an apple if you can't fry it? Let's be totally honest here. It's down south. That's just what we do. Throw it in the fryer and call it a day with a little bit of brown sugar. 6-0. Kentucky solidly in the lead.
Yeah.
And you talked about Season 4 storylines and Season 4 stats. And Kentucky could not care about the past. They're living in the moment, and the moment is a lap of luxury for their stat line.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, when I was talking parallels, I somehow missed this, but the series against Florida State, both times a sweep. The series against their next opponent was a 3-1 that happened against Buds. And then their series in the lower finals was also a sweep. So all of this to say, Kentucky is going to beat Tennessee in Game 7 of bracket reset and then win in 6 games in the next series. Like it's looking like it's going to happen. Unless Bruton Parker has some sort of impressive response for Game 4.
And I watched the finals and a little bit of the game prior. I didn't get to catch the reset because I was hoping it didn't end in a reset. I was out for dinner in Boston, walking around Boston at the time, which was very unfortunate because I missed another SEL LAN. That was 2 in a row. It was very unlucky, and I made sure of it this year. I was like, nothing's going to get scheduled. I'm going to the LAN. And on top of that, Dallas is here as well. We have Valorant, a real esport. They're both real esports. But if you say it's Dallas, he's not going to say this one is. That's just that Valorant ego on top. But he just says it's more boring. He's got his little antsy side over there. But yeah, we're really excited to be here. And to be totally honest, it's so much fun watching the SEL family that's been made over the last 4 seasons. And I'm really excited to see that start this year in the last 2 semesters for Valorant. I think that's something that's super unsaid about SEL is how much of a family it is and the feeling.
And this has been the first season of Valorant, so that family is starting to generate,
really
which it's awesome. Integrating a little bit with the Rocket League family as well. We got a Valorant player
on stage
in the lower finals. How many leagues can say that happens?
How many leagues can say they have 2 different esports entirely, an FPS and whatever the heck you would classify Rocket League as, in the same LAN, competing for and in pretty good stances to get pretty darn far in that as well, right? Because Bruton Parker stepping into this, they weren't expected to go super far in this, right? They made really big steps. They got here to this point. Obviously, it's not going so well for them right now, but then their team for Valorant is arguably one of the most impressive teams we've seen. Just a crazy roster. So I'm expecting huge waves no matter the game. Their program is going places.
I mean, their A-team, their actual Rocket League A-team, which had to be changed a bit for the SEL to fit our guidelines, was in CRL in the fall. So they got some darn good teams over there in Mount Vernon. But right now, down against the Kentucky team that has switched into some unique card choice. Apples is keeping his classic Kentucky blue and white Gen G Fennec, but Sino in the Dominus starting us off.
Well, Knight Riders come through, and that is a Bruton Parker first goal, and they're celebrating. They're very happy with that. Yeah, I think Kentucky was celebrating with them, actually.
That was a nice play.
That was a really good move. You got the accolades of your competition out there right there. That's impressive.
And I want to talk about Sino a little bit. He started off the season in the sub position, and with that was helping us out on the production side because we needed help. At the beginning of the season. So he was a sub, was moved into the starting position, and in a couple of big series, the Florida State series, the 4th tiebreaker, the LAN qualification match against UAH, he had some bad series. This was a redemption LAN for him. So to make it this far, perform as well as he has, it's been awesome to watch Sino play. But Apples is still looking as clean as ever.
Yeah, they're saying, hey, that was a pretty darn impressive go, Bruton Parker, but how about them Apples? They fried. I'm tying this game up 1-1 off another impressive near solo performance to get there. And this one,
oh my God,
Ty's joining in as well. Cram it in the corner, why don't you? Kentucky, let them breathe!
So Apples clips in the Fennec, Sino clips in the Dominus, and Ty clips in the Esper. Fair enough.
None of these words make any sense.
That's just not fair. You clearly were never a plat in Rocket League.
Yeah, that's it. No, my dad did not ever convince me to play Rocket League nearly enough. Could not be. I know that one. I have the buggy, actually.
You know what the real name is?
Space Boy.
What kind of guess is that as the Scarab?
Oh, actually, I knew that, actually.
Oh, and the Scarab's demoing in front for tie to flip reset, and the gosh dang Esper.
Oh, it's so gorgeous. Oh my goodness. Sometimes you just get to sit back, especially when a game is, kind of getting, I won't say out of hand, but a little out of hand. You just get to enjoy it so much. It's just a little sad, and it's taking place in the losers finals that determines what moves on into it. Can you guys let them have something? Kentucky, they've gotten here. They're played here.
Man.
They've earned their way here. Stop taking this moment from them so badly.
These are peak shots
They have
from
a family.
Kentucky, and they're pulling it out in a series that is wrapped up. Like, save it for Grands right now. I like Bruton Parker. I want to have faith in the comeback, and I think they can make it close. But thinking realistically, I'm not sure a 3-goal comeback at this stage with a champ 3 trying to get warmed up. Like I don't have many expectations.
It's okay, I'll have all of them.
All right, you think
I believe
Parker?
it. Listen, I have utmost faith in Truth. I have seen Truth, I've said multiple times. I think they may be one of the best boost pack players I've ever seen in collegiate Val. I'm not seeing the boosting of, Rocket League behind it, despite so much boost being in the game. But, I have a lot of faith in Truth, a blind faith in Truth, and I got to see it step up, and I'm starting to lose that faith a little bit.
That's fair. I mean, a needed contest right there from Rambo, and I think that's just not being warmed up, like being thrust onto a main stage in front of a crowd with casters talking over your every move. Like, okay,
we're judging you.
they're not playing. Like, if you stick me in there, I'm a champ 3.
You also play on a mouse and keyboard, though.
Yeah, okay. I'm a champ 3 though, and I made it there on mouse and keyboard. You stick me in there, and I am probably doing much worse than Rambo.
Sub me in, coach.
Yeah, don't sub me in. Keep Rambo in there.
That's for sure.
Because they're playing fairly well. I mean, there haven't been like egregious mistakes that we've seen. That one is a bit of a misplay in defense, but regardless, these are awkward spots they're being placed in right here. Like, back out of the ball, HUD's in your face.
It's that Scarab right there.
Yeah. You see a Scarab with kiwi wheels, you're gonna be scared.
I always
don't care who you are.
I always used a Scarab with the soccer imprint metal rims. That was what I used to do.
Okay.
Or the old hexagonal moving red, red and green pattern. Just super blinding on top of an already ridiculous chassis. And then Rocket League brought out the worst in me, and I just couldn't keep playing it because I would get so mad that I was really bad at the game, man. I just couldn't do it. These young whippersnappers, I couldn't play the young man's esport.
How old were you when you were rage tilting in Rocket League?
As you say rage tilting, I just closed the game. It's not even raging. I'm just like, oh, you know what? It's not mine. I can't keep up with it. I played it way back in PlayStation 3 is when it came out on, or early PS4.
Yeah.
I played way back when. Way back
like 2015, 2016.
Yeah.
All right, so that's like 15-year-old Scott playing in the Scarab and losing his mind that he's not winning. So
yeah.
I mean, you look at HUD's and how he's performed in the Scarab, and Ty and the Esper, like Sino in the Grog
You're
as
telling
well.
me I gotta keep playing. I just gotta get back into it. That's what you're saying, right?
You will never be that good.
Okay, all right, Blake.
All right,
okay,
hold on.
Blake.
Watch this. Watch this. Just watch.
Okay, all right,
That's
I take
another
it back.
one.
I take it back. I take
okay,
it back.
Apple's kind of messed that one up, but you will never be able to set up like HUD's kid. Oh, there's another one. I mean, these off-meta cards, like these guys are so good in the off-meta cards. It is absolutely wild.
Yeah, no matter how much it pains me to hear you say that I'll never be good, watching it actually in action and it just coming out in front of your face, seeing it, yeah, I'm never doing that in my life. It's never happening. My thumbs just cannot do it. My thumbs are meant for the space bar to grapple onto something in some random game.
You should switch to keyboard and mouse in Rocket League.
That's it, yeah, no.
I mean, if you watch any of the King series earlier, I mean, Turbo and Wade are both keyboard and mouse. And I don't remember if we have any. Buddy is a keyboard and mouse player on Buds.
Yeah, it's for Buds. I talked to him earlier about it. I was like, wow, keyboard and mouse. And he goes, yeah, is that a problem? And I went,
Well, you look at that, and you can flame me for being bad on
He's real
keyboard and
good.
mouse,
He's
but
real good.
we got some absolute legends on KBM at this LAN. So
I judge him immediately hit a flip reset in that game too, by the way. It was another one of those moments where I'm like, yeah, I'm just getting thrown back in my face. Ugh.
Well, Brute Parker, they've been setting up some good offense against Kentucky, who's sitting back a little bit at the moment. Good demos. With 15 seconds left, I mean,
I think it's 6 goals, right?
Yeah, maybe, but
just say no.
No. Outside of the last couple of games, Brute and Parker had an absolutely phenomenal run. They don't bring antics to LAN. They play with a roster that was not respected.
Yeah.
Coming into LAN. And they place 3rd, and who knows what happens if Milk's able to play the whole series. Best of luck, Milk, in the RLCS quals.
Yeah.
I'm going to be watching your run. I hope you make day 3, my man. And Brute and Parker, phenomenal run today.
Honestly, the SEL's a family. We got to keep up with that in general.
Yeah.
You know, we got to be. That's got to be. Earlier today, we were having to get TOs back and forth between the tables, trying to figure out, hey, how's that UGA game score going? How is UAH? We're worried about their Mioka run. How's this game going? How's King faring right now against Butts? Like, we're talking about all these games. We now need to know, okay, how's Milk doing? How's Turbo doing? We need this follow through. We need that information because the Rocket League is closing to an end. The action truly never ends for half these players.
Well, Kentucky is moving on to the grand finals.
That they are.
We didn't officially announce that. I felt like it was kind
maybe
of
the mood is not as heroic as it could have been. But yeah, grand finals, that's a huge berth for them, especially when it was a little close in game 1 and 2 when Milk was there. I thought maybe there was a chance for them to make some mistakes. They obviously didn't, but there's a chance for anything to happen.
Absolutely. But Kentucky has moved on. Ignore game 3 and 4. Just kind of focus on games 1 and 2. Those were really solid games. But I'm going to go look for an interview with one of the BPC players, maybe the whole team. We'll see what happens. So, Scott, I'll let you buy some time for me as I head out to the field.
All right, we'll get this one going underway. I'll also point out, game 2, which I thought was arguably the more impressive one, it was a big drought early in that series. You had... y'all say games in Rocket League. Early in that game, it was a big drought. It was like 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes where there was no one being scored on. You felt like Brute and Parker were doing a whole lot better. But when the action unfolded for Kentucky, it was really hard pressed to stop the action for them, right? They would take it in stride. They would dominate. They just swept through the competition. And you could see that momentum really helping them in game 3 when they knew they were now down a player, losing Milk and having a sub-in player. They took advantage of that. And I talked about it. I said, game 3, you're giving them so many goals. It makes the chance to feel better about yourself and warm up less likely, and you're giving them momentum. And momentum is a bit of a fickle mistress, but she was clearly on the side here of Kentucky. As TJ is saying, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, bud. I know that we both, we both are white men in the booth here at SEL, but we're not that similar, man, all right? You're from Georgia, I'm from Auburn. We're very two different people, all right? One of us wins football games. The other one struggles every year to win 6, so we'll figure it out eventually. But you can see the bracket unfolding before you. This is where we've gone, and like we kind of maybe didn't bring enough action towards early when we were highlighting it, Kentucky are in the grand finals, and they'll have to do a full bracket reset thanks to the loss they had previously against UTK in round 2 of that upper bracket with that 3-0 loss to them, still not losing a single map. Will they finally do so in the 7 games, if not 14 possible games, stepping up for the grand finals? TJ is nodding their head. They think so. I don't know. Is it possible? TJ thinks bracket reset. Do you think it's a win, though? Do you think it's a victory, or do you think it's just a bracket reset? Just bracket reset. Good enough to get 5. Not good anything else. As we'll jump it on over, Bepic, Blake, take us away up on the booth.
Thank you very much, Scott. I'm over here on the stage with BPC, who's taking home one of these trophies. Let's show the trophies real quick. They get the 3rd place trophy. They made it here. Actually, guys, you came in as underdogs. I underestimated you. I think a majority of the players underestimated you guys. But you made a run to 3rd place. How are you? Sina, I'll start with you. How are you feeling about the run?
I mean, it of course felt really good because having people sit there and act like we weren't going to come here and do anything, and then to turn around and beat the number 2 and 3 seed felt really good. And I will say, I mean, UTK, they're just a next level. So it's okay. I'm not upset with our results.
Yeah, great day. Agni, you coming in, taking antics as spots. Are big shoes to fill. I know you guys are a tight program though. Like you play with each other a lot, I'm sure. But here, I'm gonna move over here for the questions on reaching. But I mean, how'd you feel today?
Oh, dude, I felt great. I went in with like no expectations. You know, everyone was projecting us O2. I was like, man, you know what? They don't know who I am, bro. And look, see what we did? We got top 3. Come on now, come on. Like, what else is there to say?
You guys proved it on the pitch. Like, I wasn't able to do interviews, it didn't work out, so I didn't know the confidence levels going in, but you guys showed up and showed out. Like, that's awesome. So I'm happy for you guys. And Rambo, you're here. I mean, you're playing tomorrow, but you're also playing today. What was the last second decision to hop in about?
I mean, you know, I'm just like really multi-game gifted, really good at Rocket League and Valorant. No, Milk was playing before me, and he did an incredible job, and they just needed somebody to play, and I came in, and I had all the wrong settings first game, but I was good for second. You know, I put in my hardest.
I mean, now you can put third place at a Rocket League LAN, like competitive Rocket League LAN on the resume. So you've got that, and maybe a win tomorrow as well. We'll see when we get there. But man, guys, what's the season been like? You came into the SEL in the spring split, and I mean, Agni, did you play many SEL series in the regular season?
I played in the quals for with Milk and Saz, and we qualified from there. But a lot of the season games was antics, so we actually. Me, Tyler, me, Milk, and Sino didn't play too many games either. So for us to do this much was actually amazing. Just straight up improvisation. It was crazy.
And it shows your skills as a Rocket League player, or as Rocket League players, to be able to improvise and put together a third place run. And Sino, you started out in the production booth this season, got the call up in the middle of it, and I mean, Bruton Parker, it's been a tumultuous season with a tiebreaker, with the 10-0 group stage with the Elite 8. I mean, I just want your blanket thoughts about this season.
I mean, it was weird being on both sides of it for sure. But I was happy to play because I think I have 1 semester left. So it's nice to be able to play, and I want to be able to do it as much as I can. So I enjoyed it.
You stepped up big time in every series you played. You got your redemption run as well. I know you were searching for that. But guys, thanks for joining me.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right, grand finals coming up in a bit. Kentucky and Tennessee. Who would have thought after all this time, it's just a rematch of last year's LAN? It's crazy. But stay tuned. We got more SEL Rocket League coming your way. All right, now I've got UTK's Rocket League team with me, going over some questions heading into LAN. The Spring Split champs. I mean, you guys are coming off of your first semester win of an SEL split or season. So, I mean, how are you guys feeling? Joe Bro, I'll start with you. How are you guys feeling going into LAN?
I mean, it just feels like a finally moment, to be honest, after the last, 3 seasons being so close, and then it just feels like we choke every time. So finally winning, it felt really good. I can't lie.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been at the top for a long time now. I was just saying, off camera, I was just telling Shaka and Joe Bro that since they came into the league in Season 2, they've won 39 series and lost just 10. Shaka, you've been here for that entire run. How have you guys sustained that level of dominance over the league?
I mean, I think we just kept playing. You know, we've never really had a time where we've just kind of not been playing the game, or at least talking with each other. So just all of that combined, just us keeping a friendly team environment, and then just continuing to play the game and actually enjoy playing with each other.
Yeah, you can always tell the good vibes are there. Like on the lands that I've watched you guys, the interviews that I've done with you prior to this, like after the spring split win, that was an awesome interview. Having like not just you guys, but you also had Zach back there, Hermes back there. It was like everyone was back behind you. Like Chris, it's your first semester in UTK Rocket League, but what's the support of the program been like?
It's been very nice. I mean, they basically recruited me out of nowhere, and it's been a very like friendly community, and I've had a lot of fun since I joined. Like, I basically just a new group of friends that we all play the same game, so it's really nice. I'm really glad I found it actually, or they found me technically.
Do the vibes that show to the outside world always continue on the inside? Like, is it always just a good time?
It is much better on the inside because we can say more.
Oh, that makes sense. Outing your teammates and the program.
I'm outing everyone.
Nice. But I mean, it shows on the pitch. You guys are always having fun, and I know you're LAN veterans now too. You've played plenty of LANs. You've won LANs as well. I mean, are you expecting the SEL LAN to be any different? And Joe, I'll go back to you for this one. Are you expecting this LAN to be any different, or is it just same old for you guys?
I mean, I always like the SEL LAN just because we know a lot of the teams, so I think that is like the best part about it, and that's what makes it stand out compared to other LANs. But I mean, as far as just like the gameplay, I think it's pretty much the same for us. Like, we're just gonna go and have a good time and hopefully win. It's kind of always the game plan.
Yeah, rest of you guys agree? Like, it's gonna be just another LAN, another competition.
We learned after BBB to not think like anything's a free win anymore. So it's instead have fun and have confidence instead of thinking like, oh, it's a guaranteed win.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, like, rightfully so, have confidence going into this, being the spring split champions. Are there any teams that you feel like can beat you right now, or is it like you're going in there, obviously taking all the teams seriously, but realistically, is there any team that can take you guys down? And this is just an open question to the floor. Do you guys have any teams in mind that you're kind of worried about?
I mean, honestly, just that Kentucky team with Ty. Like, we had the first time we scrimmed them, it was pretty even. I think it was like 5-4, so we barely won it. But then we just scrimmed them literally right before this, and it was like 6-2 or something. So we just had to like tweak some things. But if they play the same way at LAN, like, I'm still pretty confident that we'll beat them. But like, they're the team that I would actually like have circled. Like, this team is the one that could beat us more than anybody else. Because especially if Bruton Parker doesn't bring their main roster that they played with the whole time, then a lot of the other teams, I don't have a lot of faith in beating us.
Yeah, Bruton Parkers play without Antics. They're playing with Agni instead. Like, that's confirmed now. So that makes sense that Kentucky's the only team. That's what Florida State said. I was like, obviously to them that UTK is the team to beat right now. But are there any other teams? And they said Kentucky as well. So that seems to be the team that's on everybody's radar. I mean, you guys play with Shaka a lot. I mean, Chris, is Ty really that good? Have you played with him? I know Shaka and Joe Bro have. I played against him as well. But have you played in similar lobbies?
Oh yeah, Ty's pretty good. I've played some twos with him before, and he's usually pretty enjoyable to play with. So I'm not gonna say he's the carry on that team, but he's definitely like the guy that you gotta watch out for, like pop-off potential.
Who's the carry then?
I would say they all have moments. Like like Huds can randomly pull out a triple reset. Like, he did that at one point in our scrim today, where I was like, I didn't know he could do that. Apples has his moments too, so he definitely has the most potential. But they're all three could pull something out. So.
Oh yeah, and then with Festive last year, they took down Joe Bro and Shaka in that marathon of a grand finals. So I mean, Apples and Ty LAN winners. But I mean, is that in the back of your mind? Like, do you want the rematch, Shaka, with Kentucky to take him down on LAN?
I do, but I also know that like that tournament, I mean, not gonna like put any copium on it, but I think that grand finals is a little bit different if we're not cold for 5 hours before we have to play it. And I also think that without Festive, the way his play style, the way that Festive plays is much different than the way that HUDs plays. So it's a much different team dynamic. With HUDs, they're not going to be like as physical, at least as they were with Festive, and we won't have to worry about some random person pre-jumping off of our back corner and putting it top corner. So it'll be different for sure. But yeah, I do want to play them again. I think it'll be a lot of fun if we get to play them, especially after, you know, we were good friends with them last time we played them on LAN, and we've only been better friends since then. So
that's the awesome part about these LANs, is like going to see friends that you usually only get to meet online. I mean, are there any other aspects of the LAN outside of like the camaraderie that you look forward to, like going to a new place, anything like that? Like you guys have been to what, Cincinnati this year, Lexington, obviously Volan you played at as well, but you're pretty familiar with Knoxville. What are the perks of LAN?
I mean, I'm excited to see this venue. From what I've seen, it looks pretty sick. So I'm looking forward to that.
The Be More graduation photo in the venue.
Yeah, that was tough.
Yeah, no, I think the venue, and then also just, I mean, I guess it's still kind of camaraderie, but like since I think the last SEL LAN was the last time we just got a hotel, and since then we've been getting Airbnbs, sharing it with like bringing other players from our teams down, like Jaden and Zach or Brody, and then also sometimes getting other people, like other teams, or like with BBB's case we had like Hana and TJ with us. So just being able to kind of do that, and then be able to still like talk to people and even have like more stuff going on outside of just the tournament as well, is all stuff I'm looking forward to, at least at this SEL LAN, because I'm sure it'll be like a similar situation.
Are you bringing anybody this time around, or is it just you three? Here I am with the University of Kentucky Rocket League team. I've got both the fall split team and the spring split team with me. Ty is going to be joining us verbally. He doesn't have a webcam, unfortunately. But I got HUDs, Apples, and Chipmunk Man all on the screen with me. And first question, simple one. Apples, I'll throw it to you first. How you guys feeling going into the LAN?
Honestly, pretty good, Bepic. We're playing this LAN, you know, we're bringing back Ty, and you know, we hadn't played that roster for like a few months, so didn't really know how we were going to fall back into things, but like the scrims that we've been playing felt like really, really good, honestly.
Yeah, already a you 4-0'd the Bruton Parker LAN team on Monday Night Lights. That was a great showing. But so far so good from what I've heard about your scrims as well. I was just talking to the UTK boys, and they were saying they're a little fearful of your LAN roster. But Chip, I gotta ask you. I mean, you got the help get the boys at least to LAN. Now you're stepping back. Are you taking any kind of like coaching role or anything for LAN? Or you just, you know, you did the work in the spring split to get here, so now you're sitting back and watching?
Yeah, you know, the boys in the first semester got 9th through 12th, so I had to help get them to the LAN with the top 6 finish. But no, I'll be standing behind them mostly a purpose. But I'll probably stand behind them, and if they do need help, I'll be there to help. But they mostly know what they're doing more than I do, so I'll try my best to coach them.
Fair enough. We got Coach Chip behind you. I like that.
Oh yeah.
And Ty, I mean, you're coming back after leaving after the fall split. How are you feeling about going into LAN?
I am very excited and also very confident.
As you should be. And HUDs, the feeling's good on your end. I mean, you've played your fair share this season. Are you ready for LAN?
Oh, I'm ready. I'm ready. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Is LAN HUDs different than online HUDs? Do you show up different, or are you the same old guy?
I don't know. You gotta ask somebody else.
All right. You guys have any comments? Is HUDs the same online as he is at LAN?
There's honestly, yes. I don't think it's so different.
It's probably about the same.
You kind of just go to it all the time.
Oh, it's facts. That's facts. All right.
No nerves when HUD's on the.
Oh yeah, I've never been nervous.
Apples gets a massive LAN buff.
Oh yeah, it's huge.
You
Oh
think?
yeah.
Wow.
When you hit your best shot, your
Yeah.
actual peak
I
on a
did.
LAN. So
I did. Epic, you were casting the best shot I've ever hit in my life. That the ceiling pinch a couple BBBs ago.
Yep. I remember that vividly. That was electric. And I mean, you get the LAN buff. I mean, you're an SCL LAN winner. You and Ty both. So I mean, what does it mean going into this LAN as the reigning champions of a full season? Maybe not the splits, but the full season reigning champs.
Wow. I mean, I feel like it's about like how NRG technically went into the next worlds as the reigning champions, but it was like a really long time ago, you know? Like I almost feel like it doesn't really matter, and I'm not really that's not on my mind so much going into this event. I'm just kind of hard focused on playing this one. I don't really and that was like forever ago in Rocket League years, you know. So that's how I'm feeling.
It feels like a while ago. More than a year. That was 13 months since the SEL LAN. And I mean, Ty, it's been a minute since it's been a minute since your last LAN. Like, was the SEL LAN your last LAN, or no? I guess you played at BBB in the fall as well. But
yeah, my last one was the Cincinnati LAN.
Okay.
Which was October, I think. That's been a while.
I know you've been grinding though, like online at least. I mean, are you still in form? You still ready to go?
Oh yeah, I'm still ready.
Heck yeah. And I mean, what's the team vibe like right now? I mean, during the spring, I'm curious what the vibe was like for the spring split team versus maybe the fall split team and now the LAN team. And Chip, I'll ask you. I mean, you're the expert on what the vibe was like for the spring split Kentucky team. What was it like?
We were chilling. It was chill vibes. We even when we lost some games, we just were, you know what, we got the next one. We knew what we had to do to get to LAN. You know, we got 6-1 through the regular season portion and the playoffs. We knew what we needed to do. Took the 2 wins in the playoffs, got the LAN confirmed, and good vibes all around.
Good vibes kind of team. Fair enough. I mean,
oh, well, all right. Welcome back. We got to end 8 months of SCL competition right here, right now, Mr. DJ TJ. We got the grand finals coming up between Kentucky and UTK.
Yep.
It's a rematch of the Season 3 LAN. Everything we've gone through, all the new teams, all the freaking chaos season, and it's a rematch in grand finals.
I mean, it's been such a long and incredible season. So many ups and downs, so many highlights, and so many teams coming to make a name for themselves. But at the end of the day, all is equal, all is balanced. It is UTK and of Kentucky, of course.
I'm not promoting gambling or anything like that, but if you had placed a bet at the beginning of the season that the LAN Grand Finals would be a rematch between Kentucky and Tennessee, that's like you put $5 in, you get 50 grand out.
Yep.
That's low odds, but we're here, and we have got a best of 7 Grand Finals with a bracket reset in hand coming at you in a little bit. UTK has come from the top side of the bracket, so Kentucky has to beat them twice in 2 best of 7s after losing to them earlier in a best of 5 sweep. So there's a long ways to go for the Wildcats.
Yeah, which 4 players on this stage were there for the original UKY reverse. I mean, it was just madness, but we're not going to make you wait any longer. We will probably talk about the history of this matchup as we get into it, but it was a Game 7 bracket reset that went in Kentucky's favor, then into a Game 6 win for Kentucky. So if this series goes to any more than 5, it might just be in Kentucky's favor in the stars. But regardless, I think we're ready. Everything stops here. Grand Finals, UTK, Kentucky. Let's get it started, Bepic.
Let's do this thing. Shaka is already starting with a quick beat at the midfield line, and I feel like for Kentucky, you have to start off this Grand Finals hot. You got to win 2 of the first 3 games. I feel like if you are going to have any hope of taking down UTK, who there have not been many teams able to take them down today. Bruton Parker looked decent against them earlier, but ultimately, Tennessee still has yet to drop a game.
They have been forced into one-goal games. They have been forced into overtime. So there are chinks in the armor. There are cracks that some of these players, like I would imagine, Tide Apples can see through.
Wow.
And that is an incredible start on defense for Kentucky.
And Crisp, he's gonna counter that incredible start in defense with another UTK opportunity to score. This one goes in, and it's the Volunteers off and running.
And Ty almost gets to that ball. It was just a little awkward, but Kentucky, they have started to learn. You can see it in the way they're coming back on defense, is that they know where the ball is going to go. They're a little more familiar with the game of Jobro and Cody's offensive pressure, but you've got to watch out for these midfield passes, or else you'll see Crisp slotted into your net.
And talking about UTK not having dropped a game today against teams not named UTK, Kentucky has actually only dropped one single game, and it was game one against Buds earlier. So, I mean, if there was a team to play Tennessee in the grand finals, today it really has been Kentucky getting past in the two games they had Milk, a hot Bruton Parker roster as well.
Yeah, this is definitely the most deserving team, but the most deserving champion must be crowned, and UTK, it's looking like it's going their way right now.
I mean, they've had to sit and wait for a little while now, but I don't think they have been phased whatsoever. Crisp in the right place, right time for the first goal. Jobro hitting shots for the second goal. Kentucky has barely left their half.
And again, it seems like even with the original series, Kentucky is still making those original adjustments, trying to play around, because honestly, in their 3-game series, they didn't get a lot of experience against the Tennessee side, especially a side that is most likely going to pull out some strats here, as this is the end-all be-all, unless Kentucky does get a game, or a reset, a complete full best of 7. But regardless, that's a long mountain, a tall mountain they're going to have to climb, but we'll see if UTK will keep their foot on the gas they have all day.
All right, they're starting their hike right there with a little bit of good-looking pressure against UTK. A demo in the midfield as well to clear some space for Huds to clear. It's looking good from Kentucky. He's looking for more. Huds wanted a bump. He sets up Apples for a shot, just short of being on target, and Ty wasn't there for the back wall read, so the Wildcats backing off, and oh dear, 1v2 the other way. Shotgun Jobro versus Huds, and Jobro just tucks that ball in. 3-0 UTK.
I mean, Shaka's just going to be the lead blocker here. You would have thought we were playing a different sport. Joe also goes for the bump as well. And UTK, again, this is what they do.
This is what they do. This is what Jobro and Shaka have done for a long time. What Crisp has joined the roster to also help out in doing. There he is, right there, looking for goal number 2 for himself. But doesn't find it, and it goes off the post.
We'll see Ty, though, finally get some time. And now that we finally see a end-all, be-all match, I can talk about the difference maker, and Ty must perform 2 times over what he's been able to do so far for this to be a potential bracket reset.
In the last 2 games against Bruton Parker, with the lower-ranked sub in Rambo, Kentucky was clipping. They were hitting shots. They were hitting redirects, air dribbles, pre-jumps. They were looking so dynamic in offense mechanically. And Ty definitely has to lead that charge, but Huds and Apples have to continue to do that as well. Finish off the easy opportunities, create space with more difficult plays, and that is a glimpse as to what the Wildcats can do against UTK.
Yeah, when you talk about experience at the 1900, the 2K level, the only players in this lobby who I think have minimal experience are Huds and Apples. So I think it does come down to them to actually step up and let Ty have a little more room to breathe. But regardless, you've got to somehow make your way past this UTK defense. That right there is a great start. But unfortunately, Crisp is able to dodge 2 players. But Ty leaves one in the middle for Huds. It'll be faked. And now Crisp has an open net to shoot at. And it's just going to be rolled in. It'll take a bounce, and it'll be 4-1.
Seemed a little careless right there. Hud's going up for this. Okay, it was a whifty. Thought Jobro was going to get a touch on that, trying to contest that ball probably to the side of the corner. And Apples with no boost, trying to get back. Ty rotating out of the play. That's an easy punish for an overstep by Kentucky.
Well, 4-1 here in game 1, and I know that I think the only thing at this point that could hold UTK back is the mental and the deja vu that I'm sure Shaka and Jobro must be at least feeling a little bit here, as that ball's going to be ripped downfield, and nobody there to follow. Apple's not a double in store either, so now Crisp will get a dunk. Is there a flip in store? I don't think so, but Huds awkwardly has to get this away from the net, but it will not lead to a goal directly.
Off the sidewall, all Apples letting that go. Joe Bro off the back wall. Crisp is up, and that ball heads down into the back of the Kentucky net. UTK picking up right where they left off after game 3 of the winners semifinals against Kentucky.
5-1, and Crisp alone is 3 for 6. I mean, you can't
Not
ask for
bad.
much more out of your star play. Oh yeah, you know, something slight for Crisp, but we'll see how Ty, if he can try and respond here. He does have 1 goal. He's shooting 1 for 3 so far. He is playing good. But again, it is a full team effort. It has been a long day of games, and all 6 players must be on the same page for this to go the distance. But regardless, no script writers are here today, so I don't know if we're going to get anything too crazy, but we still have a long series to go.
Hey, I mean, Alamo claimed, or sorry, Koopa Troopa claimed he had the script yesterday on the state of the SEL, so maybe if you want that sneak peek, you go over and talk to him. I know a bunch of people playing 6-mans right now at the PC pit, but hey, we still got some business to deal with on the main stage. Ty putting in his second.
Yeah, Huds gets a bump off, and I think that if you're going to result to any strategy, I think Kentucky has the mechs. I think they have the mental. I think you have to be the most ultra-aggressive, annoying, aggressive team that UGK has seen all day today. I mean, I know that UGA had 4-0, 2-1, and 4-0 with UTK, which I think surprisingly has been some of their closest games in their sweeps that they've gotten today. So, and that's something that they did today. They decided, hey, let's just be annoying, let's go for bumps, let's play fast, and wait a minute, Kentucky, that was quick, but it won't be a 3rd goal.
Oh man, what a great touch by Joe Bro on the goal line, and then Shaka dunking that ball out, forcing Huds to play awkwardly, racing back to his goal line. That's just, it's so precise from the Volunteers. It's why they're so threatening. Obviously they have mechanical skill, but it's also in the micro game with them. Their challenges are so well executed. They put the ball where they want it to go, and they're fast enough to chase it down. It's impressive. And winning 5-2 winning 6-2 right here is a good example of why UTK is so scary, because Kentucky's been so good today.
4 for 7. If I'm Kentucky's coach, I'm going to need an ibuprofen or something here, because this is an absolute headache game 1 for them so far. But a lot to learn. It is best of 7, and I'm sure Chipmunk's got something in store.
Yeah, Chip agreeing with you right there.
I'm supporting y'all.
Shaka's going to look for more, trying to style. Ty has had enough of our first game in the grand finals, and fair play. Kentucky's got a little bit of adjusting to do right now as UTK put up 15 shots on them, and that's tough to contend against.
I will throw, there's a massive but in there. There is 9 shots on the side of Kentucky, and I'm gonna be honest, being down 5 to 6 shots against UTK, the opportunities are there, and the chances have presented themselves. I think there was 2 or 3 very close 1 defender opportunities for Kentucky to find a bump, to find a demo. And again, I'm gonna come back to that because I think that's the only way they pull this out, is if they result to taking UTK out, because they are so consistent, they are so strong. There is no weak link, and you just, I mean, you might as well break the whole chain if you're going to try and get something going.
I mean, the teams that UTK have struggled against have been those annoying teams, like you've been talking about.
Yep.
So, I mean, Kentucky, if they've got it in them, now's the time to pull it out. If they are going to truly repeat their bracket run from the Season 3 LAN 13 months ago, but after game 1, it's looking unlikely. UTK, after winning the spring split, came into today locked in, still have yet to drop a game. I mean, that is now 10, 11 games across 3 different teams, because they played Kentucky twice. So I don't know what else to say about that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you wouldn't have it any other way, as that's a great kickoff. That's a KC kickoff coming out from Joe and Crisp, and it's going to give them early possession here. It's going to give Shaka a shot, but he hesitates a little bit, so Crisp has to try and play cleanup. But here comes a pass middle. It looks like Ty's going to beat 1 here. Does he have 1 more in the tank? It's going to go back to Apples. Kentucky getting some chances. Here comes Huds looking for a shot. It's awkward. Double is not in store, and we'll see Apples try and keep this on the UTK half. But Crisp, he doesn't need boosts. Look at him. Look at the respect Ty gives him. I haven't seen Ty do that with anybody at all in this entire tournament. So UKY, again, it's got to come back to that aggressive disregard that we don't care who we're playing type of energy.
Oh, I mean, Apple's cutting right there. It's that same energy, but Joe Bro stuffed him before that shot even was registered. And a pre-jumping Huds unable to find a shot on target. Ty backing off with low boost. A pop back min. Is anyone there to shoot? No. Tennessee backing off right now. letting the awkwardness of Kentucky in transition set up the Volunteers offense for them. But hey, Ty salvages it, finds it clear for Kentucky.
I mean, so far so good. As look at Huds. That's the energy I want to see, getting a bump on Joe. And now Apples gets a beat. It leaves Chris by himself. And right there, Kentucky learning on the fly. That's a great double from Ty. So go off the corner here, looking for a little more, but it's a little too much space to give Chris, and he'll slam it downfield. Huds trying to back pass, but is going to leave Apples in an awkward spot, and he can't beat Shaka. This ball will sit middle. Shaka might get a shot out of this. It'll bounce, and Huds had no boost, and that's another whiff. Here comes Joe Burr to try and put it in bottom corner. 3 straight for UTK.
Oh, Huds has the ball poked past him. Apples, low boost, does well. Ty's just trying to get it out of the Kentucky defensive half, but another miss is going to give Joe Bro space over to Crisp. He's heading back. Walls, there anyone there? Nope. And as soon as you saw Huds falling to the ground, you knew that was a goal.
Well, so did Coach Jaden and Coach Zach, because they both turned around as Chris was shooting that one. So they're having fun with it, but still, all 6 players on the pitch locked in here. 3 minutes to go, only 1 goal being scored.
And look at that, Fred getting fancy, bringing the camera out to get us a different angle of the stage. I like that. Production continuing to upgrade here. Huds trying to follow production's lead, but Kentucky has yet to find that next level they have to hit if they're going to score and win games against UTK.
We'll see Chris try and stay as close to this ball as he can, and when he does that, he becomes an immensely more dangerous player than what he already is. Basically becoming a Cat 5 hurricane coming towards that Kentucky net. Huds needs to slam this out, but he'll be beat. But it's such a close save from Ty, and it was a great shot from Crisp as well. And now players trying to rotate back. Apples looking for a double touch. No bang comms. Kentucky, no goals yet.
Oh, I really wanted that. I mean, talking about unfriable apples, we've mentioned all the seniors playing in most likely their last event today. This is Apple's last series ever. This is the end of his career. And I mean, I'm so happy for him to be able to go into this series knowing this is it for his career rather than guessing. Like, if I get eliminated here, oh, I'm done. But he's made it so far today. He's weathered, I'm sure, the nerves that come with that. But can he weather the UTK storm? Not so far.
Yeah, it's not as much about Apples as it's about the entire mental of Kentucky, because losing somebody as a cornerstone like what Apples has been to Kentucky and that entire esports program, it's a lot to take in. But in a day filled with messy games, upsets, and subs, I think they can work it through. Oh my, wait a minute, UTK, bottom left, that was almost disgusting, but it stays 2-0.
So close, great opportunity, but UTK just have to manage this lead. Adding on to it would be bonus. But right now, with how they're playing, with how they're defending, they should be all right with 2 goals in hand unless Kentucky can step up in offense. They're getting pressure. Apples and Huds both going for that ball. It's maybe the confusion tactic. If you're double committing for a ball, the defense can't read you, and you can find something off that.
Jobo trying to keep this ball close off the sidewall. Apples no boost, and it's a double commit with Huds. It's Kentucky, they're starting to hesitate a little less, but it's now about communicating through the hesitation and finding those beats, those 50s, and not being stuck in a 2v1 like what Jobo could do is he'll jump off the ball here and get a reset, but Ty just trying to stall out Chris, who will be forced to miss here, but he might probably get a pass. Huds will find a teammate, but unfortunately, Shaka's just too quick. Net is wide open, 3-0.
So many ideas. It feels like the Kentucky have. UTK's already had them, and they're playing defense against them. I like the idea. Huds trying to get that ball to Apples to clear the zone quickly, get some quick offense, and build it up in the final 70 seconds. But Shaka's just right there in the face of Kentucky. And now 3 goals in hand. Kentucky needs something ASAP.
You can't ask for much more if you're UTK. Obviously, all 3 players playing so well, it's almost like they forgot Season 3 even happened. And honestly, I would too. Spring champions, top 3 in the fall. I believe out of all the teams here, they are the most consistent at that level from fall and spring placements. But regardless, still, again, a very long best of 7. And I will say, maybe this is a little bit of UKY copium, but the series, the games, they're seeming to feel closer. But it's about stopping the bleeding against an offense as strong as this.
And with a team as decorated and consistent as Kentucky is, and how many times they've played Tennessee, and how familiar they are with them, I expect it to get closer. Like, it's not all going to be blowouts, but it is turning into the kind of series where Kentucky's defense is able to stop Tennessee a little bit better, but their offense is struggling to generate opportunities and finish those opportunities that they are able to find. So 3-0, looking like the final in game 2. It's an aggregate of 9-2 so far in the grand finals. And 2 go there. Maybe we get something in 0 seconds? No. All right, we'll stay 3-0.
Crisp MVP, all 3 members of UTK, their names flashing in the top right for the win. And these games, that's what it is. All 3 players contributing, playing very well, shooting very well. Kentucky, again, on the stat sheet, they are very close, but it's about their possessions and about how you treat them. Because UTK, obviously, they will beat a player. They'll beat 2 players. If Chris messes around, he might beat 3 players. And what it has to come to is Kentucky trying to either match that or, once again, out-aggression their way through it.
They're talking to each other up on stage right now.
The coaches are yapping right now.
The players are too. Shaka is talking. I can hear him all the way in the caster booth. I love that it's still good vibes in the grand finals. Like there's a decent bit on the line. There's a good chunk of money on the line. Winner gets $500, and you know, you're playing for pride as well. We talk about the community all the time. If you in the community are the best team, there's pride that comes with that.
Yeah, and also with the community, because I didn't mention this in the pre-show, this is an official Toby 6-man series once again, part 2. So the virtual MMR plus the money is at stake. Now, in terms of which one's more important, we'll have to see what the players say in the post-game interview whenever we get there. But regardless, the players are having a good time. We love the community here at the SCL, and we are not done yet, so we won't get too sappy on you. We have Game 3 coming to your screen.
All right. We'll see if Kentucky can get anything going. I mean, it has to happen here. They ain't reverse sweeping. But as we get into Game 3, sticking on Forbidden Temple, I got to shout out Coach Chipmunk for updating the SCL Liquipedia page while he is up there coaching. He is double tasking, right? He's multitasking right now. So shout out to him for keeping the Liquipedia page up to date all day.
Oh, and speaking of keeping it up to date, Ty and Huds, they have been up to play all day and all season. But of course, they're looking for a little more. They're looking to send Apples off into the sunset and maybe at least force a bracket reset, as now Joe's going to try and get there, but that net is just wide open. And how about that one?
That's clean. It's crisp from the corner. Sees an opening. Shaka almost interferes. He saw probably Joe Bro going for that. Maybe the pass was a little wide, but there was still no one back, and so it just works as a shot.
Well, they'll take it. That is a little over 30 seconds in, and UTK keeps their foot on the gas. I would imagine that if you look at that might be an open net, and Shaka can net open, but in a good way this time. Wide open, he'll just walk it in there.
It's easy. After Chris gets that demo, that is easy for Shaka to just move in, because Ty and Apples are just trying to get back to their goal line, and Huds has to buy time there, and he was going to if he isn't taken out.
Fakes.
And more kickoff strats coming out of UTK, and that one kind of going the wrong way. It might actually set up Kentucky's offense.
I mean, at this point, UTK must be treating this like free play. Just pulling out all the strats, trying to see what works. UTK is not done with their season yet. They still will have CCS along with probably an extra LAN or 2 here and there, I'm sure. But regardless, in terms of the SCL, this is the last we will see this specific roster, as Shaka will not be on the A team. It'll be Taibu coming in at UTK. We mentioned this earlier a little bit. That is a extremely dangerous addition, and it also might make UTK White a force to be reckoned with.
Absolutely. UTK's got a deep program over there in Knoxville. And Kentucky playing with this iteration of the roster. It's been a theme. A lot of the teams competing today have been playing with this form of the roster for the last time. So everyone's trying to put on a show. Tennessee doing it the best right now. 2-goal lead in Game 3, but maybe there's something here as Joe Bro's low-ish on boost. Goes off the ceiling, can't get the extra touch. Huds running out of boost. Crisp taking it to ground. It's a slow ball right now, not going much of anywhere.
Shaka's going to slam that one on net, but that is easily saved by Ty. Huds just trying to keep the pressure off. But Chris, he's got one touch. He's got another. Joe Bro's there to redirect it, but no clips just yet. 3 minutes left to go.
Oh, 2 go. Huds low on boost. He just kind of waited on that. He was saying, all right, they score on me, they score on me, but read the play well. Doesn't end up going in. Ty off the side wall. No double. Leaves it for Huds. And it's just a hit into the corner that Shock is going to take under his command.
I like to see Kentucky's confidence in faking certain plays. That's Crisp. That's going to be a pre-jump Crisp, not just any normal Crisp. But wait a minute, Jobro misses. This is an open net if Hud's can get over Crisp here. Flip reset. Does he use it? No, and no plan B is going to come out either. So Ty tries to keep it in play, but Hud's has to leave, and now it leaves Apples kind of by himself on that wall here, and Shaka will get one. He won't get the next one, but now it leaves Ty by himself on the other end.
Contested by Jobro, but Ty wins that challenge. He is successful-ish against Shaka as well, but the ball heads towards Crisp. And he's going to keep Kentucky playing in their defensive side. Field domination's been 55-45, so close-ish for Kentucky, but UTK has had the bulk of the time spent in the offensive zone. They're only adding to it right now, forcing tough saves out of Apples. That's a nice stop. The rebound denied as well, and that'll be a doink to get out of defense.
It's a great save from Kentucky. Again, they really are not that far off. It's just right now.
Oh!
Wait a minute. I'm not even going to say it. I'm not going to jinx it. Kentucky keeping this one close here.
All right. Cutting the lead in half. That's all they can do right now. Just take it one goal at a time. It's a simple setup. A gap was found in the defensive rotation of Tennessee, and that is a fairly easy finish. That's what they need, is just the simple plays to come back here.
Hud's going to try and slam this one. He's going to force two UTK players off, so Apples, he can get a pinch middle here. Jobro, though, ready for it. See Ty try and keep it on. Hud's not a lot of boost, but enough to keep this one on wall. Crisp, nothing to work with at all. And now Shaka and Jobro are both really far up here. So Apples, if he works his way past Crisp here, there might be a shot opportunity. Here it comes. Almost pinches straight in, but a minute left. Hud's trying to read that one and keep the pressure, but it's going to fall to the wayside. Now Ty with time, and he's got the ceiling, but it's a great pinch from who I believe was Jobro. And now Hud's just trying to get something going here.
Apples low on boost. Hud's actually picked up that 100, stole it at the midfield line, so he's got plenty to work with here in the corner. Now UTK return to sender with that ball, pushing Kentucky back again. Though the Wildcats setting themselves up in the air. No one contesting early on. Shaka and Jobro waiting for that Apples carry, and that defensive stand is successful.
Ty, he's got Shaka really awkward here. There's an air dribble. Two UKY players will jump and go for bumps, and so will two UTK players. They'll lead the play, and now Ty, he's over one, looking to beat Crisp. That's a great touch from him, though, and now with 30 seconds left, this ball's on net. Two players from UTK go. This is the weakest we've seen them look. This is UK's great chance right here with 20 seconds left. We'll see Jobro just flick this one out. Not a lot of boost on the UTK half. Is there two players there from Kentucky? And unfortunately there was, but it was a little too slow. So now 10 seconds left. Ty, there's a demo. Wait a minute, it's a 3v1. Shaka up. He's not bumped. That was a great attempt, and now Chris might just put the exclamation mark on this one. It's a close save. Jobro, left side, will not find the net. And UTK, it's a closer one, but it's a 3-0 lead.
And now UTK moves to season points. Everything starting all the way back in September has worked us until potentially this final game of Rocket League. It's absurd to say that we've gotten to this point, but Kentucky now backs against the wall. They have to reverse sweep UTK in the grand finals just to play them again in another best of 7.
I'm here for it. I've seen the script. I'm here for it. Might as well, right? Like, we got time. I'm not going anywhere.
No.
So we'll see what happens here. And what better of a story for Apples and Ty and them if they somehow manage to win 4 straight, which is something that the only school that I've seen do that to UTK was Northwood. And even they didn't get 4 straight.
Actually, San Diego State did it as well.
True that.
That was a reverse sweep. That's happened recently, actually. San Diego State did reverse sweep.
A month and a half ago.
Tennessee, about a month and a half ago, so I'm just saying it's possible.
Things are possible. A Kenyo and Friable Apples, it's all the same. It's all the same. But, I mean, again, Kentucky, they've looked a lot better, and they're getting the chances, but UTK is starting to fire back. They're starting to demo. They're kind of messing around a little bit, and it's given Kentucky some chances, but it's the grand finals. There is hundreds of dollars on the line. Why not try and take advantage? We'll see what happens here. Game 4. Let's get cooking.
Oh, this could be the final game of Rocket League in the SEL Season 4 season. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. This could be it. But Kentucky can prolong this series, prolong what has been, I feel like, the best season in SEL history. But UTK, not too keen on allowing this series to go much longer, as their offense is looking good right out of the gate. But it's time for Kentucky to find a response.
Apples, not a lot of boost, and he'll throw it away to Ty, which Ty actually has enough boost to stay on this. No flip reset, soft touch. Shaka does read that well. Now Apples, though, trying to go high and force Jobro awkward. It's a great idea, and it does work, but now Shaka has time and space. But wait a minute, Ty might go backboard here. It's Apples up next, but what a touch from Shaka. It's a wide open net. Shaka connect up, and once again, it will not go in.
I mean, that wasn't the easiest open net. I don't think he had enough boost to make that happen.
Oh my God.
And it flips the other way. What maybe could have been an opening goal for UTK turns into Ty soloing the Tennessee defense. Great bump.
Hey, that's the type of peeking that I would love to see Ty do a little more here and there. Kentucky gets their first lead, and what a better game to do it in than here in Game 4.
Well, Huds with control. No second touch. Jobro's up too soon to allow Huds any space on that ball. And Shaka's gonna hit that one. He's given a second chance, and he will tie.
Shaka will definitely get his get back there. It's a great shot. Jobro does force one player out, and it just barely opens up the net. Ty almost gets back to that still. So again, Kentucky close, but it is millimeter differences right now.
It's those small mistakes, like, well, Apple's missing that isn't a small mistake. It's a big miss as the third man. It's a tough read, but it's still a big miss. And it's those mistakes that add up for you. And right there, Apple's cutting in. Ty goes flying into the opposite corner, and either way, the corner play doesn't work out as Crisp takes it to the midfield line. Though Kentucky still cooking in offense. A center ball, Jobro on low boost. Can't do a ton with this. So Ty popping it up. Crisp again, low boost. There's not a ton of boost on the UTK side right now, and Huds is trying to exploit that.
Loving the confidence from Huds there to go for that and to almost hit it as well. As now Jobro, last man back, just has to slam this one away. Shaka is there in the wings, and he does get one touch, but he doesn't beat Ty. Now here comes Crisp, though. Does he have a reset? I don't think so. It's just top left, and that pinch somehow goes flying the other way as now Jobro just trying to keep it in play, but he'll die for it.
And Ty's downfield trying to harass Crisp there in the corner, but doesn't make enough contact to deter him off the ball. And so now he's got plenty of boost, but bumped off the play. Just tagged a little bit. Shaka moves in alongside Jobro, off to the races, 1v1.
Oh
what a flick!
God.
Oh, Jobro past Apples. There's no reading that.
Jobro has spent an entire split trying to dodge the Drabosin claims, and he beats it here looking like Alpha 54 instead. What a flicked right corner there.
He has showed up to put UTK out in front. Kentucky now needs another response. Tie off kickoff could get it. Shaka challenge, gives Huds the ball. He found a shooting lane, but wasn't able to take it completely perfectly. So Kentucky, they keep offense on the board, but can they find more shots? Just 2 so far in Game 4.
UTK will very rarely open up a shooting lane, but they tend to be very minuscule. It is down to millimeters and centimeters to place a shot on this defense. And Kentucky, they are capable of doing it. They have the talent to do it, as Apples is already over 1. That's almost going to be a touch off a Ty's car to keep the pressure, but unfortunately Huds has to cut it, has to try and beat Crisp, which he actually will. It's going to leave Shaka by himself, who takes the confident dribble and gets the pinch downfield.
That's a good clear for UTK, not letting Kentucky build up pressure and then putting it into space where they can chase it down. Jobro off the corner wall for Shaka, and that even more. So builds on that clear. They will get their lead to 2.
2 for 2, 100%. That's what you love to see out of Shaka there. Just simply will get the beat, and it's going to be 3-1 UTK. 2 minutes left in what possibly could be SEL Season 4.
Ooh, Kentucky still looking to prolong things, and Ty off the sidewall fields that ball, drops down for Apples, who can't beat Jobro to it, and Huds grabbing the midfield boost, so he's not going to be up for any kind of shot. Instead, he's up to prevent that from dropping straight down into the Kentucky box. UTK playing the ball the other way. Ty to shoot. Shaka's a little awkward. Had Ty bearing down on him, but either way, UTK don't concede.
They are not concerned. They're up 3 in the series. They're up 2 here. They're willing to take it. Wait a minute, Shaka might get the read here. No, it's just barely off. And now Crisp, it's his turn. He's trying to get under 1. Apples and Huds both have to jump for this one. And now Huds 1v3. He gets past 2. But now Shaka has another chance. He's got a reset. He's looking for more. Musty backboard, but it will not be on the net.
Ooh, I can hear some excitement noises for that developing there. Shaka trying to flex some of his mechanical prowess, but Kentucky denying, and their defense has been fairly solid as far as you can go, really, against UTK the last several games. 3 goals conceded, 2 goals conceded, 3 here. Just their offense not quite at that same level, not able to get through a stout Volunteers back line, and now with 45 seconds left, they need 2 goals just to tie.
We'll see Apples, though, try and make something happen, but it's wide open, and Joe Bro will put the nail in the coffin, 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to beat UTK right now. Joe Bro's hitting shots like that, coming off the back wall, making it look easy. And man, UTK, they won the spring split. They have yet to drop a game here. TJ, they might have a perfect LAN after this is all said and done.
Oh, and it's going to be a 5th goal from Joe Bro. That's his hat trick there. The captain getting 1 more just for fun. And I hope we don't have to pack our bags and go to Brazil here, but with 30 seconds left, who knows what UTK is cooking.
Either way, we're packing our bags. I think I see the end of the season just over the horizon right now. 30 seconds left, and SEL Rocket League fans, I mean, enjoy this last little bit of SEL Rocket League. It's been a crazy season. So many clips, so many new teams joining us, having fun doing it. The longest season yet, the most stacked season yet. And it's looking like UTK is going to come out on top of all of it. They came runners-up in the Season 3 LAN. They came in 3rd place in the fall splits. They come out on top in the spring after adding Crisp, and at LAN, they take home the dub flawlessly. Apples tried to end it on his terms as his SCL career comes to a close, but my oh my, is UTK deserving of that 1st place Season 4 champion title.
They are simply the representatives of the South. They have been on an absolute tear since the fall, since adding Crisp. That was a season that was kicked off by a tournament win against Indian River State College, and you can see the love from the players, man. Yeah. It sucks to send a senior off and to end their career, but for Apples, I don't think you could have asked for anything more.
I mean, everyone knew Tennessee coming into this was the favorites. Everyone kind of figured it would be them winning. So I feel like the battle was for 2nd place to get to the grand finals and to put up a good fight against UTK. And Kentucky did exactly that. I mean, bringing back Ty for LAN, they looked the part of a team bringing back Ty, trying to defend their LAN champion status. But they couldn't do it. Look at the bracket right there. Flawless from UTK. Number 1 seed. Didn't drop a game. GG's.
They are the clear number 1 seed. They made runs against, I mean, obviously the top 3 at this tournament. And seeding-wise, they beat who they needed to beat, and it's simple as that. It's the way the bracket shook out. Losers was an absolute tragedy run for the teams who had to go down there.
Yeah.
UTK wanted absolutely none of it. But Kentucky's losers run, though it didn't result in a bracket reset, it is incredibly admirable that they made it all the way back to get another attempt at UTK. They just unfortunately couldn't find a game.
Well, look, it's been a phenomenal season, and we're going to have some interviews coming up next with both the Kentucky guys and the UTK guys. So we'll have a sappy send-off a little bit later. Short break in the meantime, and then I don't know if we're doing roaming interviews or if they're joining us in the booth. We'll find out in a second. So please stay tuned to hear from your LAN winners and your LAN runner-ups and see them get their trophies. I can't wait.
4 seasons of Rocket League leading to this point. And while yes, not every season is built the exact same way, Blake, but every season gets better little by little, and the better teams get better trophies. They're so darn good this year. 3rd place for Season 4 of our LAN events is Bruton Parker College. Y'all come on up, get your trophy from Fred here. Though she may be little, she is mighty, and you had to fight through so many teams to get to LAN, and then win LAN afterwards. 3rd is a victory in my mind, let's be honest here. Thank you very much. 2nd place in a hard-fought battle through the losers bracket, getting sent there by UTK and then finished by UTK. It's Kentucky stepping up to the plates. A mightier trophy, a trophy nonetheless. Big shout out to Kentucky. Alrighty. Congratulations to Kentucky. And finally, the mightiest of trophies and the swag to go with it, with a big shout out to MSI. It is the go-to team of UTK, no matter how much it pains me to say Shock is involved in it. It's the UTK squad coming up. Big congratulations. Get your trophy, come on up, and let's get those pictures with the team that takes Season 4 of SEL Rocket League.
The black on the black's a little. Can you yeah. Here, you take it. Because you've got more.
Joe Bro in the center.
Me too. Cody's so cute.
It's UTKY next year.
UTKY next year. And with that, the SEL Season 4 LAN is not over just yet, but the trophies for Rocket League are done. And we'll introduce Blake with an interview on our roaming cam off for the interview with the players that played in our final and any closing words they may have as they hug it out on the other side for a huge ending to Rocket League before we jump on over to Valorant tomorrow. Bepic, please take us away.
Thank you very much, Scott. All right, microphone works. I'm going to start with UTK. I'm going to go to Kentucky next. But, I mean, guys, you're the favorites coming in. Didn't lose a game. Were you sweating at all? Like, was there a game at all today where you were really sweating?
Yeah, sure. I mean, we had close games with a few teams. It's actually funny. I feel like the game that we were sweating most was in our first series against Georgia. So, like, I mean, but, yeah, I think we had close games with Kentucky and Bruton Parker, so we were sweating games.
All right, and you still managed to get through them. All right, congratulations, boys. I'm move over to the wonder kid, freshman Crisp. You come in, you elevate this team from a 3rd place fall finish, 2nd place season 3 finish, all the way to the top. What's it mean to you? Like, first semester, you've like won what, 3 LANs now, 4 LANs now? 3 LANs. What's that mean?
It's a lot of fun. I'm just here to have fun. It's a video game. Can't take life too seriously, you know. So, just having fun with some nice people too.
It's that easy, apparently. Just have fun with it, and you'll be that good at Rocket League. Shaka, I mean, your thoughts on the whole season? You've been here a while now, fighting for UTK. You've seen a lot of different rosters. I mean, you and Joe are still sophomores or going into your junior year, which is crazy. But like, what's it been like the UTK come up?
It's been really fun to be a part of. Even starting when me and Joe first did our tryout, and we were told we were going on a B team, and we were like, oh, we'll see how long that lasts, and it didn't last very long. To now we're here, you know, and being able to compete with the teams we're able to compete with and play at the level we are. So it's been really fun to be a part of, for sure.
It's been fun to watch you guys grow. It's been a great come up. And Coach, final words.
UTK white on top.
That's the UTKB team on top. They're winning next year. We already called it. So. All right. Appreciate it, boys. Congratulations.
Thank you, Bepic.
I got to talk to Kentucky. Hard-fought day. I mean, HUDs. You kind of popped off today at times. Like your performance was up there. I was really happy to see you really performing on LAN. How did it feel from your perspective? It was a long day, but you guys made it to Grands.
It was a long day. I felt pretty awful the first 2 series we played. Who did we play first?
We played GSU first.
Yeah, GSU and then UTK. I just felt miserable. Like especially against UTK. I don't even know if I hit the ball some of those games, but I picked it up. We had fun, so that was what mattered, and we made it as far as we could without winning. So we had fun.
It's good to hear you had fun. Ty, you left Kentucky after the fall semester, but you were able to come back for LAN, perform great at Ty levels, I would think. How did it feel making one last run in the blue and white?
I'm very happy with the second place finish. UTK is just kind of insane, so that's a very good result for us.
Absolutely. Congratulations for it. Coach Chip,
Yep.
you were updating Wikipedia while you were also coaching.
Yeah.
I gotta know, like, what adjustments were you making for them? Was it mental, or were you actually coaching in there?
I tried my best to coach. I heard TJ while we were playing UTK in the finals. He was hoping we were drawing something up, but I looked at him like, I shrugged. I'm like, what do you want me to do? Like, it's UTK. But I tried my best. I didn't have much for UTK because they're just the GOATs. But I had some game plan adjustments in the other series. So it went well.
Yeah, you guys made a good run. Credit to players and coaching and Apples. I'm moving between you and Chip. Dude, last run in the SEL, I mean, it was a great one from you guys. I just want to know your thoughts right now.
That was my last collegiate Rocket League tournament or series ever, my last game, and I'm super super happy with how we placed. I almost said I couldn't be happier, but I could have been a little bit happier if we won. But I'm super thankful just for the SEL, for you, for Fred, for everybody really who has like any part in putting this league on. It really as far as my college Rocket League kind of career goes, the SEL really was one of the best things that ever happened to it. I'm so thankful for y'all, and wouldn't be here without my go-to teammates, and none of my go-to teammates would be here without Ted, Chipmunk Man, clutching up in the regular season, getting us to LAN. Oh, man, it's kind of wild to think about. It's starting to hit me a little, but yeah, I've enjoyed every single second of it. I owe a lot to the game of Rocket League and to SEL, but I'm super thankful.
Well, dude, it's been awesome watching you throughout the years. Kentucky arrived in season 2.
Yeah.
This guy, were you at the helm then, season 2?
Yeah. I've been the captain.
That's crazy.
The whole time we've been here.
Oh, well, we send off a lot of seniors today. It's been a phenomenal LAN, like absolutely phenomenal. Couldn't ask for a better set of series today. And I believe, Fred, are we going back to the cast just to break things down or anything? All right, well, we'll say goodbye from here, honestly. Thank you. There's so many players still here. We're all probably going to go get dinner after this. Like, this is community for you right there. Like, TJ going from player to caster as well. Shaka helps observe Valorant. Like, it's such an awesome community. I've been here since season 0, and it wasn't much in season 0. We were playing best of 3s then. Like, it's come a long way since then. The LAN last year, setting up the LAN this year, it's been phenomenal. Watching the SEL grow, the content we've been making, the personalities that have been developing. Shout out to everyone that's ever been involved. Like, the seniors that have been here a while, this is the first class. Like, I graduated this year as well, so I'm with them. Like, I'm sad that we're losing so many great personalities after this LAN, but what a way to send everybody off. That's it for me. For everyone in the background, Jacob, X, we got Valorant tomorrow, so you're gonna see a lot of the Valorant guys. So I'm not thanking you, Scott, even though you did a great job casting today. TJ casting with me all day long. Fred for setting all this up. TJ,
quite the year.
It's been quite the year. You got any last words?
I'm just blessed to be here, man. I'm glad SEL took a chance on me, and I'm glad that all of y'all let me yell in your ears for the whole split. So.
And he did yell in all of our ears, the entire season, or split. So, all right. We're signing off until Valorant tomorrow, so make sure you join us for more SEL action. Season 4 is not completely done, just Rocket League. So we'll see you there. Esports SEL on all platforms. I've been Mr. Bepic. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We'll see you later. Just gonna go ahead and get started here and hope that this holds up. Welcome to a live State of the SEL, and not just online live. We are actually in person for State of the SEL in Huntsville, Alabama, streaming right out of mine and TJ's hotel room for the SEL LAN coming up this weekend. We got the commissioner right here next to me, Mr. Fred, and we got TJ over the other side of the couch. Guys, how we doing?
I'm excited. I mean, it's a lot of time that leads up to these events, so it's a lot of time, it's a lot of money, it's a lot of prep, so hopefully it just all goes well, hopefully everybody has fun. Yeah, I mean, we'll have a good day tomorrow.
Absolutely. How's the setup going? Like, I know you're running
We'll
around.
find out. We'll find out. That's, we're in a pretty unlucky position of a lot of setup that's going to happen tomorrow morning, so the team's getting there really early in the morning to make sure everything's set up and ready to go. Overall, though, everything's kind of falling right into place. The last moving part was just finalized, actually, like as of like 15 minutes ago. We confirmed all the PCs are on ground. They'll be there in the morning. It should be good. We have over prepared drastically, so that should be a good thing. So when things do inevitably fail, hopefully they're things we just can replace with something else. I have a box of just like, we have I think 60 feet of XLR cabling right now that we have no need for. So it should be good. Setup is gonna be fun, but it'll be a long day.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully not as long as last year. That was a long day. Tomorrow will hopefully be a long day, but not a long day. But I mean, it's been a journey. Like, season 4 has been the biggest season by far of the SEL. It was a full year. There's 2 splits. Is prizing the biggest that it's been, or is it?
I think it's probably, I think it's 4 times.
4 times.
I mean, it's $2,000 in funding for clubs, scholarship funding or funding for clubs, however it gets distributed by the schools. We've got, I mean, over, I think, $2,500 roughly in stuff that's getting given away, whether it's, you know, Rally Cry merch, National Guard merch. A lot of the Rocket League players tomorrow we'll see in the award ceremonies are getting stuff from MSI. There's a lot of cool, just random merch from MSI that they're giving out in their swag bags, so it'll be fun. And I mean, you know, we got a ton of Red Bull that'll be there.
That's the part I can't wait for.
Yeah, they definitely bring in the Red Bull.
And the trophies too. Can I show the trophies on stream?
Yeah.
Okay,
I should have brought you one. That would have been cool.
Oh, that would have been a good idea.
They are so sick.
I'm gonna scoot over here and see if I can't figure out how to pull up the trophies on stream. So give me a second. TJ, feel free to ask any questions while I find the trophies.
Yeah, of course. I mean, obviously, I got to come in right at the right time. SEL has had a great year. We've had a lot of new schools join. We had I think it was the first qualifier for Rocket League? Or at least of the size that it was this spring?
Yeah, I'm actually a huge proponent of not having qualifiers this year. And I really actually just this semester we had to. I mean, there was so much interest.
So many teams, yeah.
And it was really important to me that everybody had a chance, and we didn't just say, you know, if you actually read our guidelines, it does say if you're a B or C team, you get priority behind A teams. But I wanted to give the opportunity for these teams to still compete. I'm trying to do away with the qualifiers next year. We've got a lot of talks to come up about that.
Got a lot of teams sifting through that mess that is the SEL, too, to try and earn those last few spots.
Yeah, and hopefully we can get to 64 teams next year. We've had just incredible interest, even just people now. We're finally at the point where it's not reaching out to teams. Teams want to be members of the SEL. They want to compete.
Yeah.
We're very for the players. It's a free league, and hopefully it keeps going in that direction where the hard part for me is getting enough slots for everybody instead of getting people to fill the slots.
Yeah, and that's one of the coolest things, because, I mean, I was kind of doing, like, B streams in the fall, and then I got to come on as an actual caster for the spring, and I'm here, too. And that's one of the coolest things I noticed was the difference in the SEL compared to your other major leagues, and just how incredible and how close all the players and teams have gotten. I mean, I literally was at UTK, GSU's, and UGA's houses all in the last, like, hour. and everybody's hanging out. I think we got dinner plans tonight.
Yep.
It's so cool to be a part of such an active community, especially in a region like the Southeast, which has been regarded as behind, but we are one of the biggest, and what I will hope y'all will see tomorrow is one of the most powerful as well.
Yeah, it's getting quality. Like traditionally there really haven't been a ton of like Southeastern teams playing in CRL, but with the Call League rankings coming out in the last year or so, we're getting more and more teams in there, and it's due in part to leagues like this, which is awesome. You're seeing that in other regional leagues like Great Lakes, which we partnered with a little bit for Monday Night Lights. And there are a lot of regional leagues, but
Yeah.
I mean the SEL kind of, I think, pioneers some parts of the regional league, like having big LANs, like showy LANs, all the content that we do. I mean, you call us a content-based league,
Yeah.
Fred. I mean, what does that mean to you?
A big deal to me is like coming from the business side of things, I guess is a good way to look at it. We have my partner in the SEL and Gaming Oasis and all the things that we do is Jacob. He's our director of esports and development.
Shout out Jacob.
His big thing is keeping me in line. He makes
It's
sure
hard to
that
do.
yeah, it is sometimes. He makes sure that we do have that competitive focus, that we make sure things are running and operating as they are. But for the most part, our end goal is to further Southeastern Esports. As a whole, not just in the competitive sense, but in the content sense, the funding sense, and the program sense. A good example is like UAH is recently starting to upgrade their facility. We've seen a couple other schools in the region start to upgrade their facilities. And we've heard through the rumor mill sometimes that SEL is not the reason, but the fact that they have these opportunities to compete against other SEC schools like Georgia, it's cool. Oklahoma's told us themselves a couple of years ago, they're like, just that land barrier was such a problem to get to. We're very lucky that Huntsville is strangely right in the middle. Makes it really convenient. We have schools from Florida coming up tomorrow, which that is a long drive.
Yes.
Kudos to them.
Mm-hmm.
So it's incredible to see like the content does eventually make a difference. If you don't have content to back it up, we're not going to keep getting the funding we get. We're not going to have the amazing sponsors we have. We're a little bit picky with our sponsors, but we want to make sure it gives back to the players in the right way. And it's just a big deal to have that content, like I said, for the sponsors, for the players. I mean, I hope all the players that are watching this, they've seen an uptick in being represented on content. You'll see a couple videos tomorrow that we made a really big point to make sure people who are at the LAN, y'all are included in those videos if we had it. People who are still not at the LAN or have made a big impact in the SEL over the season, you're in those videos. It's a big deal for me, for you guys to see what you did had an impact, and what you did is recorded and goes down in SEL history, and hopefully that history gets a lot more meaning over the next couple of years.
I mean, all like the B streams that TJ, you and I have been doing with Chip, and like Wade got one in there as well. The
Wade got a
big
huge
BPC
one.
UAH one. Like the viewership for those streams is solid. Like it's up there with the main broadcast, averaging like I average with my MNL and my State of the SEL streams probably like 20-something viewers. Like people are showing up. The community in the SEL is so awesome, and on the draft show and the I guess like both draft shows and the randomized group picking, where we got like 50 viewers.
Yeah.
The community here is unbelievable.
I actually think it was 300 unique viewers just on that one stream.
They showed up, and that's been building up since season 0, which is almost 3 years ago.
Yeah, y'all are old. Y'all are historic at this point.
No, I definitely feel that way.
But it speaks to the legacy of the SEL. I mean, I'm glad that I've gotten to be a small part of it. I've made a few outlandish comms. Shout out Super Smurf and Cumberland. That's one of my favorite ones from the year. Oh, it is? Okay,
Yeah,
good.
that's a good one.
That's one of my favorites of the year. But that's just one of hundreds of moments. Wade had his viewing party stream for B Moore's LAN qualification match, which ended up going like, I think it was 15 people in a VC and like 20-something viewers on Twitch. I mean, you just mentioned it. It is so cool, and I don't see that in any other leagues. And it's just cool to be a part of it at the end of the day. And it sucks that it has to end at some point, but I'm thinking it'll be hopefully pretty storybook-like.
Yeah, and there's no tornadoes this year. That's the lucky
Thank
part.
goodness. Clemson could have made it.
Yeah. And they're gonna be here today. They're gonna be here on Sunday, I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
So that'll be really good.
Heck yeah.
No more tornadoes.
Hopefully not.
Yeah.
Hopefully got
The
it
rain,
all
there's
last
still been
week
rain.
because there were some tornadoes around here last week.
Oh yeah, no. If we had this a week earlier, we would have definitely been in some hot water.
Well, thank goodness we didn't. And I mean, talking about how much the SCL has grown, like since season 0, like just the broadcast quality. Heck, I've got, for just a sideshow that's on my personal stream, our graphic designer whipped up. Like John made an incredible L bar for the state of the SCL, and he's done so much just on the graphics side of the SCL. The quality, the community, so much has grown since season 0.
I mean, it's insane. And everybody's going to see tomorrow there's going to be some amazing new graphics that are unveiled for the LAN, and of course going forth into season 5. It'll be cool.
Yep.
Very informational, very sleek, very fun.
Yes.
Very exciting.
Helps everything, honestly. The cameras are bigger. I don't know if anybody else has been wanting that, but the cameras are bigger.
I mean, last year we only had one camera that showed the pit, and like it was just set up on the little rickety casting desk that we had, and it showed you and Colt on stream a couple of times.
Yeah, me running around, just getting in the way.
A lot of upgrades, and I mean, in the off season too. Hopefully, we'll be able to keep going. Do you have any off season plans at the moment, or is it just get prepared for season 5?
It's getting ahead for once. Like for the context on everybody, every season so far has gotten about a month more planning. We should be about 6 months ahead starting this summer. We've already got a lot of the details figured out. Things are set in stone. We have to have a couple conversations. We'll have, you know, this last season was big on the documentation front. I'm a big typer. Everybody probably learned that real quick, mute certain channels, but please keep them unmuted. There's important stuff, I promise. You know, we've been told a couple times, like, these guidelines are great. We have great documentation on pretty much everything you do. But a big deal that's coming up is, you know, you guys saw it this year with the schedules, the calendars, everything we can put out so far in advance. We're hoping to keep that up with even more information on even the LAN starting this summer. So we're going to start really getting ahead of it, you know.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SCL.
Welcome back to the Southeastern Esports League.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SCL. We're on.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the SCL. Welcome back to the SCL.
Welcome back, everybody, to the SCL.
Welcome to another week of the Southeastern Esports League.
My name's Infernos, just joined here by my good friend, Mick.
I am your lovely host, DJ TJ, and with me is the even more lovely Foof. I am your lovely host, DJ TJ.
My name's Infernos, just joined here by my good friend, Mick.
I am your host, DJ TJ, and with me is the lovely Foof.
Get the advantage in the series and put themselves at game point. Tryson seizes the moment and takes the goal. Bama, 2 in a row.
I'm standing up out of
my
chair.
What?
Wait, I didn't even see that. He got bumped into that.
Yes.
Are you for real?
Yes. Yes.
They now have another opportunity here. Kuno all by themselves, not going to give it the chance as Butters is there to at least touch it away. The beautiful tap by Kuno.
Tries it though, trying to find the room in between, but Chan gonna try and use what little boost he has. Actually, he's gonna leave it for Gray, who's got a double touch, who finds Tryson, who misses. Chan gets blocked as well. UNCC still alive, but here comes Gray.
Nope.
No, Chan. Yes! Bottom left! Well, NK2 boosts over balls there and also gets bumped on his way back. So just overall a rough string of events, but he might change that. Double touch off the backboard.
Out making sure Shaka knows he's got to get some points on the board in the final 100 seconds.
Absolutely. Shaka will pick up a goal here. Hit by Luigi at the last moment. Again, Skyline soft touch. Magic still at the edge. He's going to try and find it off the backboard again. Smurf waiting, won't even touch, and now he has to run home. He's the last man back, but they can't get it past him.
Just when you thought Cumberland was practicing the dark arts, and maybe they use the curse of their advantage, Trick says, check me out, top left Seminole.
Now the ball still resting on this Wildcat side. Magic shooting. It's gonna find its way. No!
Woo!
It stays out!
Woo!
Apples has the save, and we stay in a 2-1 game.
Kentucky, where did that come from? 1 minute left, down 1 goal, and you find that save? And maybe they find this attack too? Huds might go for this. Yes, he will! It's in the net!
I want to look at HUDs, but I really want to see what Chipmunk can do. Is I don't believe my eyes. Super Smurf made the ball intangible, beat all 3.
It's in the name. That's not Super Smurf, that's Superman.
Gap necessary to put another one forward, as you are 1 away from 10, from double digits on the stat line. And you gotta see it happen, right? This is SCL, this is Rocket League. We have to see the 10th one come forward, UAB. I know you don't want to see it, but this is it! Finally, there it is! Lego drives it!
Off the clear, no redirect. Both defenders for Tennessee were flat-footed on that play. That could have been the equalizer, but not able to find the touch to make it happen. Chris dunk is good.
He gets the opportunity to do something special, and he might still get to do it going top side, but B-More saves it. Ball bounces middle, though. That's 3 UAH players in the same area. Now B-More pass one, finding Kozen. Top corner! UAH moves on to the top 16, and KU, pack your bag.
As FSU looking to be down in this series and make it 2-1. King University score one on the road, and they say, yes, Babbitt, we'll give you another goal, but it's going to the team in yellow.
Side's got a good tank of boost to play with, looking for Buddy, and that one's stuck on his nose. That's a bump on the back end, but because there's discombobulation. A little bit of touch, Luigi, same. This Rise now collects, puts it up and over, controlling it here, wanting Mitra to commit early. He caught a little stand, and so that's another goal going for FSU.
Not able to really keep up with that change in pace. Cayenne air dribble finds a dip on a backflip on the goal line, Florida. Extending into the corner again, you can see this offense already trying to build a lot of pressure, going one after the other. Kentucky will be able to free themselves. Shot on from Hodge. Cayenne tried to keep it out, couldn't get enough, and Kentucky take the lead.